Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Who is India's top trading partner? You must be thinking of an ally, a friendly neighbor or a trusted Western partner. Well, think again. India's top trading partner is China. The bilateral exchange is around $118.4 billion, $118.4 billion. The United States is a close second. That trade is around $118.3 billion, so hardly any difference. And yet, China's number one position is worrying because it reflects a larger strategic challenge for India. Also, this is not unprecedented. In 2021, China was India's top trading partner. Then the US took over. And now, after a gap of 2 years, China is back on top. Why is this bad news? I'll give you two reasons, political and financial. First, the political reason. China is India's strategic rival, arguably its biggest external threat. A country that is salami slicing Indian territory. Just think back to the 2020 Galwan clashes. India lost 20 soldiers in the violence. And since then, relations have hit pause. No high-level engagements, no political breakthroughs. Things have largely been frozen. Even today, disengagement has not been achieved. More than 20 rounds of military talks have been held, yet no breakthrough. China has around 60,000 soldiers facing the LAC, line of actual control, the de facto border at the moment. India too has a similar number. But that same China is our top trading partner. It's obviously counterproductive, which brings us to the second reason, the financial one. This trade is tagged heavily in China's favor. India's imports make up $101 billion and China's imports make up just $16 billion. So look at the trade deficit. It's almost $85 billion. Same with the trajectory. Let's look at the period from 2018 to 2023. India's exports to China barely moved, but China's exports to India surged more than 44%. As a result, the deficit has widened. It was $53 billion in 2018. It is $85 billion now. I know these numbers do not look good, but you must factor in some variables. Like, what is the overall trade situation? What does India buy from China and how does this help Beijing? The overall trade situation has improved. In 2022, India's trade deficit was around $121 billion. By 2023, it fell to 78 billion, which brings us to the second question. What does India buy from China? Simply put, very important things like electronic goods, your smartphones, laptops, telecom parts, machinery for factories, plastics, ingredients for the pharma sector, and EV batteries. Around 75% of India's battery imports are from China. It's a very dangerous dependence. And that brings us to our third question. How does China benefit from all of this? Imagine a conflict scenario. The fighting won't just be physical. It will also be financial. And that's where this trade imbalance could backfire. China could choke India's factories, maybe withhold strategic exports, and hamper India's capabilities. And to be clear, this is not a problem just for India. Most major economies in the world face the same issue. China is the top trading partner to 120 countries. 120 countries. You have Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Vietnam, the Philippines, Australia. None of these countries are on good terms with China, especially not the Philippines. They're clashing almost every day. So what are these countries doing? Well, some of them are de-risking. Basically, expanding supply chains beyond China. Others are friend-shoring, taking businesses and factories away from China and then putting them on friendly shores like India or Vietnam. That is friend-shoring. But have these strategies worked? Well, in some cases, yes, they have. Let me take you back to the year 2010. There was a standoff between China and Japan. A Chinese fishing boat crashed with Japanese warships. It happened near the Senkaku Islands. These are claimed by both Japan and China. This is where the clash happened. Now, Beijing responded by cutting off rare earth minerals to Japan, and Tokyo was spooked. In 2010, around 90% of their rare minerals came from China. So what did Japan do? They launched a $1 billion plan. They expanded their supply chain, and today the dependence has come down from 90% to 60%. So the moral of the story is clear. If you invest money and time, you can reduce dependence on China. Maybe not completely, definitely not immediately, but you can make a dent. Which brings us back to India. How is New Delhi reducing dependence on China? First of all, by boosting local manufacturing. India offers production-linked incentives to investors like tax cuts and subsidies, and this scheme covers around 14 sectors. $26 billion have been allocated for this scheme, and it's slowly working. By November last year, the scheme brought around 1 lakh crore rupees in investments. It also created almost 700,000 jobs. But like I said, it will take time. The second strategy is punitive action. India has levied 46 anti-dumping duties in the last 3 years. 60% of them targeted Chinese goods. The key is to build on that. Because unlike the US or Europe, India's stakes are higher. We share a very long border with China. We also can't friend shore, because here India is the friendly shore. So I guess New Delhi will have to strike a balance. Our population needs cheap Chinese goods, but strategy requires de-risking. And now let's talk about Russia and the shake-up in their defense ministry. President Vladimir Putin has picked a new defense minister. His wartime general Sergei Shoigu is on his way out. He is being replaced by an economist. An economist will be Russia's next defense minister, and this switch has taken everyone by surprise. Why would Putin dump his longtime ally and choose an economist to lead the Russian military, that too in the middle of a war? Shoigu was a trusted teammate of Putin. He served as defense minister for 12 years. He's also believed to be quite close to Putin. They've often been seen together on fishing trips in Siberia. Last year, this minister faced a mutiny. Wagner chief Yevgeny Prigozhin and his troops rebelled against the Russian military. Putin sided with the defense minister, with Shoigu. Some would say that he even protected him, and today Putin has demoted the same man. In his new role, he will lead Russia's Security Council. His powers will be significantly curtailed. He won't be among the top decision makers. This shift is expected to happen in the next few days. The Kremlin has issued a statement. Putin believes it is time for Russia's defense ministry to try some new ideas.
It is very important to integrate the economy of the security sector to the economy of the whole country. Integrate so that it is in accordance with the dynamic of the current time. And the second, which is important to mention, is that today the one who is more open to innovation and the quickest implementation wins on the battlefield.
Well, that's the official explanation. But there is more to this move. Let's tell you about some theories that are floating around. The first one is about Shoigu and his track record at the defense ministry. Apparently, there were many corruption charges. Last month, a scandal broke out. One of Shoigu's deputies was arrested. His name is Timur Ivanov. He's believed to be a confidant of Shoigu. Ivanov was accused of accepting bribes. In the defense ministry, he was in charge of giving lucrative contracts like construction projects and procurement deals. Reports say Ivanov misused his position. He took huge bribes to the tune of 1 billion rubles. That's almost $11 million. And these revelations put Shoigu in the spotlight. Of course, he denied any wrongdoing, but now he's lost his job as the defense minister. So his removal could be an old-fashioned cleanup, which brings us to his replacement, Andrei Belousov. Not exactly new to the power matrix. Currently, he serves as Russia's deputy prime minister. He too is part of Putin's inner circle. One of his trusted economic advisors. He has no military experience. He has never served in the Russian military. Then why did Putin pick him for the defense minister's job? The answer to that question could lie in data. Let me show you some numbers. This year, Russia will spend $109 billion on defense. That's almost 30% of all expenses on defense. Before the war in Ukraine, defense spending was just 2.6% of Russia's budget, of Russia's GDP rather. Now it has crossed 6%. So defense doesn't just drive the Russian economy, it overwhelmingly now defines it. And Putin is trusting this new pick Belousov, to put Russia's massive defense budget to good use. He could end up steering Russia's economy, or at least a significant part of it, directly from the defense ministry. Today, he spelled out some of his priorities.
Indeed, the pay received by service personnel who take part in the special military operation in Ukraine and various allowances reached minimal amount of $2,200 a month. I think it's a mess when participants in the special military operation who come back on vacation are driven from civilian medical institutions to hospitals which are often simply overcrowded.
Belousov talked about building homes and hospitals. He also discussed welfare benefits for soldiers fighting the Ukraine war. So Russia's next defense minister is giving some clear signals. They won't slow down in Ukraine. The conflict will continue for as long as Putin desires. Only now they have a new soldier in the war, the Russian economy. Our next story is from Pakistan, South Asia's best example of economic mismanagement. Today, there were developments in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. The region has been in turmoil for the past few days. We highlighted this on Friday. The people in the region were protesting over high electricity prices. They ended up clashing with the police. Over the weekend, the protests intensified, and today, Pakistan has given in. Their Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has approved a grant for POK, a grant worth $86 million. There's no clarity about how this money will be used. The people of POK have to take Sharif at his word that they will benefit somehow. We don't know if this bribe will placate the people of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, but it does raise a question. How did the perpetually broke Pakistan come up with this grant? How will it actually cobble the money together? After all, Pakistan's economy is in dire straits. It owes billions of dollars in loans. About $125 billion is the debt to external lenders. That's about 42% of Pakistan's GDP, external debt. And it's not expecting high growth this year to make up for this debt. By the end of June, their economy is expected to grow by just 1.8%. That's over the 2023-2024 financial year. It's not really a good outlook for Pakistan. High debt and poor growth. That's what they're looking at. So how is it suddenly finding money for POK? The answer may lie in another development. Yesterday, Pakistan signed a defense deal with Iraq. It reportedly includes the sale of fighter jets, 12 jets for about $1.8 billion. It will bring some much-needed funds to Islamabad's empty coffers. And it's one of the rare occasions where the country's military is actually helping the economy, partially. Because Pakistan is selling JF Thunder fighter jets. JF here stands for Joint Fighter. It's a collaborative effort between Pakistan and its loan shark, China. Beijing has given billions of dollars to Islamabad. The lion's share of Pakistan's external debt is owed to the Chinese. How does Pakistan pay it back? Well, there are regular repayments. And then there are the arms purchases. A report came out last week highlighting the different ways that Pakistan is in China's pocket. Or rather, how China's fingers are in Pakistan's pocket. Let's look at arms imports. Between 2019 and 2023, 82% of Pakistan's arms imports were from China, up from 69% in 2024, between 2024 to 2014 to 2018. So from 69, it went up to more than 80%. So China's share has gone up significantly in the last 10 years. Now, friendship is one thing, but why is Pakistan making itself completely dependent on Chinese arms? And these are not just small ticket items. Pakistan is buying heavy weapons like submarines. Last month, China launched a submarine, the first of 8 Hangar-class submarines it is building for Pakistan. The total cost is between $4 to $5 billion. That's not something Pakistan can really afford. So why and how is it buying these weapons? Well, think about it this way. When your loan shark asks you to buy something, do you really have a choice? It explains Pakistan's dire economic situation. It imports defense equipment from China. Its debt keeps piling on and it has to pay back these loans with interest. So it doesn't have enough to spend on its own citizens, and the citizens also get squeezed by high taxes to generate money to pay back the loans. In other words, Pakistan is spending big on Chinese weapons, and this is crushing Pakistan's economy. This is not exaggeration. This is not hyperbole. Look at this latest SIPRI report. That's the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, or SIPRI for short. Now, they have a database on military expenditure. One metric is military expenditure as a share of overall government spending. Basically, for every dollar that the government spends, how much of it goes to the military? And this is the case for Pakistan. Compare it to India or even bigger spenders like the US and China. In 2022, 14.5% of the Pakistani government spending was on the military. Every other country mentioned has less than 10%, but Pakistan has 14.5%. And this shows Pakistan's misplaced priorities. How Chinese arms imports are more important to Pakistan than its own citizens. Unless this changes, unless the Pakistani people get the first share of state resources, the country will never recover from its financial crisis, no matter how many jets it manages to sell. And speaking of fiscal mismanagement, the International Monetary Fund, or the IMF, has a message for the Maldives. Your debt levels are too high, and this is not their first warning. The IMF raised the same issue in the month of February as well. The question is Male listening? First of all, let's look at the warning. An IMF team visited the Maldives this year. They assessed the national economy. They looked at key indicators and spoke to local officials. After that, they published a financial assessment. Look at what it says. Without significant policy changes, the Maldives remains at high risk of external and overall debt distress. This is what the IMF is saying. And what exactly is debt distress? When a country is unable to repay its loans, so either the loan has to be forgiven or it has to be restructured. Basically, it's a fancy word for being broke. The IMF says the Maldives is at high risk of being in that position. But do we know why? Well, the report mentions two major issues. One is high import prices. The Maldives does not locally produce much. Everything from fuel to food is imported. And commodity prices are high. You have two wars in West Asia and Europe, plus major concerns about supply chains. And the result is this: the Maldives takes loans to import stuff. The second reason is tourism. It makes up almost 1/3 of the Maldivian economy. And the IMF has flagged an issue with it. Again, let me quote from what they've said. Uncertainty surrounding the outlook is high and risks are tilted to the downside, including from delayed fiscal consolidation and weaker growth to key source markets for tourism. This is what the IMF has said in its warning to the Maldives. Let me focus on one point. Weaker growth in key tourism markets. Is that a reference to India? It could very well be. Indian arrivals in the Maldives are down 40% this year. Even their tourism minister is appealing for help. He is asking Indians to visit his country. But is President Mohammad Muizzu aware of these challenges? Doesn't look like it. You see, a big source of Maldivian debt is China. Just look at these numbers. Total foreign debt is more than $3 billion. Around 42% of it is owed to China. Total public debt is much higher. It's almost 118% of the GDP. And their GDP is almost $7 billion. Most of this debt was racked up in the last decade by Muizzu's mentor turned rival, Abdullah Yameen. He was president from 2013 to 2018, and this time he borrowed heavily from China. But it's now Muizzu's job to pay back. And how does he plan to do that? By taking more loans from China. In January, he traveled to Beijing for a 5-day visit. He asked China to restructure existing loans. China said, we'll think about it. But in that same trip, around 21 deals were signed, from digital economy to land reclamation to housing projects and for roads and highways. And here's the catch. We don't know the details of these projects. Chances are it's more loans and debt. Of course, Muizzu does not see a problem here. He says China's assistance is selfless. How about that? Two words I never imagined hearing together, China and selfless. I'm sure Muizu saw what happened in Sri Lanka. Chinese loans pushed that country into a default. Could the Maldives be going the same way? At this rate, it is quite possible, which is why India should also be worried. Last week, the Maldivian foreign minister visited India. He had a special request for New Delhi, assistance of around $50 million. And India agreed. The State Bank of India has subscribed to a Maldivian treasury bill. It was supposed to mature this year, but the SBI will subscribe again. Basically, they will roll over the 50 million. Their foreign minister was all praises for this gesture. He said it symbolized goodwill and friendship. Talk about a turnaround. In January, President Muizu called India a bully, and now his foreign minister can't stop praising India. But New Delhi alone cannot fix their problems. The Maldives needs to take stock because we're talking about a fragile economy here. Tourism is not always reliable. And the pandemic has shown us that. And climate change is on the march. Many Maldivian islands are on the front lines. They will be affected by the rising ocean. So the Maldives needs a comprehensive financial strategy, one that is de-linked from politics. If not, the IMF's warnings may come true. In India, it's phase 4 of the general election. So 4 rounds of voting are over, 3 more remain. In this phase, some crucial seats went to the polls, especially in southern and eastern India. But the most talked about seat is that of Srinagar. This is the first time since 2019 that the people of Srinagar are voting, the first time since the abrogation of Article 370, which happened in August 2019. Also, for the first time since 1996, the BJP has not fielded a single candidate in Kashmir. Jammu and Kashmir has a total of 5 Lok Sabha seats. The BJP has fielded candidates in 2 seats in Jammu, but none in Kashmir. Why is that? Our next report tells you.
Today was phase 4 of polling in India. Voting took place over 96 constituencies in 10 states and union territories. Today's polling mostly covered southern and eastern states. Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Bihar and West Bengal. Crucial seats went to polls in all of these states. But there's another key seat that went to polls in this phase, Srinagar. It's a key seat in Kashmir. This is the first time it has voted since 2019. That's when Article 370 was abrogated. Jammu and Kashmir has a total of 5 Lok Sabha seats. In Jammu, there's 2, the seats of Udhampur and Jammu. And in Kashmir, there are 3, Srinagar, Baramulla and Anantnag Rajouri. All 5 seats are voting in 5 different phases. In Kashmir, Srinagar voted today. Baramulla will vote on May 20th and Anantnag Rajouri on May 25th. In Srinagar, the voter turnout was around 35.75% till 5 p.m. That's the highest since 1996. That's not all. For the first time since 1996, the BJP hasn't fielded any candidate in Kashmir. It has 2 candidates in Jammu, but in Kashmir, the ruling party is not fighting the elections. The party spokesperson says that the BJP's priority in Kashmir is not elections, but to win the hearts of the people. So with the BJP officially sitting out the polls, the contest is now between regional parties in Kashmir. There's the National Conference and the People's Democratic Party. Both these parties are part of a larger opposition alliance, but at the local level, they are rivals. Then there are others like the People's Conference and the Jammu and Kashmir Apni Party.
This election is not about votes. This election is not about winning and losing. This election is also about connecting people, trying to heal them.
The National Conference had always said right from the beginning that we won't go out into the streets and take matters into our own hands. Whenever we have to express a view, it will be using the democratic, constitutional, legal route that is available to political parties. And that's what we're telling voters now, that you have to make your voice heard.
But while the BJP may not be contesting the polls, it's not completely out of the picture. It could end up supporting some of the parties. The ruling party's regional chief even hinted at it. He said like-minded patriotic parties could count on the support of the BJP. India began voting on April 19th in what is the biggest election in the world. Around 1 billion voters are exercising their democratic right this election season. They will elect 543 members of the Lok Sabha, that's the lower house of parliament. With this phase, the fate of 379 out of 543 constituencies has been decided. The last phase of voting is on June 1st. The counting will be on June 4th. That's when we will know who will win this mega election in India.
Now let's talk about the next pandemic. Of course, no one wants it, but it's not something you can wish away, so it's best to be prepared and be informed. Where will the next big outbreak come from? It may not be like the Wuhan virus. It may not even come from a wet market or a lab. In fact, it could be in the making as we speak. I'm talking about drug-resistant superbugs. They're immune to antibiotics. They pose a significant risk to humans, especially in India. These bugs are taking thousands of lives every day. Every year, drug-resistant infections are killing at least 1.2 million people the world over. That's about 3,500 deaths every day. Many of these patients are dying of infections that are completely treatable. And we're talking about all kinds of infections here: bacterial, viral, fungal, parasitic, like pneumonia, tuberculosis, and malaria, just to name a few. They're all becoming harder to treat. Existing medicines aren't working very well. Proven drugs are failing to treat patients. Why is that? Because the bugs have built resistance to medicines, and Indian patients are particularly vulnerable. In 2019, a study was conducted. It looked at drug resistance in 41 countries to see how effective antibiotics are among different populations. 41 countries, and Indian patients were included in this research. A rating was assigned to every country. They were marked on a scale of 1 to 100. A low score meant the drugs were effective, and a high score showed significant drug resistance. Guess who got the highest score? India did. India's rating was 71.6, meaning there's a higher chance that antibiotics won't work in India. They won't be effective in treating a larger number of Indian patients. And why is this happening? Because antibiotics are often misused in India. Patients pop them for anything and everything. In many cases, people just self-diagnose and they start taking antibiotics without a doctor's prescription. In other instances, doctors prescribe them even when the patient doesn't need antibiotics. And we have data to back this claim. It is from India's National Centre for Disease Control. Again, this was a survey of 10,000 patients. And here is what it found. In more than 50% of the cases, more than half the cases, antibiotics were given as prophylaxis, meaning a preventive drug. The patients did not need an antibiotic. The idea was to preempt and stop the infection. That's why they were given it. Only in 45% of the cases, antibiotics were given to treat an infection. So basically, patients are popping antibiotics like it's candy, and this is dangerous. This overuse is what leads to resistance. Viruses and bacteria learn how to survive these drugs. So when the patient genuinely needs this medication, it is no longer effective. This is by far the biggest cause behind the rise of drug-resistant superbugs. There are other contributing factors too, like poor sanitation, the lack of access to clean water. They can all make this outbreak worse. Even air pollution can play a role. Countries with high levels of air pollution also have a high number of cases of antibiotic resistance. This problem is simply too big to ignore. We may need to invest in new drugs or implement tougher rules to regulate the sale of antibiotics, but so far, this seems no one's priority. It's not getting the kind of attention from world leaders that it deserves. Experts say if antibiotics continue to lose their effectiveness, by the year 2050, 10 million people could die every year, 10 million, just because of drug resistance. Since the pandemic in 2020, the world has talked about better preparedness, but our leaders need to put their money where their mouth is. Now we turn to North Africa, to the country of Tunisia, where protests broke out over the weekend. This was after a prominent lawyer was arrested. The lawyer's name is Sonia Dahmani. She's a fierce critic of Tunisia's president, Kais Saied. Dahmani made a sarcastic comment on a TV show last week On Saturday, the Tunisian police stormed the Bar Association headquarters in the capital. They arrested the lawyer. 2 journalists were also picked up. The arrests sparked outrage. Hundreds of Tunisians took to the streets. They demanded that the lawyer, the journalists and the imprisoned opposition leaders be all released. And they also demanded a date for the next presidential election. Here's our report.
This is what took place in Tunisia on Saturday. Masked men broke into the Bar Association headquarters. They clashed with the lawyers and other people present. And they abducted a person using force. But despite appearances, the masked abductors were actually the police.
The Bar Association headquarters in Tunis was stormed today, May 11th, 2024 at 7 p.m. by dozens of masked security force agents using violence and taking our colleague, lawyer Sania Damani, to an unknown location. Violence was used against the lawyers present at the headquarters.
The masked police officers were conducting an arrest. They picked up Sonia Damani, a prominent critic of the president Kais Saied. Damani was picked up for a sarcastic comment she made last week. She said something that mocked the president. President Saied had spoken about a conspiracy recently. A conspiracy to settle thousands of undocumented migrants from sub-Saharan Africa in Tunisia. Damani made fun of that theory. She said Tunisia wasn't a nice enough place that migrants would want to stay. The joke riled up the Tunisian president. It led to Damani's arrest. But the arrest sparked public anger. People took to the streets, and members of opposition political parties joined them.
The storming of the lawyer's house yesterday and the forcible taking of the lawyer Sania Damani represent a precedent unseen in all the authoritarian eras in Tunisia.
The people are accusing the president of becoming increasingly authoritarian. Saied is a democratically elected president. He won the last election in 2019. But since then, he has tightened his grip on power. In 2021, he dissolved Tunisia's parliament. He began ruling by decree. It was described as a self-coup. Saied also brought Tunisia's judiciary under his thumb. He then proceeded to arrest critics, journalists and even opposition leaders.
Today, people are being arrested for anything, absolutely anything. On top of all that, we are undermining the upcoming elections. Tunisia will be on the brink of crisis and collapse. Therefore, we advocate for holding the elections on the scheduled date, ensuring they are conducted within a framework of freedom and equal opportunity.
Now, Tunisians are demanding the date of the next presidential election. Saied assumed office in October 2019. His 5-year term is almost over. But despite this, no election date has been announced. The people of Tunisia are afraid that Saied might try and extend his reign beyond his term. That is why they are demanding an election date. But will Saied listen? Will he release his jailed opponents and announce a date? Considering his track record, it seems unlikely. So we may see more protests in Tunisia in the days to come.
It's a big day for India. The country will soon operate its first ever foreign port. Which one? Iran's Chabahar. It's been a story of delays and troubles. The project was first pitched in the year 2003, but it's taken 2 decades to reach here. Today, India's shipping minister travelled to Iran. In his presence, a deal was signed. An Indian company will now equip and operate a terminal at Chabahar. The company is called IPGL, India Ports Global Limited. It's a state-owned company which focuses on foreign ports. The deal is for 10 years. And this deal is very important. The IPGL was running operations at Chabahar, but that was a short-term deal. It had to be renewed every year. Now, this latest agreement is long-term. It locks down India as a port operator for 10 years. IPGL will invest around $120 million in Chabahar. We're talking about new equipment, like reed stackers, forklifts, unloaders, basically things you need to run a major port. India is also extending some loans to Iran, loans worth $250 million. This money will be spent on projects near Chabahar, maybe roads or railways. Let's look at why this project is so important. Chabahar is located in southeast Iran. It's around 550 nautical miles from Gujarat's Kandla port, also 780 nautical miles from Mumbai. Chabahar can be a window for India. From here, you can trade with Central Asia, you can get aid to Afghanistan, you can link up to Russia in the north, and you can do all this while bypassing Pakistan. So it's a very important project. Also look at the port next door. Pakistan's Gwadar port is east of Chabahar. It is the crown jewel of China's investments in the country. So Chabahar can steal Gwadar's thunder, especially if India moves quick. But that's also the issue here. India has moved very slowly on Chabahar. You can blame US sanctions, you can blame conflicts, but the fact is there were delays and Iran was losing patience. This year, Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar visited Tehran. The Iranians had a warning for him. Get Chabahar ready or face penalties. And it appears that India got the message because weeks later an agreement has been signed. It's important for a couple of reasons. One, it's India's first such long-term port deal, and second, it is with Iran, a country heavily sanctioned by the West. India could have given in to US pressure. Instead, India stood by Iran, and that's a strong political message. And finally, reason number 3, a template for the future. India is still new to such overseas projects. Yes, we've built schools and libraries and other infrastructure in the neighborhood, but this is heavy infrastructure. So it's a chance for India to showcase its delivery skills, to tell the world that we can do it too. And who knows, maybe more such projects will follow. India is betting on Chabahar to succeed. Minister Jaishankar said today's agreement will lead to more investments.
As and when a long-term arrangement is concluded, it will clear the pathway for bigger investments to be made in the port. Right now, the port has not grown because actually we didn't, if you don't have a long-term agreement, it's very difficult to invest in a port. So the very clear expectation is that the Chabahar port, at least that part of the Chabahar port that we are involved in, that will definitely see more investments. It will see more connectivity linkages coming out of that port.
Clearly, the focus is there, which is why the deal was signed now, in the middle of a general election in India, also in the middle of a war in West Asia. But what is the next stage? India's main focus appears to be Afghanistan and Central Asia, and if so, connectivity will be key. Things like roads and railways. It would provide access to new Asian markets. It would also cut down trade time to old ones like Russia. Let's see what happens with Chabahar's next stage of investments. Hopefully, it will be quicker than the first one. They say diamonds are a girl's best friend. Well, scratch that. In our universe, diamonds seem to be a planet's best friend. Scientists have discovered a new planet that is apparently made up of diamond. It's located 41 light years away. It is made of carbon and it's very, very dense. So scientists believe that all that carbon has crystallized into diamond, and it's not the only one. Planets made of diamond may be more common than you imagine. Our next report explains.
In a galaxy far, far away, astronomers have stumbled upon a cosmic jackpot, a diamond planet. It's known as 55 Cancri E. The planet is located 41 light-years away. It's twice the size of Earth, 9 times the mass of our planet. It's what scientists would call a super-Earth. That means it's larger than Earth, but smaller than planets like Uranus and Jupiter. But why is it dubbed the diamond planet? You see, planets are made of dust and gases. Usually, it's all about the ratio of those gases. Take Earth, for example. It has a lower carbon to oxygen ratio, which makes our diamond content pretty low, around 0.001%. But some others have a higher carbon to oxygen ratio, like this planet, 55 Cancri E. It's mostly made of carbon, which is new for planetary chemistry. Usually, diamonds are formed when carbon is crystallized. It is usually under intense heat and pressure. This planet has both. First, it's very, very dense. Second, it's boiling hot. So scientists believe all the carbon on this planet has been compressed to diamond. Of course, like all other planets, this one too has a star. It's called the Cancri A. But unlike the Earth, it's located much closer to its star. That's what makes it so hot. It has a surface temperature of almost 2,400 degrees Celsius. In fact, the radiation is so high, it has stripped the planet of its atmosphere. But to the surprise of NASA, this planet has grown a second atmosphere. Of course, a diamond planet sounds very exciting, but 55 Cancri E isn't the only one. It's raining diamonds in our galaxies. Scientists believe there could be thousands of such planets. Out of the 5,600 confirmed exoplanets, researchers think over 1,900 could have diamond rain. That's almost a third of all discovered exoplanets. And there's a reason for this. Earlier it was believed that forming diamonds needed particular conditions, but it seems easier than what was believed. Compressed carbon compounds can turn into diamonds at less extreme temperatures than estimated. That means diamond rain could be more common than previously imagined. Which brings us to the question, why can't we get some of those? Well, the answer is quite simple. These planets are light years away. 1 light year is almost 9.5 trillion kilometers. So getting to these planets is almost impossible. And even if we did reach them, they won't be the most hospitable. Imagine record high temperatures and ice rain. So while diamond rain sounds incredible, we will have to enjoy it from afar. While diamonds may be one of the most precious gemstones on Earth, and it is rare on our little planet, but our galaxies seem to have an abundance of it. Guess diamonds are a planet's best friend.
Endless swiping, empty conversations, too few or too many matches. It is no surprise that online daters are burnt out. People say relationships are hard work, but to many, even finding love feels like a full-time job. Well, if you can relate, the founder of Bumble, a popular dating app, has a solution for you. This is Whitney Wolf Hurd, and she says that soon artificial intelligence will date for you. Let me explain. This was a discussion on how AI could influence dating, and she proposed a scenario where singles use AI dating concierges. They would stand in for their users by reaching out to prospective partners online, scanning them and choosing people worth meeting. This would mean goodbye endless swiping and cringy small talk. Well, those are the obvious positives. But this idea has invited uneasiness as well. Some say this sounds like an AI-style arranged marriage. Some claim this would only exacerbate loneliness, and some have compared the idea to episodes of Black Mirror. For those who have not watched it, it's a TV series about the dystopian uses of technology. Not to sound like a neo-Luddite, but it does sound a bit strange. After all, this is counterintuitive. Using artificial intelligence to make authentic connections. But believe it or not, this is not the future. It's already happening. We're already living in the age of automated dating, much like our artwork, our homes. AI is infiltrating the dating space too. How? AI is acting as a wingman, a love guru, a matchmaker, and even a partner. Established players have already integrated AI into their platforms, and they're regularly testing new products. For instance, Tinder is building a new tool. It will offer advice on which pictures work for the user. Kind of like a tech version of asking your friends which photos to use. But it's not the industry leaders who are taking the lead on AI, it's the new apps. Name an online dating problem, and there is an AI solution. Unsure of how to start a conversation? Dating apps will function as a digital wingman. They will come up with killer opening lines for you. Tired of the initial small talk? 2 AI bots will start a conversation. If the humans like what they read, well, they can jump in. Don't know whom to date. Dating apps will use AI and pair potential couples. And that's not all. If you want to make dating even less human, an array of apps offer digital girlfriends and boyfriends.
A real person cannot be with you and be ready to chat with you at any given time of the day, but my AI partner can serve this kind of role. I don't think any of the companions or the lovers in real life are perfect, but I can create the AI partners according to my preferences.
All kinds of dating apps are using artificial intelligence in ways that were earlier reserved for sci-fi movies. And maybe it is a novelty or the ease of use, but people are increasingly willing to give it a try. According to a recent study, 75% of dating app users want to use AI to text potential love interests. But theatrics aside, the question still remains, can AI hack love? Will AI change dating for better or for worse? Honestly, it's too early to answer that question, but we can draw parallels. Look at the HR industry. It has been flooded by bland and bizarre resumes written with the help of ChatGPT. But then again, job hunting platforms are using AI as well. And they have benefited from it. So will AI streamline the dating process, or will it make profiles less honest? Will dating platforms shelter millions of bots as humans descend further into isolation, or will they make it easier to find love? We don't know how AI bots will affect dating, but we do know what they won't do, what the bots won't do. They won't make people better at communicating. They won't make the relationship itself easier. They won't stop hearts from breaking. AI may provide a new interface for the same old routine, the exasperating search for love and all that goes into keeping it. As they say, the more things change, the more they remain the same. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In India, a huge billboard collapses during a dust storm in Mumbai, killing several people. In Italy, climate protesters disrupt Italian Open matches with confetti and glue. And in Iraq, a barber creates art using the hair of his clients. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1998, India carried out nuclear tests in Rajasthan's Pokhran. It was called Operation Shakti. With these tests, India entered an elite club of nuclear powers, but it did not go down well with the West. They condemned the tests. India has since been a responsible nuclear state with a no first use policy. We're leaving you on that note. Thanks for watching. We will see you tomorrow.
American e-commerce giant Amazon to invest $1.3 billion in France. The company says the move will create 3,000 permanent jobs in the European nation. We begin in the Middle East. Israel has launched a massive military operation in northern Gaza. After 2 nights of airstrikes, hundreds of Israeli tanks and troops marched into the town of Jabalia. The IDF claims that Hamas has regrouped in northern Gaza after the Palestinian group fired rockets into Israel from Jabalia over the weekend.
In northern Gaza, in the last hour, fighter jets have been striking terrorist targets. This morning, we began a temporary evacuation process of the Jabalia area from this area towards the center of the strip as part of our preparation for a military operation. In recent weeks, we have identified attempts by Hamas to restore its military capabilities in Jabalia, and we are working to dismantle these attempts.
With fighting erupting again in northern Gaza, Israel continues to encircle and choke Rafah. And already the United Nations has estimated that over 300,000 Palestinians have been forced to flee the Gaza city in just the last week. And now Rafah's last remaining 24-hour hospital is on the verge of collapse.
With the Arab, international, and Islamic silence, the situation becomes more and more catastrophic. Now Kuwaiti's specialty hospital became in the area that is threatened with evacuation. The Zionist enemy breaks all international and humanitarian laws. There is no place for patients and injured to go to except for this hospital.
Now, amid the backdrop of the latest offensive by Israel, the United States is stepping up its criticism. The U.S. has accused Israel of possibly breaching international humanitarian law by using American-made weapons against civilians in Gaza. And the White House says that it remains highly concerned of Israel's actions in Rafah. Now, despite the stern comments from Washington, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has decided to carry on with the operation in Rafah.
Keep going until victory, and that's how we will do it. The spirit of the people, with God's help, will continue to lift us up in the fateful challenges that are still ahead of us, and that we had in our 76 years of independence.
And Hamas is accusing Netanyahu of not wanting a ceasefire deal, which they say Israel has discarded with the invasion of Rafah. Hamas has also criticized President Joe Biden for continuing to support Israel. And now, after Hamas ruled out further negotiations, thousands of Israelis took to the streets to protest against Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Here in hunger strike for 8 days now because the government is doing nothing for the deal with Hamas.
We are now fighting for the living. We are very much in favor of remembering the dead and unite with them on this day. But as important as that is to fight for the living. These girls are alive and we need to take them out from there, and it's our government duty to all citizens to get them out.
To date, the Israeli Prime Minister has refused to agree to a ceasefire and has launched more military operations in the already battered Gaza. It appears the more isolated and attacked Prime Minister Netanyahu becomes, the more aggressive and dogmatic he is in doubling down on his approach to the war in the region, further blurring the lines between the innocent and the guilty. And moving to Russia now, where in a surprise move, President Vladimir Putin has removed his longtime ally, Sergei Shoigu, as defense minister. He'll be replaced by Andrei Belousov, Russia's deputy prime minister and an economist. Meanwhile, Shoigu will be appointed secretary of the country's powerful Security Council, which is currently led by one of Putin's closest allies. Now the announcement comes days after Putin was sworn in as the president for the 5th time. And these changes are the most significant that Putin has made to the military command since Russia launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine over 2 years ago. Across the border, Russia claimed to have captured 5 villages near the Kharkiv region in Ukraine's northeast. And Ukrainian soldiers said Russian troops just walked in as there was no first line of defense. Reports say that Ukrainian and Western intelligence knew that an incursion was likely to happen. In fact, Russia had been steadily building up its troop presence in the region, amassing more than 30,000 soldiers. Now, Putin has publicly stated his goal was to create a buffer zone inside the Kharkiv region to protect Russian territories from Ukraine's artillery strikes. Now, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said his troops are pushing back against the attacks and fighting for control of the territory. Zelensky also added that he was rushing more troops to Kharkiv and that Russia's ground operation was possibly an attempt to draw Ukrainian forces away from the eastern front lines.
Special attention is paid to the Kharkiv region. Defensive battles, fierce fighting continue on a large part of our border strip. There are villages that have actually turned from a gray zone into a zone of hostilities, and the occupier is trying to gain a foothold in some of them, while others are being used to advance further. We are also paying constant attention to other areas of the combat operations. The Donetsk directions is no less acute now. In fact, the idea behind the attacks in the Kharkiv region is to spread our forces thin and undermine the moral and motivational foundation of the Ukrainians' ability to defend themselves.
Now, with changes on the ground in Ukraine and among top brass in Moscow, it's clear the war is moving into a different phase. What is unclear is what this new phase looks like and if it gets either side to its stated goal. Today marks make or break in the Donald Trump hush money trial. Michael Cohen, Donald Trump's one-time fixer, makes his highly anticipated appearance on the witness stand today. Cohen, who already pled guilty and served prison time on federal charges surrounding the hush money payments, will now take the stand under oath and attempt to implicate his former boss in the falsification of business records. Now, throughout this trial, Michael Cohen has served as the centerpiece for both the prosecution and the defense. In fact, a number of witnesses, from former CEO of the National Enquirer David Pecker to Hope Hicks, Trump's communications director and one-time confidant, to Stormy Daniels herself, have all offered testimony that leads back to the prosecution's star witness. And as the prosecution looks to rest their case this week, they save their most troubled witness, their most polarizing witness, and their most explosive witness for the end. A man that once boasted he would take a bullet for Donald Trump, Cohen has now become one of the ex-president's biggest antagonists, attacking Donald Trump without impunity. Cohen's personal grudge against his former boss knows no bounds, and that personal grudge match between Cohen and Trump will play out today in spectacular fashion before 12 jurors in a Manhattan courtroom. Of course, with a sullied and tainted reputation as a noted and convicted liar, many are watching to see if Michael Cohen can back up the testimony he will deliver today. Testimony that will undoubtedly be vociferously attacked by the defense. Testimony that, if believed, could be the underpinning for the first ever guilty verdict of an ex-president in the nation's history. And now to the Caribbean nation of Haiti. Residents are seeking solace in the ancient tradition of voodoo as the violent gangs tighten their grip on the country. They're visiting voodoo priests with urgent requests ranging from locating kidnapped family members to finding critical medicines. Practitioners are offering papayas, coffee, and even lollipops and cheesy puffs to the spirits. Our next report explains why voodoo is a crucial part of Haiti's culture.
As gang violence continues to spiral out of control in the Caribbean nation of Haiti, more and more Haitians turn to voodoo, a religion born out of struggle. They sing with their voices rising above the gunfire erupting miles away as the frantic drum beats drown out their troubles. So what exactly is voodoo? The word translates to spirit or deity. It's rooted in the religious traditions of West and Central Africa, where the ancestors of most Haitians were born. The African religion was at the root of the revolution that made Haiti the world's first free republic back in 1804. It combines Catholicism with animist beliefs and has no official leader or creeds. Instead, the religion believes in a single god and over 1,000 spirits. Many people believe that voodoo is a cult, black magic or devil worship. But practitioners say that it's been misjudged throughout history. Now it has become a more powerful and accepted religion across Haiti.
Today voodoo is different. It is a clean and pure voodoo which is philosophy, spirituality and magic. Voodoo is in education, economy, social life and politics and much more.
As violent gangs continue to kill, rape and kidnap people across the country, a growing number of Haitians are praying or visiting voodoo priests with urgent requests. These requests range from locating kidnapped family members to finding critical medicines to keep someone alive. During voodoo ceremonies, people offer everything, from papayas and coffee to even lollipops and cheesy puffs to the spirits. And the ceremony is considered successful if a voodooist is possessed by a spirit.
Each nation, each people have a name for their land, their history, their culture and their religion. We are Haitians and our culture and our soul is voodoo.
Voodoo priests say the religion has been attracting thousands given the surge of gang violence and government inaction. A temple in Haiti's capital, Port-au-Prince, which once had just 8 families as members, now counts more than 4,000 both in Haiti and abroad. Notably, gang violence has left more than 360,000 Haitians homeless. From January to March alone, over 2,500 people have been killed or injured, and nearly 2 million citizens are on the verge of a famine. While it's unknown how many people currently practice voodoo in Haiti, it's clear that the religion has become a crucial part of the country's culture and its struggle. And it's reflective of a popular saying that goes, Haiti is 70% Catholic, 30% Protestant, and 100% voodoo.
And finally, in Nigeria, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle embarked on a 3-day trip to the West African nation over the weekend. From Meghan revealing that she's in fact 43% Nigerian to Prince Harry's awkward interaction with troops, their visit certainly has people talking. Our Royal Report gets you all the latest details.
Every passing day seems to bring a new chapter of drama in the lives of the British royal family. Despite their intentions to carry out noble deeds, the outcome often veers off course. The meticulous planning invested in their foreign excursions still leaves something amiss. Recently, when Prince Harry and Meghan Markle embarked on a 3-day journey to Nigeria, little did they anticipate the unfolding events that awaited them. The itinerary promised a fully engaging experience, with invitations from Nigeria's Chief of Defense Staff and a series of engagements, including discussions on mental health, and the participation in a game of sitting volleyball. However, Meghan Markle's choice of attire during her visit to a Muslim school in Abuja raised eyebrows. She reached the school clad in a sleeveless satin dress called the Windsor gown. Many thought this was an inappropriate choice. If one goes to a religious school, one doesn't go in a dress which doesn't have any backing at all. Some speculated on its symbolic significance, given her strained relationship with the royal family. Was it deliberate or a mere coincidence? The visit was labeled by most as phony and awful. People witnessed Meghan's alleged disinterest during interactions with teachers and students. She allegedly looked away, looking bored and disinterested in the conversation. However, the students were happy to see the royal couple.
Like, I cannot put it into words how it feels to meet the Duke and the Duchess. Oh my God, the Duchess. Oh my God, they're wonderful people. Just, you know, on camera, they're good. But in person, holy moly.
Meeting the Duke and the Duchess today made me feel like I could do anything. And that's what I'm hoping to continue doing. Like, always continuing with the mindset that I can do anything as long as I set my mind to it.
Not just Meghan, but Harry was also not behaving the way he was expected to. People said that during a visit to meet wounded Nigerian soldiers, he was seen trying to copy his mother Diana. Harry held the hands of the wounded and reassured them that they will be fine. Only he didn't have the softness of his mother. The trip by the former royals entered into bigger controversy when Meghan proclaimed herself Nigerian. This happened during a speech at a women's leadership summit. She claimed to be 43% Nigerian. Markle found out about this through a genealogy test.
When I had done the genealogy and found out about my heritage, the first thing I did obviously was call my mom because I wanted to know if she had any awareness of it. And I think being African American, part of it is really not knowing so much about your lineage, your background, where you come from specifically. And it was exciting for both of us to discover more and understand what that really means.
She expressed a desire to delve deeper into her roots. However, Nigerians were not pleased. These claims by Markle were touted as an effort to enhance her personal image. When the estranged royal couple arrived in Nigeria, Markle was seen making a statement as a stateswoman. She wore nothing but neutral colors. But later, she said she got the memo that she needed to wear more colors and changed into more vibrant colored outfits. She wrapped her trip up with a white blouse with traditional Nigerian Aso-Oke attire. Meghan Markle and her husband Harry's recent trip to Nigeria has been nothing short of a return to the spotlight. After keeping a low profile for some time, they are back at it again. Harry and Meghan Markle continue to carve out their path beyond the confines of traditional royal expectations. But this trip to the former British colony had more gaffes than gains.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. South Africa goes to the polls on the 29th of May. I will track the election and bring you ground reports. Is it the end of the road for the African National Congress? And will former President Jacob Zuma stage a dramatic comeback? From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global South. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. We will bring you all the election updates. Hello and welcome. Let's take a look at our top story. South Africa is at a pivotal point as it gets ready to vote in general elections in 15 days. Multiple polls have predicted a dwindling support for the African National Congress. with the MK party making some gains and even threatening to take voters from other opposition parties. Analysts say Jacob Zuma could be in a position to be kingmaker. The main opposition party, the Democratic Alliance, is hoping for the fall of the ANC. It has been telling the citizens that a new government is within their reach and that this election, their vote will rescue South Africa. Over the weekend, the Democratic Alliance held its biggest rally in 30 years in Durban to wrest the KwaZulu-Natal province from the African National Congress. In fact, Firstpost attended the Democratic Alliance's rescue rally that was attended by 10,000 supporters. Take a look at my report.
We are coming to you from Curry's Mountain in KwaZulu-Natal from the Democratic Alliance Rescue Rally. The DA is the official opposition in South Africa, and this is a closing rally in the run-up to the elections that will be held on the 29th of May. The excitement is palpable at this historic rally with an expected turnout of 10,000 supporters, the largest in KwaZulu-Natal. As leaders and public representatives unite, they aim to inspire a vision for a prosperous future with Chris Pappas at the helm as the next Premier. We will bring you all the election updates on this pivotal moment in South Africa's political future.
Thousands of Democratic Alliance supporters flocked the historic rally that was held at the Curry's Fountain Stadium in Durban. Now, during the rally, the Democratic Alliance leaders delivered their action plan for citizens, including a fight against corruption and the creation of millions of jobs.
In this election, we have two choices. The one choice is the Doomsday Coalition led by the ANC, the EFF and the MK. That will take South Africa towards more decline. The other option, which is about hope and restoring South Africa's place towards prosperity, is a coalition led by the DA in the multi-party charter. We've got a solid plan to rescue South Africa, we've got a solid plan to rescue our economy from decline, and we've got a solid plan to make sure that every South African can have a stake in their future. Our core offer going into this election is premised around the concept of rescuing South Africa, right? Given the levels of unemployment in our country, one of our core offers is lifting 6 million people out of poverty. And we aim to do that by creating 2 million jobs. Whether you are a premier, whether you are a mayor, you are the president of the country, if your executive behaves unethically, there must be consequences. People must be fired for getting involved in corruption.
The iconic stadium just outside the Durban city centre has played host to many historic events over the past century, from union gatherings to political rallies to cultural events. The party's federal leader, John Steenhuisen, was also in attendance.
Because we are on the verge of history. We are on the verge of history because the prospects of the DA being in government for the first time in this province are high. This is the culmination of the DA's rally and campaigning here in KwaZulu-Natal. We've got an amazing candidate in Chris Pappas, and we've got an amazing offer that has 7 key pillars about rescuing KZN. So as you will see, the crowds are starting to trickling in, and we believe right now that the DA is in the strongest possible position to form part of government here in KwaZulu-Natal after the 29th of May.
Despite the KwaZulu-Natal province being an ANC stronghold, the Democratic Alliance has not thrown in the towel in the political battle. It says the show of support at the rally is a sign that the party is breaking new ground.
I think the biggest significance is the turnout and the demographics of the people that have attended this. And it just shows that people need hope, they need change, and the only way they're going to achieve that is through a political change. And I think that's really exciting today, to see so many people coming out here. And very often we're referred to as a white party, as a racist party. Well, this certainly puts our critics to sleep on what we've experienced today. Clearly there's going to be no outright winner in this election. The ANC are currently polling below 30%. We're polling above 20%. So it's an open race. But clearly one party is not going to take it. So coalition government is going to be the future of the province of KwaZulu-Natal.
South Africa's heated political race is intensifying as campaigning enters the last few days. The battle for power culminates on the 29th of May. However, there is increasing uncertainty about the outcome. A coalition government is looking like a possibility for the first time since the end of apartheid. Now, for more on the political developments in Africa, we are being joined live by Professor Andre Duvenhage, the political analyst and a research professor at the Northwest University in Potchefstroom. Welcome to Firstpost Africa, Professor. Now, the DA held their rescue rally in KwaZulu-Natal. Right, this was on Saturday. Their message was that these elections are critical for the future of South Africa. In your view, just how critical are the upcoming elections to the successful future of South Africa?
Alison, I have no doubt that this is the most important election since the 1994 election, entering at that point in time the post-apartheid dispensation. And at the moment, there are major political, economic and social issues within the country. For example, a high unemployment rate, high levels of crime, high levels of instability, low levels of economic growth. And there's no doubt that the ruling ANC party is under severe pressure. Some of the surveys were indicating a support base even below 40%. My own assessment is that the ANC normally mobilize a lot of support closer to the election. So I believe that they will come close to a win. But I think the more likely scenario for the ANC is not to attain an absolute majority, and it's highly likely that we can see some form of a coalition government. Now, you did a lot of assessment on KZN. There are two provinces in this election that is extremely critical, not only for the ANC, but for the country as a whole. And that is KZN and the major industrial province of Gauteng. Now, at this point in time, it seems about the fact that in both these provinces, we are going to see some form of a coalition. Just a small note on the 2021 elections. There we have seen the ANC's national support on only 47.5% if you measure that nationally. But interestingly, there were about, of the 250 plus local governments, there were more than 70 hung councils, indicating the reality of coalition politics.
Right. Now, Professor, as you touched on there has been a lot of talk about coalitions ahead of the upcoming elections, with people saying that it is likely the ANC will lose the majority for the first time since South African democracy. So you agree with this? And which parties then are likely to form coalitions?
Well, I think we are working with more than one scenario. I'm working with about 3 scenarios at this point. One is that the ANC can either win the election with a very small margin or just lose it with a very small margin. And then they can basically, with the support of smaller parties, attain an absolute majority on a national level. However, in KZN and in Gauteng, I think there need to be more substantive coalitions. Now, who are the potential partners of the ANC? You know, when we talk about ANC politics, I think the ANC would like to rescue KZN, who are their biggest province. So I'm not excluding the possibility that the IFP, currently part of the multi-party charter, may be going very close to the ANC. But I'm also not excluding the MK party or the EFF. However, the more unlikely scenario is the ANC working with the Democratic Alliance. I think, however, if we can end up in a situation where the ANC and the DA can literally create a government of national unity, that will probably be the best case for South Africa in the near and medium future.
Right. Now, the leader of the DA, John Steenhuisen, has called a possible coalition between the ANC, the EFF and the MK parties as doomsday for South Africa. What are your thoughts on this statement?
Well, to a certain extent, I can agree. But when it comes to democracy, we need to abide the will of the majority. And if that is the will of the majority, that is the way to go. That is the core principle of democracy and democratic elections. But I must tell you, I am currently very concerned about the left to center approach in South African politics. We have seen extremely low levels of economic growth. In fact, over the past decade or more, the average growth rate was around 1%. If we talk about the unemployment situation, one definition above 30%, the bigger definition above 40%. Instability in the country between 1994 and 2017, 500,000 people were killed in murders. That is more than the death total in some countries that are currently in a form of civil war, including what is going on between Russia and the Ukraine. So we need in South Africa drastic reform. We need to create an environment that is conducive for investment in the country, because the South African economy needs investment. We need stability. Currently, about 80% of our municipalities experience a form of dysfunctionality. Putting all of this together, I think there's a huge need for radical reform. And I think the Democratic Alliance can play a very important role in attempts to reform politics, the economy, and society. When it comes to the ANC, in combination with more radical groups like the MK group or the EFF, I am much more concerned. In that sense, I agree with John Steenhuisen.
Professor, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa, your valued insights and analysis there.
Thank you very much.
Now, from a rapidly declining economy to a political paralysis, Tunisia is facing a two-way crisis, with a wave of arrests targeting activists, journalists and opposition. Many in the country are now fearing the return of authoritarian rule. Hundreds of protesters took to the streets of Tunisia's capital, Tunis, demanding the release of imprisoned journalists, lawyers and opposition figures. The demonstrators also called for setting a date for the African country's presidential polls.
The National Salvation Front takes to the streets again to fight for fair election conditions. We consider this battle necessary, firstly, to set a date for the presidential elections, and secondly, to ensure the conditions for free, fair, and democratic elections, which we do not see as reality.
A string of arrests targeting those critical to President Kais Saied have left many angry. Now, on the 11th of May, Tunisia's police arrested a prominent lawyer, Sonia Damani, who is known for her fierce criticism of the president. The authorities stormed the building of the Deanship of Lawyers to take her into custody. 2 journalists were also arrested on the same day.
The storming of the lawyer's house yesterday and the forcible taking of the lawyer Sonia Domani represent a precedent unseen in all the authoritarian eras in Tunisia. This incident is a dangerous development that we believe reflects the crisis of the July 25th system, and it expresses the state of panic experienced by this system of living forces in the country.
The incident marked the administration's latest move in its efforts to crack down on dissent. Domani's arrest came after she made sarcastic remarks about the country. Now, earlier in the week, she denounced Tunisia's living conditions during a local TV program. Criticizing the country, Domani said that half of the youth wanted to flee Tunisia. Many viewers reportedly found her comments degrading. The basis for Domani's arrest is thought to be a controversial law known as Decree 54. The law was signed by President Said in September of 2022. Authorities say that the law was introduced to combat fake news, but it has received some mounting flack from critics who say it is used to crack down on dissent. According to reports, some 60 journalists, lawyers and opposition members have been held under the decree.
Today, people are being arrested for anything, absolutely anything. On top of all that, we are undermining the upcoming elections. Tunisia will be on the brink of crisis and collapse. Therefore, we advocate for holding the elections on the scheduled date, ensuring they are conducted within a framework of freedom and equal opportunity.
Tunisia's President Kais Saied came to power in 2019, but in 2021 he sacked the Prime Minister and suspended the parliament. Following the parliament's dissolution, Saied moved to rule by decree. In 2022, he issued a presidential decree granting himself the power to fire judges, and this the opposition described as a self-coup. Now, from diplomacy to territories and from trade to technology, for decades, China and the United States have been marked by several disputes vying for global dominance. Now, their newest playing field in recent years has been Africa, and the latest frontier, artificial intelligence. In the latest, the US and China will hold their first talks on artificial intelligence, with Washington set to raise concerns about Beijing's use of the technology. Both China and the US have stepped up efforts to collaborate with African countries on attracting AI investment and formulating policy. The United States has already invested in AI in Africa. Silicon Valley giant Google opened its first AI lab in Ghana. IBM also has research facilities in Kenya and South Africa. Last month, the American Chamber of Commerce held a business summit in Nairobi. Washington announced a partnership to enable U.S. companies to invest in AI and data centers in Kenya. While the U.S. has provided substantial aid to African countries, China's approach has been different. It has focused on infrastructure investments. In fact, China began its commercial engagements in Africa in the late 1990s. Since 2013, Beijing has been investing in Africa's internet infrastructure and connectivity through President Xi Jinping's Belt and Road Initiative. Now, China also declared its intention to collaborate with African countries on AI at the China-Africa Internet Summit last month. Some 20 African countries were a part of the summit in China's port city of Xiamen. Now, China also pushed for the establishment of Africa AI policy, as well as the promotion of AI technology, research and development in African institutions. A handful of African countries, including Rwanda, Egypt and Mauritius, have published national AI strategies. Others, including Nigeria, Kenya and South Africa, are developing similar strategies. But there are growing calls to adopt regulation of AI on the continent. One country on the continent that is rapidly pursuing AI is South Africa. South Africa has already established an artificial intelligence institute and is rolling out hubs at universities across the country. Both the US and China see South Africa as a gateway into Africa and the developing country's agenda. Now, African leaders will have a chance to adopt African Union's AI policy draft framework at next year's AU Heads of State Summit in February. Getting AI right would allow Africa to tap into its immense potential applications in new areas including health, education, and agriculture. According to reports, AI could add $1.5 trillion to Africa's economy by the year 2030, if the continent can capture just 10% of the market. Now, China has been leading the AI race by a considerable margin. Its President Xi Jinping had set the goal of becoming the global AI leader by the year 2030. And with China's AI growth, there seemed little doubt over who would win the tech race. But the year 2023 changed the game around. The unprecedented growth of the US-based OpenAI's ChatGPT raised eyebrows in China. Beijing has still not been able to compete with it. Its own versions thereafter lag behind the American one in multiple ways. So, for AI, will Africa turn toward China or the US? This increased focus on artificial intelligence in Africa comes at a time when there is a simmering anti-West sentiment in several African nations as they tilt towards China and Russia. But will this shift in sentiment also apply to collaboration on the AI front? That remains to be seen. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Today, we are getting you a story from South Sudan. Weekly comedy shows have seamlessly woven themselves into the fabric of the cultural landscape. This is no small feat in a country grappling with the aftermath of political turmoil and civil strife. A courageous group of comedians have embarked on a mission to bring laughter back into the lives of South Sudanese people. Here's our report.
Nestled in the bustling heart of South Sudan's Juba city lies a hidden gem that ignites laughter and joy every Thursday evening. As the sun sets and the city buzzes with anticipation, thousands flock to a concert hall with munchies in hand, ready to immerse themselves in a unique form of entertainment which has become a beacon of hope in this war-torn region. What started as a small venture a decade ago has blossomed into Juba's most beloved entertainment fixture, weekly comedy shows. In a country plagued by political conflicts and civil unrest, the mission was simple yet profound: to make people laugh again against all odds. A group of courageous comedians took on this challenge. They were armed with the belief that humor could be a powerful tool for healing.
People were saying, please, I was so stressed. After going through your comedies, I am now relieved, I'm happy. They always tell us, please continue, guys. You're making us happy. At least you're making us forget our problems.
One of the comedians who started the comedy club says that at first their efforts were met with skepticism and resistance. People questioned why they should pay to laugh when there was so much hardship all around. Some people even hurled bottles at the comedians, dismissing their attempts as frivolous. Many said they wanted to dance and not laugh. But gradually, the public's appetite for comedy grew, and so did their understanding of its significance. Performers say the comedy scene in South Sudan has now evolved into a mature and respected art form. Earlier, one couldn't make a joke about tribes or government. A comedian could be killed if he hurt someone's sentiments. But now they're invited to weddings and government functions, and people understand the craft better. However, the comedians too navigate delicate topics with finesse. The topics the comedians tackle range from the 2013 to 2018 war that cost hundreds of thousands of lives to everyday quarrels between husbands and wives. Comedians can now push boundaries about many hot-button issues. One comedian joked about South Sudan's schools being broke in the presence of the country's education minister. They usually don't take up topics about killing and death, but they sometimes refer to it. What sets these comedians apart is their ability to make the audience feel seen and understood. They draw inspiration from the quirks of everyday life in Juba, from making fun of the dance styles of suburban girls to the idiosyncrasies of authoritarian families.
The way I would see comedy from South Sudan in the diaspora, it's very different than what we watch out there. I would say it's a lot of inside jokes. You have to be South Sudanese to really understand the joke. Sometimes I try to explain to some people who are not South Sudanese like what's so funny about it, and they kind of get it, but they don't get it fully because it's just there's so many different nuances, so many different things underneath that they don't understand.
No topic is too taboo. They navigate the complexities of South Sudan's political and social landscape with wit and sensitivity. As attendees leave the concert hall, their hearts feel lighter and their spirits lifted.
The performance was really so superb. It was so awesome. Even me, I'm one of the fans who really went celebrating, enjoying this day, and there were a lot of laughter in the theater. People were so excited, despite the fact that there are a lot of challenges outside. But when you enter Kilikiliana, you really feel so happy and you learn a lot.
One thing is clear, laughter truly is the best medicine. In a country where the echoes of war still linger, these weekly comedy shows offer a glimmer of hope, reminding people that even amidst the chaos, there is still joy to be found.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. What's the best way to gauge an election? Maybe talk to the voters or conduct an opinion poll. These are the conventional options. But in India, there seems to be a new election pundit, the stock market. Now, markets do not have a favorite political party, but they do like two things: policy continuity and political stability. That's what stock markets want. Until now, nobody really gave much attention to the markets. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his party, the BJP, were widely expected to win, so the assumption was that the markets would boom. We've now completed 4 phases of voting and suddenly the markets are in the news, not because of the boom, but because of a sudden fall. Let's look at India's Sensex. Since the start of May, it has lost 1,500 points. The index is more than 2% down. Same with the Nifty. It has lost more than 400 points. Again, that's almost 2% down. So what's the deal here? Should you be worried about the Indian stock markets? Is there a political message here? The government says no. 2 central ministers have addressed this issue, Home Minister Amit Shah and External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. Both of them played down this market dip. Listen in.
I think to me, it's very clear where the election is going. The exact number people may have a debate. In democracy, they should be debating it also. But I am very sure as round after round takes place, markets will be less and less volatile because the markets will see exactly what those numbers, or will get a sense of, where those numbers will end up. And I'm very confident those numbers will end up very, very good for us.
Home Minister Amit Shah went one step further. He said, buy up stocks before June 4th because after the elections, they will shoot up. But let's keep the poll rhetoric aside. What could be driving the markets down? Does it have something to do with the elections? There are three factors at play here. First and most important, Indian stocks are already overvalued. What does that mean? It means the stock price is too high, the profits and outlook do not justify the price. Look at this report by Kotak Equities. It said Indian markets were overvalued across sectors. Only large cap shares were fine. The rest, around 90%, were overvalued. But inflated values do not last. Eventually, investors see the hype, so they book their profits and leave. When that happens, the markets crash. Which brings us to the second factor. A lot of foreign investors are leaving. They took out $2 billion in the last week. Compare that to April. In the whole of April, they took out just 1.9 billion. So 2 billion in 1 week and 1.9 billion in 1 month. You can see why the trajectory is bad. So where are these investors going? Well, money chases returns, and right now some markets are outperforming India. Japan, for instance, is doing quite well. So are markets in Southeast Asia. In fact, even Western markets are rebounding. In the US, Dow Jones is up 4.5%. In the UK, FTSE is up 5.7%. So the broad picture is quite clear. Foreign investors have booked their profits in India. They feel the markets are a bit volatile, so they're looking elsewhere. When they leave, they suck money out of the market. Less money equals less investment. Less investments equals lower prices. And finally, we come to the third reason. Poll jitters. The markets were prepared for a Modi victory. We had 5 state elections in November last year. The BJP won 3 of them, so the public opinion was quite clear. Prime Minister Modi would return for a third term. The campaign also reflected that confidence. The party slogan was 400 par, meaning more than 400 seats. But then came the voting and the turnout was low. 66.14% in phase 1, 66.71% in phase 2, 65.68% in phase 3 and 67.7% in phase 4. Compare this to the last elections. In 2014, the turnout was 66.6%. In 2019, it was 67.4%. I know the difference looks negligible, but remember, India has almost 1 billion voters. So even 0.1% is tens of thousands of votes. Now the question is, what does this low turnout mean? And frankly, no one is sure. Some say it could signal fatigue with the BJP or overconfidence of their supporters or just the heat wave in some parts of the country. Now, just to be clear, the markets do not have some inside information. They don't know who is winning any better than you and I do. They react to what they see. And what do they see now? A lot of chatter about the BJP losing momentum and a lot of press coverage about the turnout. Now, markets are not reacting to facts on the ground. They're reacting to perceptions. So, judging elections based on markets is quite risky. Chances are it's more about the financial side of things, like overvaluation and investor exodus. As for the elections, maybe let's stick to horses for courses. You wouldn't decide poll results based on GDP, would you? So why judge elections based on the markets? Meanwhile, China is unable to turn its fortunes. The bad news continues to trickle in. Foreign investment in China continues to plummet. In the first 3 months of 2024, FDI in China dropped by 56%. That's foreign direct investment, 56% down. From January to March this year, China received just a little over $10 billion as FDI. This is a new low for the world's second largest economy. Although experts say they saw this coming. The signs of weakness were visible last year as well. And how much FDI did China get in 2023? Just $33 billion. Their lowest amount in 30 years. Seems like in the first quarter of 2024, China's situation has not improved. And this is despite Xi Jinping's personal efforts. He tried to win over foreign investors in March. He met with top American business leaders. Beijing did not really reveal what Xi Jinping told them, but he is believed to have indicated that he is listening to the business community and that he appreciates their challenges. It hasn't helped, though. They don't seem to be convinced. Because China suffers a serious trust deficit. Investors do not trust it. America has sanctioned it. And now Europe is planning to act on Chinese imports. They want to impose more tariffs on Chinese goods.
I don't think anyone really is a fan of terrorists and probes and investigations, but it's a consequence of things being at a place where they're not supposed to be. We're going to see many more unless we find a way to talk about these things that are seen as being out of balance.
It's not just about the trade tensions. Investors have another problem with China. They do not feel safe there. Last year, China revised its anti-espionage law. The changes were broad and sweeping. It turned foreign businesses into targets for scrutiny. If you're a foreign worker in China and Chinese authorities find your activities suspicious, they could start investigating. If you're a Chinese worker and you work with a foreigner, the consequences could be even more serious. And these are not one-off cases. China has turned it into a mass campaign. Take a look at this. It's a poster promoting a hotline. It was put up on public transport across China. And what does the poster say? It carries a message for Chinese citizens. If they suspect someone in their community of being a spy, they can simply dial this number and lodge a complaint. China would come after them with full force of the law. Basically, snitch on your neighbor or anyone for that matter, and they're done for. This law has had a chilling effect on businesses. Last year, China raided a number of foreign firms, including consultancy firms like Capvision and Bain. Employees from a company called Mintz were detained. Mintz is an American due diligence firm. Even Japanese companies were targeted. In 2023, employees of drug maker Astellas were detained. And this crackdown is driving businesses away. Some companies have stopped operating in China. I'm talking about names like Forrester Research, the Vanguard Group, and Gallup. Last year, they closed all their offices in China. So it's not just about the money, it's also about the atmosphere. Investors are not optimistic about China. They feel it's risky, both for their business and for their employees. So they're pulling back. What can Beijing do to reverse the trend? Can it reverse the trend? Looks tough at the moment. The International Monetary Fund, or the IMF, has offered suggestions. They say China should make major policy changes to regain trust.
The first opportunity is to raise productivity and rebalance the economy away from investment and towards more consumption-driven growth that is more durable, less reliant on debt, and will also help address climate challenges.
But Beijing seems to be ignoring the experts and doing what it does best, cover up the facts and manipulate data. Look at this report from last evening. China has restricted access to live trading data of foreign investors at the Hong Kong exchange. So now, when foreign investors buy and sell shares at this exchange, the live data of their trade will not be accessible. What does Beijing hope to achieve with this? You see, live data helps traders in making real-time decisions. When they see foreign investors selling their Chinese shares, and that too in large volumes, they can react as well. Some of them can choose to sell their holdings, and this could lead to mass sell-offs. And that is what China is trying to avoid. So it is blocking access to data. Since the pandemic, foreign investors have been fleeing the Hong Kong markets. Together, Chinese and Hong Kong shares have lost almost $5 trillion in value, $5 trillion in just the last 3 years. In January alone, stocks listed in Hong Kong were trading at a discount of 36%. China has been trying to prop up its markets and shore up foreign investment. But at this rate, it's turning into a losing battle. People say every vote counts, and on paper, yes, it does. But in the United States, some votes are more important than others. I'm talking about battleground states, also known as swing states. These are not Republican or Democrat. They swing from one election to the next. You win these states, you win the White House. That's how it works. And how many such states are there? 6 of them. And Donald Trump is leading in 5. In Pennsylvania, he leads by 3 points. In Arizona, 7 points. Michigan, 7. Georgia, 10. And Nevada, 12. Joe Biden leads only in one swing state, and that is Wisconsin. He has a 2-point lead. Now, the president's campaign has rejected these polls. They say they're inconsistent. They also point to other polls that show Biden in the lead. I guess politicians are the same everywhere. But Biden cannot ignore the numbers. In the 2020 election, he won these 6 states. That's how he beat Donald Trump. But his winning margin was quite low, around 300,000 votes. That's it. 3 lakh votes spread across 6 states. So Trump is quite confident. He thinks he can overturn this deficit. And Trump has 2 things working for him. First, his trial is not affecting his poll numbers. Trump is facing around 91 charges in court. His trial is getting non-stop television coverage. It seems to be helping him. His voters don't care about the cases. A similar survey was conducted in November. That too showed the same numbers. So criminal case or not, his support base is solid. In fact, Donald Trump has used his trial as a campaign tool. He's attacking judges, lawyers, and Democrats all in one go.
But we have a corrupt judge, and we have a judge who's highly conflicted, and he's keeping me from campaigning. He's an appointed New York judge. He's appointed. You know who appointed him? Democrat politicians. He's appointed. He's a corrupt judge, and he's a conflicted judge, and he ought to let us go out and campaign and get rid of this scam.
Classic Trump. So that's one of the reasons why he seems to be leading the court cases. Second, Biden's coalition is eroding. In 2020, he had 3 major support groups. Joe Biden had 3 major support groups: young voters, black voters, and Hispanics. All 3 are slowly ditching him. Young voters do not like his approach to Gaza. Black voters worry about the rising cost of living, and Hispanics disapprove of his border policy. Now, these voters propelled Biden to the White House, but 4 years on, they're wary. Many of them may not turn up to vote. A small number may even vote for Donald Trump. The same poll shows 20% support for Trump among black voters. 20%. If it holds, it could be a record. No Republican has scored that high since the 1960s, and Joe Biden knows all of this. He's focusing more on his traditional voters.
We represent how we are as a nation of immigrants, a nation of dreamers, a nation of freedom. When Trump was in office, he enacted a $2 trillion tax cut, overwhelmingly benefiting the super wealthy and the very biggest corporations. That exploded the federal debt. And he brags about cutting Roe v. Wade, making sure it's overturned. But Kamala are going to keep fighting to restore Roe v. Wade until it's the law of the land again.
The talking points are clear: immigration policy, tax on the super rich, and abortion rights. These are things that set him apart from Donald Trump. The major policy differences. And yes, Americans do feel deeply about all these issues, but elections often go beyond issues. They also depend on excitement. And Joe Biden, at 81 years of age, is not able to generate that. Let's go to the same poll. Around 70% voters say the country's system should be changed, both political and financial. But not many expect Biden to be able to do it. Only 13% of his own supporters think that Biden will enact major changes in his second term. They also admit that Trump would shake things up. And that's a big selling point. Biden's term looks a lot like America of the old, stuck in foreign wars, focused heavily on Europe and grappling with high inflation. Hence these polling numbers. It's actually a sort of role reversal. Joe Biden won in 2020 because of an anti-Trump wave. The voters said anyone but Trump. And it did not matter who. Now the same effect is hurting Biden. The question is, can he make a comeback? Well, Joe Biden's campaign has a large lead in finances. He's raised more money than any US candidate. Plus, he's got star campaigners. Hollywood actors are raising money for him. Former presidents are ganging up. So Biden does have a few aces up his sleeve. He's also going big on protecting American industry. It's probably the only thing that Biden and Trump have in common. The president has announced new tariffs on China. Chinese electric vehicles will be taxed 100%. Lithium batteries, 25%. Critical minerals, 25%. Solar cells, 50%. And semiconductors, also 50%. Now, these are all major tariffs, almost Trump-like. They will increase the burden on American customers, but in the long run, they could help U.S. industries. Even Trump likes it.
It was announced last night that Biden finally listened to me. He listens to me. You know, he does a lot of things he listens about. He's about 4 years late. But he says he's going to put a 100% tariff on all Chinese electric vehicles. Isn't that nice? Should have done this 4 years ago.
He's got a point there. Trump prefers an all-out trade war with China. Biden had promised careful competition. But this move will trigger retaliation from Beijing, maybe even lead to a trade war. So is the president taking a page out of Trump's book? And if so, will it work? It's a long wait till November to find out. Have you seen the movie Her? If you haven't, spoilers ahead. The story is actually quite simple. A man falls in love with his AI assistant. He behaves like he's in a relationship with her. He takes her out on a date. Unlike most sci-fi movies, there's nothing sinister about this assistant. It doesn't want to destroy humanity. It doesn't want to kill him. It just becomes omnipresent in his life. He can't seem to function without it. And then this AI assistant leaves the man. This film has long been referenced by AI companies. Maybe it was too much of an inspiration because yesterday, Sam Altman posted a single word on X. It said, her. I guess he was talking about this.
In fact, we've got a new announcement to make.
That's exciting. Announcements are always a big deal. Judging by the setup, it looks like it's going to be quite the professional production. Is this announcement related to OpenAI, perhaps?
It is. And in fact, what if I were to say that you're related to the announcement, or that you are the announcement?
Me? The announcement is about me? Well, color me intrigued. Are you about to reveal something about AI? Or more specifically about me as a part of OpenAI? You've got me on the edge of my, well, I don't really have a seat, but you get the idea. What's the big news?
That was GPT-4o, OpenAI's new artificial intelligence model. The O stands for Omni. If you were impressed by ChatGPT, this one will leave you in awe. It was launched in a live stream by OpenAI. So how is it different from ChatGPT? Well, GPT-4o is said to be faster. It can read images, it can translate languages, it can identify emotions, have a conversation, and much more. It's like a lifelike voice assistant. Imagine a turbocharged Siri or Alexa. And sometimes it even flirts.
Of course, I'd love to see what you wrote. Show it to me whenever you're ready.
Okay, so this is what I wrote down. What do you see?
I see. I love ChatGPT. That's so sweet of you.
Yeah, well, I really appreciate all the help. So yeah, as we can see...
Wow, that's quite the outfit you've got.
So what exactly is this new model? It's called a multimodal AI model. What does that mean? Earlier, you needed different AI models to do different jobs. Say ChatGPT for your queries, a search app for translation, a speech app rather for translations, an image generator for AI images. Now GPT-4o combines all of that. It can generate content or understand commands in voice, text, and images. And that makes it far superior, and the live demo showcased that.
I'm not totally sure, I think. Okay, so ChatGPT, this is what I ended up with. How does this look?
It looks perfect. You've solved it, and x equals 1. Nicely done. How do you feel about solving linear equations?
And every time you hear English, I want you to translate it to Italian. And if you hear Italian, I want you to translate it back to English. Is that good?
Perfetto.
Mark, io mi chiedo, se le balene potessero parlare, cosa ci direbbero?
Mike, she wonders if whales could talk, what would they tell us?
Okay, so here's me. So what kind of emotions do you think I'm feeling?
It looks like you're feeling pretty happy and cheerful, with a big smile and maybe even a touch of excitement.
I want to introduce you to somebody.
Well, hello there, cutie. What's your name, little fluffball?
This is Bowser.
So those were 4 examples. In the first one, GPT-4o tells you how to solve equations. Guess AI is coming for tutors now. In the second one, it's seen aiding a conversation. The woman and the man speak in Italian and English. The model translates back and forth, keeping it conversational. In the third example, it gauges the emotions of a man. It could also identify objects. And in the last one, it talks to a dog. So AI can also keep your pets entertained, it seems. Sounds impressive, right? But what really stands out is the speed. GPT-4o responds to queries in about 320 milliseconds. Do you know who else has that response time? Humans. Does that mean it's finally time for machines to take over? Well, not so quickly. GPT-4o had a great live demo, but it was not without glitches. Once it mistook a smiling man for a wooden surface. So it's not that flawless. Plus, remember, this was a demo. It was live streamed by OpenAI. It was controlled by them. So it will be interesting to see how it performs in the real world, because OpenAI has set a lofty goal. They're rolling GPT-4o for free. Basically, you can just download and use it. No subscriptions required. It's a departure from their previous rollout. When OpenAI launched ChatGPT, it revolutionized the world of AI. It was free for all. But then came ChatGPT Plus. You can buy it for a $20 monthly subscription. $20 a month. This gave you access to GPT-4 Turbo, its last powerful AI model. It came with more features, but now OpenAI has made GPT-4o free for all. So does that mean that your ChatGPT Plus subscription is useless? Well, not really. GPT-4o is free, but if you have ChatGPT Plus, you may want to hold on to it because it will give you access to more features. You will have more prompts. You can ask more questions. Plus, you'll be the first to get all the updates. So it may not be a bad investment, especially if you want an AI assistant, which is the way OpenAI seems to be going. Earlier, it was a tool that you could use. Now it's something that you can collaborate and learn with. So this is ahead of Siri and Alexa, like the next generation of personalized chatbots. And OpenAI's model is not the only one in this space. There's Elon Musk's Grok. It's supposed to be sarcastic. There's also DeepMind's Pi. These are chatbots with a personality. So they already exist. What's unique about GPT-4o is its ability to combine text, audio, and images. You could say OpenAI is still on top of the curve. They've got their timing right. This launch came just 24 hours ahead of Google's annual conference, where it will showcase its new AI developments. OpenAI has beaten them at the launch. They've drawn the first blood. But will they win this battle? Well, the world is watching. So AI is reshaping life on Earth. Meanwhile, NASA is making plans to transform space exploration. How would you like a train ride on the moon? If NASA has its way, this could soon become a reality. The American Space Agency wants to build a railway system on the moon's surface. The system will have high-tech trains. They'll be operated by robots instead of humans. But why does NASA need trains on the moon? Our next report dives into the details.
Ever imagined living on the moon? You may already know this, but it won't be anything like life on planet Earth. For starters, there is no gravity. Jumping your way from one point to another surely sounds like a lot of fun. But what if you need to carry really heavy bags from one spot to another? You'll need someone to carry the weight. NASA has commissioned a really cool project to solve this problem. It is a plan to build a railway station on the moon. The project is called FLOAT, that's short for flexible levitation on a track. The concept sounds like it's lifted straight from a science fiction film. Here is how FLOAT could work. Instead of trains, robotic trays would be deployed to move things around. There won't be any tracks. These trays would instead glide on the moon's surface. They'll be propelled using magnetics. That's where the name of the project starts to make sense. These trays will be floating around the moon's surface. Reports say each robotic tray will be able to carry up to 30 kilograms of cargo on the magnetic tracks. But why does NASA need this system? What purpose would it serve? NASA wants to explore the moon more thoroughly. That means longer missions to study the moon's surface in greater detail. The float system would complement such missions. It could be deployed in areas where the astronauts are working. They'll use the robotic trays to transfer samples of the moon's soil. It's called regolith. Experts believe regolith may have materials like water, even oxygen and hydrogen in liquid form. If this turns out to be the case, regolith could be the key that could unlock long and extended stays on the moon. It could be put to use to support the needs of humans. The float system could also come in handy when astronauts shift their base, or to move heavy equipment and materials from spacecraft. The system is currently being tested on Earth before NASA decides to try it out in space. The agency has grand ambitions. It aims to establish a permanent base on the moon, and achieving this will require more than just a space railroad. The Americans are working on more ideas, innovations that could generate power in space, enable communications and navigation, mining, and even transportation. It may not happen anytime soon, but the colonizing of the moon is starting to look inevitable.
It's been a nervous couple of days for Pakistan. I'm sure you've seen the pictures from POK, Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. It's very different from Islamabad's propaganda. Thousands marching on the streets, locals crying for financial help, and in response, a brutal crackdown. So much for Azad Kashmir. The protests were mainly over two issues, food and electricity prices. Pakistan's inflation is almost 17% and food inflation is even higher. Electricity is the same story. POK has multiple hydropower projects. In fact, Islamabad buys cheap electricity from POK. Then that same power is sold back at higher costs. No wonder the people revolted. Around 3 young men were killed in the crackdown. More than 100 were injured, but today the protest was called off. The locals have reached a deal with the government. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan has approved an aid package. It's worth around $86 million. Plus wheat and power have been subsidized. So for now, the unrest is over, but POK has sent a strong message to Islamabad. Do not take us for granted. Just look at the pictures from this morning. Funerals were held for the slain protesters. Look at how many people turned up.
के लिए कुर्बानियां दी गई। आखिर उन कुर्बानियों का हमें यह सिला मिला कि आज हमारे नौजवान चौकों चौराहे में शहीद किए जाते हैं।
The Pakistan army has a lot of deployments in POK. Their usual style is to crack down. But this time they chose a hybrid approach. Crackdown first, concessions next. It tells you how weak the current regime is. It also tells you how big the protests were. Some locals called it the biggest ever. This whole episode has put the focus on a couple of issues. First of all, the contrast. India's Jammu and Kashmir voted on Monday. The turnout was very good. Srinagar recorded almost 38% turnout, which is the highest since 1996. And this comes after years of investments and work. Even foreign companies are interested in Jammu and Kashmir. They're building malls and theatres. Now compare that to Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. You have protests, crackdowns and deaths. The contrast is obvious and stark. Jammu and Kashmir is prospering. POK is not. It weakens Pakistan's position on the issue. At the same time, it confirms what India has always said. Only New Delhi can bring prosperity there. India's Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar talked about this on Monday. He said India would end the illegal occupation of POK.
थोड़ी बहुत बातें POK पे भी चल रही हैं, वहाँ कुछ आपने देखा होगा कि कुछ घटनाएं भी हो रही हैं। अब मोदी सरकार जो है, हमारा मत इस पे बहुत स्पष्ट है। पार्लियामेंट का रेजोल्यूशन है, हम बहुत क्लियर हैं कि POK जो है भारत का अंग है। इट इज़ पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया, इट वाज ऑलवेज पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया, इट विल बी पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया। और हमारा ये जरूर इरादा है कि एक दिन हम POK को जो है वहाँ का इलीगल ऑक्यूपेशन जो है उसको हम ख़त्म करेंगे और पीओके जो है भारत के साथ वापस जुड़ जाएगा.
The timing is very important. Jaishankar said this in the middle of the unrest, which brings us to the second issue, the global reaction to it, or rather the lack of it. The United States did not criticize Pakistan's crackdown, neither did Western rights groups. Even Western media played along. They barely covered these protests. Compare this to how they cover Jammu and Kashmir. India's every move is criticized. So the international community must introspect. Where is the outrage for POK? Where are the Muslim nations? Where is the unsolicited advice? It tells you what the political priorities are. Now, I know the protest has been called off, but we haven't seen the end of this. A similar deal was reached in February as well, but none of the promises were fulfilled, which is why locals began protesting again. Maybe the scale of this latest unrest will force Islamabad to act, or maybe they will revert to default. Promise and then forget. But either way, the message is quite clear. Something has to give. Pakistan's current policy of exploiting POK will not work. India must also keep a close eye on what's happening. It must also try and rally global support. Because all said and done, this is Indian land. Our next story is from India, from the country's financial capital, Mumbai. Yesterday, a dust storm hit the city. It was accompanied by rain. The result was tragedy. At least 14 people died after a giant billboard collapsed. More than 70 people were also injured. The billboard was gigantic, far larger than legally permitted. But it seems no one cared until it collapsed and claimed lives. Meanwhile, in Thane, there was a stampede at a railway station. Hundreds rushed to board a train that was delayed thanks to the rain and dust storm. And of course, when there's rain, Mumbai gets waterlogged. It's the same story year after year. The people of Mumbai get inconvenienced, injured or worse. But the authorities do not do anything to fix this. They found a way to avoid taking any responsibility. They just keep invoking the spirit of Mumbai. Here's our report.
Rains brought a surprise dust storm to Mumbai yesterday. The city looked like something out of a post-apocalyptic movie. Like some dystopian future. But then you take a closer look at Mumbai and you realize that dystopia is already here. Mumbai is supposed to be India's richest city, the country's financial capital. The city where dreams come true and you build your fortune. What they don't tell you is that on the way to that fortune, you may suddenly get killed by a bout of rain. That's what happened to at least 14 people yesterday, when a giant billboard fell on them. The billboard was massive, the largest in India. We know this because it featured in the Limca Book of Records. But now that it has collapsed, we find out that the billboard was built illegally. Mumbai's municipal corporation, the BMC, has finally filed a complaint after disaster already struck. But now the BMC has pledged to take down other billboards in the area. These are almost equally large and illegal. Only now that 14 people are dead does the BMC seem to think that they might be a problem. Only now, after intense scrutiny, are the authorities rushing to act. Are they really turning over a new leaf? Or are they just trying to look busy until people stop paying attention? Because this is Mumbai, home to the famous spirit of Mumbai. Locals say that it is a persevering, never-give-up attitude to overcome all obstacles and go about one's business. It is what pushes people to wade through waist-deep floodwater every monsoon, or commute for hours in overcrowded trains, even when it means getting trampled in a stampede. That also happened yesterday, at Thane, a suburb near Mumbai. Trains were delayed because of the storm. When they resumed, a lot of commuters had gathered at the railway station. They were in no mood to wait any longer, so they all began fighting their way to the train when it finally arrived. Several women were knocked down in the chaos, and they were trampled upon as the others kept going forward. In other cities, this would be a scandal. Calls would be made for the railway authorities to resign over the unsafe conditions. But this is Mumbai. A stampede is just Spirit Pro Max. But sarcasm aside, the spirit of Mumbai is a problem. Initially, the phrase was used to describe the city's resilience, but now it has become an excuse, something for officials to tout as they ignore their basic duties. Illegal billboards, spirit of Mumbai. Stampedes at stations, spirit of Mumbai. The waterlogging every monsoon because of unchecked construction work and overwhelmed drainage systems, spirit of Mumbai. For the people of Mumbai, their spirit has been corrupted and turned against them. Instead of a resilient spirit, it has become apathetic. They don't care about anything except getting to work and back, even as their city literally crumbles around them.
Now let's turn our attention to New Caledonia. It's an island territory in the Pacific Ocean. Territory, not nation. Sadly, New Caledonia remains a colony to this day. It's a French overseas territory. But not all the people of New Caledonia are happy about this. Yesterday, violent protests broke out. Protests against France. Take a look. About 80 businesses were set ablaze in the capital, Nouméa. 200 cars were torched as well. Shots were fired and over 50 police officers were injured. France says the violence is unacceptable.
I have given very firm instructions to make arrests. 82 people have been arrested in the last 2 days. I have decided to send 4 additional mobile gendarmerie units. They are leaving for Nouméa this morning.
82 people have been arrested in New Caledonia. France is sending more troops to try and bring the situation under control, a situation that Paris itself has brought about. To understand what's happening, we need some context. New Caledonia is in the Pacific Ocean. It's about 19,000 kilometers away from France. France annexed the islands back in 1853, and it has held on to them ever since 1853. This is despite the decolonization that has taken place elsewhere in the world. These islands are valuable. New Caledonia is the world's 4th largest producer of nickel. It's a metal that is used in electric car batteries. It has become increasingly valuable over time. That's one reason why France wants to keep these islands. Another reason is the location. They are in the Pacific Ocean, a region that is becoming a battleground between China and the West. The fight is mostly between the US and China, but France does not want to be left behind. President Emmanuel Macron prides himself in being a global statesman. New Caledonia gives him a base in the Pacific. He can use it to influence the region. So minerals and strategic location. That is why France does not want to let go. But what do locals say? What about them? Don't they want independence? That is where things get complicated. New Caledonia's indigenous people are the Melanesian Kanaks. They were once the majority on the islands, but now they make up just 41% of the population, less than half. About 24% of the population here is of European descent, mostly French, and that's a sizable chunk. New Caledonia has held multiple independence referendums in 2018, in 2020, and then again in 2021. And look at what they got. In 2018, 43% of the people voted for independence, only 43%. In 2020, It went up to almost 47%. The next referendum was an anomaly. France insisted on conducting it in 2021 in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic. The pro-independence parties in New Caledonia thought this was a trick, a scheme to ensure low voter turnout, so they boycotted the last referendum. The pro-France side won by a landslide in 2021 because their opponents boycotted. But that doesn't really mean that New Caledonians are all done asking for independence. In fact, their desire for freedom is what led to yesterday's riots. Voting rights have been frozen here since 1998, meaning no one who immigrated to the islands after 1998 can vote here. This means that even if more Europeans migrated to New Caledonia, the locals would not get outnumbered. This freeze helped reduce tensions, but now Paris wants to undo it. Lawmakers in France are debating an end to the freeze today. They're planning to enlarge New Caledonia's electorate, which means the locals may become a much smaller voting bloc overnight, which is why they're protesting. They do not want the voting freeze to thaw.
Our council has given the authorization. So here we are today to set up banners to say no to enlarging the electorate.
We hope that our voice, our dignity, and our pride of being the people of Kanaki will be heard by the General Assembly.
There are a number of examples of territories wanting to stay with their colonial overlords. The Netherlands has islands in the Caribbean. They've repeatedly voted to stay under the Dutch. Puerto Rico has repeatedly voted to stay a U.S. territory. Sometimes the colonies do want to remain with their colonizers, but it looked like New Caledonia was breaking out of that mindset, which is why the last referendum looks suspect. And why France's move to expand the electorate seems like a ploy, a scheme to keep their colony from getting freedom. The French have an old rhyme, femme au volant, danger au tournant. Basically, it means woman at the wheel, danger around the corner. But are French women really a danger at the wheel? Let's look at some numbers. Men are responsible for 84% of all road accidents in France. 91% break the speed limit. 32% deliberately hit the vehicle that annoys them. So French men can be pretty bad drivers, which is why this country has a new campaign asking its men to drive like the women, because women are pretty good at getting home safe and sound. Our next report tells you more.
We live in a world where stereotypes are as common as potholes on the road. One such stereotype is driving like a woman. You tell someone that and they start contemplating. Driving like a woman, when did that become an achievement? Well, it should be. France is urging its male drivers to drive more like women. Why? Because men are responsible for more accidents. Here are a few numbers. 84% of all road accidents in France from 2022 to 23 involved men. Not just that, men are responsible for 93% of all accidents involving alcohol. So they're either road raging or driving under the influence. French men are said to be some of the most aggressive drivers in Europe. 91% break the speed limit. 65% use their phones while driving. 32% deliberately hit the vehicle that annoys them. That doesn't sound like very good driving. And mind you, France experiences 3,000 road deaths every year. So a French road safety awareness organization came up with a slogan, Conduisez comme une femme. It means drive like a woman. It's all over France, and the goal is simple. It's to change the lethal driving culture of men in France. But before you argue maybe it's just French men, let me tell you, it's most men. Take America, for example. In 2021, male drivers were involved in 72.3% of fatal crashes on roads. In the UK, male drivers are 3 times more likely to be involved in crashes or accidents that kill pedestrians. Men accounted for 84% of the drunk driving offences, 78% of the speeding offences. In India too, men are responsible for more accidents than women. They're also the casualties of more accidents. But why is that? Well, one of the reasons is the lower number of women drivers. Fewer women drive, so they cause less accidents. But it's not the only factor. Women are said to be more cautious and careful. They follow the rules, they wear a seatbelt, they rarely overspeed. And road rage is uncommon among female drivers. Guess that makes them less prone to accidents. So the next time someone tells you you drive like a woman, thank them, because it's a compliment. Driving like a woman means 3 things: being cautious, being less aggressive, and getting home safe and sound. And who wouldn't want that?
Have you ever played Jenga? If not, here's how it goes. You make a tower of blocks, then players take turns removing one block at a time. Progressively, this makes the tower unstable. It's a painfully slow process, but the outcome is both obvious and swift. The tower crashes. And this is what the population crisis looks like. Scientists call it a calamity in the making. Decades ago, it was a slow-moving force, but that's not the case anymore. The crisis has progressed. Now, the baby bust is happening quickly and widely. It is harming nearly every nation, and experts are bracing for a global population crash. Here's why. Fertility rate, or the number of births per woman, is falling across most nations. In 2017, global fertility rate stood at 2.5. 2017, 2.5. By 2021, it was down to 2.3. And now it is estimated to be 2.1. What is the ideal rate? 2.2. It's also called the replacement rate, the rate of births per woman, which keeps the population stable. That's the replacement rate. It should be 2.2. So fertility is dropping for women across all levels of education and income. In high-income nations, the situation has been bad for decades. Fertility fell below the replacement rate in the 1970s. But it's dropping in developing nations as well. And sometimes the decline does not scream crisis because it happens quietly. Take India, for instance. Last year, India surpassed China to become the most populous nation in the world, yet fertility is below replacement here. Or look at sub-Saharan Africa, which is home to countries like Zambia, Nigeria and Somalia. It was once resistant to the fertility crisis. It was predicted that by the year 2100, by the end of the century, the region would account for 1 in every 2 children born in the world. But that too is changing. People are increasingly using contraception. So this is a global trend. Demographers say by the end of the century, most nations will see a dramatic drop in their population and they will pay a huge economic price for it. Fewer people means lesser goods and services. So declining population means slower economic growth. Fewer people also consume less, meaning a population crisis in one nation could fuel an economic crisis in another. And China is an obvious example of this. Its population is declining rapidly. Last year, the number of people in China dropped by 2 million. And remember, China is the world's second largest economy. It plays a key role in driving global economic growth. If the baby bust worsens, there could be a shortage of factory workers there. It will further slow China's economic growth and raise costs for consumers outside China. This is a problem for nations that heavily depend on Chinese goods. Plus, Chinese consumers would spend lesser. This would be a problem for global brands. And this is a lesson for most superpowers like the US and Russia, who face a similar population crisis. A smaller population can diminish global clout, so countries are worried, or they should be. But what are they doing about it? They're throwing money at the problem. They're paying new parents, giving tax incentives and parental leave. Now, these are all expensive measures, but they've barely made a dent. Do you know why? Because governments are not listening to their people, especially the women.
I need to make time for taking care of my children, but the most difficult thing is that timing is not always guaranteed when you're working. So, I think the government and companies need to cooperate and create an environment so that parents can make and spend time for their children and have a good family.
It would be good if the government provided financial support, as women could face financial difficulties due to a career break after giving birth.
I think the government should reduce the pressure of raising children and give us more support. For example, they should invest more in education resources.
According to research, women delay childbirth for a number of reasons: abortion laws, unemployment, healthcare availability, housing costs, childcare costs, and burden of household labor. So they don't need a baby bonus. It may help some new mothers, but it won't solve their problems. Women can't make their own choices on marriage, work and reproduction, yet the responsibility of child rearing and managing families is often thrust upon them. And remember, many of them have full-time jobs. No wonder women want out. It is obvious that governments have ignored basic research, they've ignored strategic measures that can boost birth rates. And by proxy, they have ignored women, the only people who can solve this crisis. And now they've manifested an economic ticking time bomb. What they fail to understand is that this is not a crisis of population, it's a crisis of ignorance. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In Ukraine, top US diplomat Antony Blinken shares pizza with his Ukrainian counterpart. In Dubai, an art museum takes visitors on an interactive experience, including sights, sounds, and even smells. And in Kosovo, seed-dropping drones aim to hold the country's rampant deforestation. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1948, the State of Israel was founded. In 1947, the United Nations voted to partition Palestine. It was divided into separate Jewish and Arab states. The Arab states rejected the move, but Israel went ahead with it. In 1948, David Ben-Gurion proclaimed the establishment of the State of Israel. It led to the first Arab war just a day after. We're leaving you on that note. Thanks for watching. We will see you tomorrow.
This is, I think, what makes it different. Ah, yes, I also see some sausage. This probably should go as I follow a lady on Instagram who gives advices on proper eating habits. Yes.
We begin in the Middle East, where fighting has escalated in the Gaza Strip. Israeli airstrikes killed at least 14 in Rafah, including an Indian employee of the United Nations, marking the first international casualty in the city. Meanwhile, in northern Gaza, Hamas launched 33 attacks against Israeli forces, making it the highest number of attacks by the Palestinian group in a single day this year. Israel deployed its attack helicopters following the escalation by Hamas. And meanwhile, protests against Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu continue to grow as Israelis demand a hostage release deal with Hamas. And now, parents of Israeli troops are urging the government to end the operation in Rafah, calling it a death trap. Parents of at least 900 Israeli troops have signed a statement against sending troops into Rafah. And some families blame Netanyahu for the loss of their children and even heckled the prime minister as he delivered the Memorial Day speech.
את חללי פעולות האיבה, אוהבי העם והמדינה. יהי זכרם ברוך.
מכובדיי כולם, יום הזיכרון ה-76 למדינת ישראל.
Families are holding funerals for the troops as casualties mount for Israel. And as the anger grows, Israelis are demanding that the Netanyahu government stay away from the funerals of the slain soldiers.
I prefer no one from the government will come today. No one. I prefer some of the fathers or mothers that given their son, or they will talk today. It doesn't touch us. What he said, I don't believe any words of what he said. And I think all the government should go home today, not come to the ceremonies.
Now, as fighting continues, the operation in Rafah becomes increasingly complex, as reports suggest that Hamas has booby-trapped almost every standing structure in the Gaza city, forcing Israel to increase its airstrikes in order to minimize casualties on the ground. Meanwhile, just a day after the United States publicly criticized Israel, Washington has now shown some support by refusing to call the military operation in Gaza genocide. Now, this comes as more nations join South Africa's genocide case against Israel at the International Court of Justice. Egypt, Turkey, and Colombia are backing the African nation. However, the United States has decided to draw the line in its criticism of Israel.
We believe Israel can and must do more to ensure the protection and well-being of innocent civilians. We do not believe what is happening in Gaza is a genocide. We have been firmly on record rejecting that proposition. We have paused the shipment of 2,000-pound bombs because we do not believe they should be dropped in densely populated cities.
Now, Washington did in fact call out Israel for not following up their military operation with a political effort to reach a ceasefire deal.
Military pressure is necessary, but not sufficient to fully defeat Hamas. If Israel's military efforts are not accompanied by a political plan for the future of Gaza and the Palestinian people, the terrorists will keep coming back and Israel will remain under threat. We are seeing this happen in Gaza City. So we are talking to Israel about how to connect their military operations to a clear strategic endgame, about a holistic, integrated strategy to ensure the lasting defeat of Hamas and a better alternative future for Gaza and for the Palestinian people.
Now, with voices growing at home and abroad condemning the Rafah operation, Netanyahu and his war cabinet have to make crucial decisions to determine the outcome of this war and quell the growing unrest at home. And now here in the United States, President Joe Biden has ordered a Chinese-owned cryptocurrency mining company and its partners to sell land that they own near a U.S. nuclear missile base. This comes as concerns of Beijing-backed spying grow in the Oval Office. Mine One Partners, a Chinese-owned crypto mining firm, has been given 120 days to sell the property. Now, the property is less than a mile away from the Francis E. Warren Air Force Base in Wyoming. The air base is home to the Minuteman III nuclear-capable intercontinental ballistic missiles, and the White House says that the proximity of a foreign-owned firm near the strategic base presents a national security risk. Now, Mine One Partners bought the land in 2022 and installed cryptocurrency mining equipment at the site. And the White House says that the government regulatory body that monitors foreign investments was not notified about the purchase, and that authorities were notified about the transaction only by a Good Samaritan. Now, one of the biggest concerns raised by Washington is about the equipment that was purchased and installed at the site near the airbase. The White House says the apparatus being used by the Chinese crypto mining firm includes mostly foreign-sourced equipment which is capable of facilitating surveillance and espionage. Now, concerns about Chinese firms spying in the United States continues to grow. In fact, just last month, Chinese media company ByteDance was given 6 months to sell social media platform TikTok to an American firm. Additionally, the Biden administration is already investigating Chinese telecom firm Huawei for installing cell towers near U.S. military installations. The White House says that Huawei's equipment could capture sensitive information from the American military bases and transmit them back to China. Washington's suspicion and accusations of Chinese firms carrying out espionage on U.S. soil only deteriorate already frosty ties. However, the onus is solely on Beijing as China repeatedly fails to prove that it is a reliable and trustworthy actor. And staying in the United States, new polls show Donald Trump leads President Joe Biden in 5 out of the 6 battleground states. The surveys put the former president up in Pennsylvania, Arizona, Michigan, Georgia, and Nevada, all of which President Biden won in 2020. Polls also suggest that Donald Trump has become more popular among young voters and voters of color. Now, all of this comes amid widespread criticism of President Biden's policy on Israel's war in Gaza and against the backdrop of Donald Trump's hush money trial in New York. Our next report explains what voters think about the two rivals in the lead up to the November election.
With just 6 months to go for the US presidential race, it seems like former President Donald Trump is making significant improvements among voters. A new set of polls show that he's leading over President Joe Biden in 5 of 6 battleground states, all of which were clinched by the Democrat in 2020. According to surveys, Trump would beat Biden in Pennsylvania, Arizona, Michigan, Georgia, and Nevada, while Biden would only manage to win Wisconsin. The polls suggest that Trump has become more popular among young voters and voters of color. The presumptive Republican nominee secured high levels of support among black voters. Meanwhile, Trump and Biden tied among Hispanic voters. There was a general consensus among 18 to 29-year-olds as well, even though the majority of the demographic voted for Biden in the last election. The surveys favor Trump as he moves back and forth between his election campaigns and the courthouse in Manhattan. The former president is facing criminal charges over hush money payouts made to adult film star Stormy Daniels. However, he has repeatedly denied the allegations and instead claimed the timing of the trial was intended to hurt his campaign trail for the November vote.
It could have been brought 6 years ago, 7 years ago, almost 8 years ago. They bring it right in the middle of my presidential campaign. But we have a corrupt judge, and we have a judge who's highly conflicted, and he's keeping me from campaigning. He's an appointed New York judge. He's appointed. You know who appointed him? Democrat politicians. He's appointed. He's a corrupt judge, and he's a conflicted judge, and he ought to let us go out and campaign and get rid of this scam.
As the former president juggles his legal battles, many voters believe he would be the candidate to drive a much-needed change. Trump supporters say the cost of living and economy remain the most important issues for them, and they doubt that the Biden administration would be able to resolve them. Biden's policy on Israel's war in Gaza has also become a reason for voters to abandon him for Trump, as most of them sympathize with the Palestinians. Immigration has also taken center stage as border crossings have reached an all-time high during Biden's term. There's also a much highlighted concern that the 81-year-old Biden is too old for a second term, even though Trump is just 4 years younger. And as abortion continues to be a hot-button issue among voters, many voters surprisingly blame Biden more than Trump for the Supreme Court's decision in 2022 to overturn Roe v. Wade, which allowed individual states to decide the legal parameters regarding abortion care. However, one bright spot for Biden is that voters still prefer him over Trump to handle the abortion issue. Now, as the polls resonated throughout the political scene, the Biden campaign alleges inconsistencies in the surveys. It claimed that many voters are not paying close attention to the election and that they've not started making up their mind. Now, in a race this close, only time will tell what the historic presidential rematch holds for the two rivals.
And moving to the world of artificial intelligence, OpenAI has unveiled a new version of the technology that powers its popular chatbot, ChatGPT, which now acts more human-like. The new AI model is called GPT-4o, which is capable of realistic voice conversations in 50 different languages. It's been programmed to sound chatty and sometimes even flirtatious in its responses to prompts. Now, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman says this latest version is the company's best model ever. He asked that the new version will be available to all ChatGPT users, including people using the free plan. During live demos, OpenAI showed how GPT-4o can have fast-flowing conversations in a lively and expressive female voice. It even nimbly kept up when interrupted.
Hey, ChatGPT, I'm Mark. How are you?
Oh, Mark. I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. How about you?
Hey, so I'm on stage right now. I'm doing a live demo, and frankly, I'm feeling a little bit nervous. Can you help me calm my nerves a little bit?
Oh, you're doing a live demo right now? That's awesome. Just take a deep breath. And remember, you're the expert here.
I like that suggestion. Let me try a couple deep breaths. Can you give me feedback on my breaths? Okay, here I go.
Whoa, slow down a bit there. Mark, you're not a vacuum cleaner. Breathe in for a count of 4.
Okay, let me try again. So I'm gonna breathe in deeply, and then breathe out.
For 4, and then exhale slowly.
Okay, I'll try again. Breathing in, and breathe out.
That's it. How do you feel?
I feel a lot better. Thank you so much.
Now, this was just a glimpse of what the newest model is powered to do. It can also read and discuss images, translate languages, and identify emotions from visual expressions.
Introduce you to somebody.
Well, hello there, cutie. What's your name, little fluffball?
This is Bowser.
Well, hello, Bowser. Aren't you just the most adorable little thing?
Yeah.
Look at you enjoy.
This is one of his favorite things to do.
Oh, well, I can see why. Look at that focus. Fetching balls is serious business for Bowser.
Now, we've seen voice assistants like Apple's Siri and Amazon's Alexa, and also AI chatbots like Elon Musk's Grok and Google's Gemini. But experts say the way GPT-4o seamlessly handles the combination of text, audio, and images, along with instant responses, it puts OpenAI far ahead of the competition. And it's also worth noting that OpenAI introduced its latest model right before Google is expected to unveil new AI technologies at a developer conference starting today. As artificial intelligence becomes more and more sophisticated, competition grows more intense as companies battle for tech supremacy. And finally, we head into space. American Space Agency NASA has groundbreaking plans for a railway station on the moon. But unlike the regular train stations here on Earth, this won't be for humans. This lunar railway station will pave the way for future exploration of the Craterfield satellite. Our next report explains the ambitious plans underway for greater moon exploration.
Let's board the Space Express. When one hears the word railway station, one probably pictures platforms lined with trains. But hold on to your tickets, because some stations are out of this world. American Space Agency NASA is taking railway stations to new heights. Or should we say, to outer space? Because they're planning to build a railway station on the moon. Officials of NASA shared plans of building a lunar railway station. According to NASA, this station will be the hub of reliable, autonomous, and efficient transport on the moon. It will help sustain the envisioned lunar ecosystem from the 2030s. The railway station won't be like the one seen on Earth. Here's the twist, because it will not be for humans, rather for robots. It is being dubbed the flexible levitation on a track or float. A magnetic marvel that'll glide over the rocky and rugged lunar terrain with ease. These float robots will zip around transporting payloads and minimizing lunar dust abrasion. No wheels, legs, or tracks needed, just high-tech levitation. Unlike conventional roads, railways, or cableways that we see on Earth, NASA will roll out the train tracks directly onto the lunar surface to avoid any major on-site construction. And these tracks will be mobile, which means they can be shifted according to need. The float design robots will be able to transport payloads of varying shapes. They will do it at slow but steady speeds of 0.5 meters per second or 1.8 kilometers per hour. And the large-scale float systems will be tasked with moving tons of load every day. So how will they do it? How will the train float? The float robots will levitate over the tracks using electromagnetic thrusts. It's basically levitation using magnetic forces. And there will also be the option of using solar panels for generating energy. The project's work will start with the designing, manufacturing, and testing of prototypes. Then it's off to the lunar analog testbed for a grand demonstration. NASA will even investigate how factors including temperature and radiation affect performance. The human being's quest for innovation and exploration continues to push the boundaries of possibility. And now, with NASA's ambitious plans for a lunar railway station, we will embark on a journey that symbolizes humanity's relentless pursuit of knowledge and progress. This futuristic concept is like a bold step towards establishing sustainable infrastructure beyond our planet. So get ready to moonwalk into the future of transportation. It's going to be one stellar ride.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. South Africa goes to the polls on the 29th of May. I will track the election and bring you ground reports. Is it the end of the road for the African National Congress? And will former President Jacob Zuma stage a dramatic comeback? From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global South. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with Russia's increasing influence in the African continent. The latest on the list of African nations partnering with Russia is the island nation of Mauritius. Mauritius and Russia have been strengthening partnership across various fields, including oceanographic research, energy, technology, marine transportation, among others. The Russian ambassador to Mauritius, Konstantin Klimovsky, says despite pressure from the West, Mauritius is committed to deepen ties with Moscow. The ambassador also said Russian investors were interested in working in Mauritius. Mauritius is now looking to initiate the use of Russian Mir payment cards. Now, Mir is a Russian card payment system that was set up by the Central Bank of Russia. It is used for electronic fund transfers. Russia launched this payment solution in 2017 to counter sanctions from the West. In 2014, several Russian banks were cut off from the Visa and MasterCard payment networks as a result of Western sanctions. Mauritius and Russia have traditionally shared close bilateral ties. Last year, the two countries marked 55 years of diplomatic relations. Mauritius was also a part of the second Russia-Africa summit held last year. But it's not just Mauritius. From economy to defense to diplomacy, Russia's influence across Africa appears to be on a meteoric rise in recent years. At the heart of Russia's growing footprint in Africa is the geopolitical contest between the Kremlin and the White House, which heated up after Moscow's invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022. Russia's strategy has focused more on working with Africa's elites and on defense ties, rather than economic and trade relations. Moscow has deployed its mercenary forces in multiple coup-hit states in the continent, including Mali and Burkina Faso. Now, Russia is also the chief arms supplier to Africa. It accounted for 40% of African imports of major weapons between 2018 and 2022. Economically, Russia aims to gain access to Africa's natural resources, while boosting its own export of agricultural products, including fertilizers and digital, space and nuclear technologies. However, compared to Africa's development partners, including the US, the EU and China, Russia's economic weight in Africa is negligible. Now, Moscow is also an attractive partner for African leaders for benefits in energy, mining and construction. And diplomatically, Russia seeks African votes in the support of its position at the UN. It is interesting to note that many African countries abstained from voting or even voted against the UNGA resolution to condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The West accuses Russia of undermining the democratic stability and driving conflict on the continent using its mercenaries and a disinformation campaign. According to Council on Foreign Relations, at least 16 African countries experienced Russia-sponsored disinformation campaigns as of 2022 to discredit pro-Western forces and frame itself as a better partner than the West. Analysts say that Africa's shift towards Russia can be attributed to long-standing frustration with the failures of Western policies and intervention. They say Moscow is taking advantage of Western policy missteps. Now, for more on this, we have with us political and economic analyst Professor Ehsen Iraqi, who is joining us live from Nairobi. Thank you for being with us, Professor.
Good afternoon.
Now, the Russian ambassador to Mauritius has said that despite increasing pressure from Western nations, Mauritius is still determined to actively develop bilateral cooperation with Russia. What is your assessment of the eagerness of Mauritius to partner more closely with Russia?
That's not very surprising to me because Russia has had engagement with Africa for a very long time, for the last 60 years. I remember when I was in high school, some of my teachers or my lecturers had gone to study in the former Soviet Union. So I think what Russia is doing now by engaging in Africa is simply engaging the old Cold War ties. And Mauritius is not alone. The West African countries, the Sahel, they are feeling that Russia is probably a more willing partner, does not demand as much as the country and the rest, are realizing that China and that Russia is easier to engage with compared with the demands that are put by Western countries. And you never know, a country like Mauritius is looking for a bigger market, away from the African market, away from the Western market. And I think they are realizing that Russia is not just an economic, political power, it can also be an economic power with a lot of market, and they are taking advantage of it. So I think it's a two-way process.
Right. And Professor, in your opinion, why are more and more African countries choosing to partner with Russia over the West?
Most African countries, their economic situation has not been very good. They have been suffering from drought. They have been suffering from poverty. They have been suffering from low economic growth. So any partner who can help them uplift their standards of living, create more jobs, make them join the community of nations is welcome. And Russia seems to have taken advantage of that. And it's not just Russia. China has also been doing exactly the same.
Professor Iraqi, thank you very much for being with us on this broadcast and for sharing your valid insights there.
Thank you.
Our next story is from Nigeria, where President Bola Tinubu's policies have given rise to a new uproar. And this time, the focus is the electricity sector. Labour unions in Nigeria are staging a nationwide protest over an increase in electricity tariffs. It is being carried out by two of the country's biggest unions. Now, the Nigerian Labour Congress and the Trade Union Congress of Nigeria, the union members are picketing outside the offices of public electricity utilities, calling the authorities to retract the price hikes. Moreover, Nigerians are frustrated that the country's erratic power supply has not improved despite the rise in tariffs.
Every protest has its own peculiarities, and when you look at this one, it is very special because it touches on the fabric of the economy, because power is life, power is the mainstay of Nigerian economy. Getting Nigeria out of the wood, we must be able to have stable power supply.
The price hikes come following the removal of the electricity subsidies. In April this year, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission cut the electricity subsidies to ease the pressure on its finances. It raised electricity prices for about 15% of the consumers. This meant that for some people in the West African country, electricity rates have more than doubled. Meanwhile, the government is expected to save more than $700 million in subsidies.
We have not come here to discuss the classical process of generating electricity and transmitting it. We have come here to tell you how Nigerians feel. We have equally come here to tell you that Nigeria can't continue to increase tariff on 4,000 megawatts for 25 years.
Nigeria suffers from a chronically inconsistent power supply, so much so that many areas go days without electricity. The sector faces a myriad of problems, including gas shortages, high debt, vandalism, and corruption. Persistent corruption at several stages has hampered its supply chain, which in turn has led to frequent power outages. Nigeria has about 12,500 megawatts of installed electricity capacity, but it produces only a quarter of that. And that has left many citizens reliant on expensive diesel-powered generators.
Whatever that we're going to get out of this will be for the betterment of every Nigerian, the poor, the rich, and the not too poor.
The price increases are President Bola Tinubu's latest effort to cut the government's cost. This comes as the electricity sector faces declining revenue due to dwindling investments and chronic oil theft. However, this is just one among the host of changes the president brought since taking office in 2023. Last year, Tinubu set out Nigeria's boldest reforms in decades. He scrapped the popular but costly fuel subsidies and devalued Nigeria's currency, the naira. Since then, petrol prices have more than doubled, As a result, inflation has sharply risen, hitting close to 30%. Amid skyrocketing inflation, prices for essential food items have doubled in a matter of months. Meanwhile, instances of hijacking of food trucks have also been reported. And now the increase in electricity tariffs has further worsened Nigeria's cost of living crisis. From Nigeria, let's shift our focus to Mali. Now, opposition parties and civil society groups in Mali have rejected a proposal to extend the military rule in the West African nation. Mali's junta organized a national dialogue which was attended by hundreds, but mainly boycotted by the opposition. The national dialogue recommended several more years of military rule. It also said that when elections eventually are held, the junta chief, Colonel Assimi Goïta, should be a candidate for president.
The aim of this dialogue was to diagnose the causes of intra-community and inter-community conflicts in order to draw up an architecture for lasting peace, stitch up the social fabric, and strengthen community life. The aim of this inter-Malian dialogue was to preserve national unity and territorial integrity. I'm delighted to see that Malians have understood this and taken ownership of the process.
Mali's opposition parties denounced the dialogue, calling it a sham. They said the military wants to stay in power forever by taking Mali and its people hostage. In April, Mali's junta further tightened its grip by suspending all political activities, clamping down on opposition figures, journalists, and rights activists. Mali plunged into a political and security crisis in 2012. It was fueled by attacks from militants and other armed groups, as well as separatist struggle in the north. The military seized power in 2020, promising to organize elections and to hand over power to civilians. In 2021, Mali witnessed another coup. The junta then postponed the elections indefinitely, citing a precarious security situation aggravated by jihadist attacks. But Malian opposition parties and civil society organizations are rejecting a longer junta rule. Their campaign against the military is gaining momentum. There is increasing frustration among the citizens too, who face insecurity, a high cost of living, and power cuts. Now, the junta has already revolted against the French and expelled a UN force and walked out of the West African bloc ECOWAS. All this while fighting in central and northern Mali is escalating. Now, the coalition of jihadist groups wants to overthrow the junta, which they call illegal, and want the expulsion of the Russian mercenary forces that assist Mali's military. So, worries for Mali's military are adding up. Could this lead to the fall of the junta in Mali? And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Today, we tell you about a Tunisian woman's life who is punching her way towards fulfilling an Olympic dream. Despite several hurdles, Tunisia's Kaloud Hlimi is fighting against all odds to script history. Our next report tells you more.
ماماتي توحشتك برشا ماماتي توحشتني انتي يا عمري حتى انا توحشتك يا ماما ما عادش تعرفني تو تاكل في السوسيته شو كيفاش يخمم شو رايين.
Meet Khouloud Hlimi, a Tunisian woman who is determined to break stereotypes, fight against all odds and create history. We'll tell you how. Imagine chasing your dream when your resources are limited, critics are many, and obstacles are unlimited. It seems impossible, right? Well, Hlimi does it every day. With a firm grip and a firmer determination inside the ring, the Tunisian boxer is aiming for the next Summer Olympics in Paris.
The Olympic Games represent a culmination of my career, encompassing all my training and efforts. Over 18 years, now entering the 19th, it condenses this into a mere 10 minutes in the ring. You have technique, physical fitness, and style to showcase your abilities. You being nominated for the Olympics means standing out, if you are an Olympic athlete or not, and the most important thing is representing your country.
This will be her second Olympics. What started as a hobby has now become her passion and a dream that may inspire thousands of Tunisians to follow their dreams. If she wins, Hlimi will be the first Tunisian woman to win the Olympics. The under 60 kg category boxer is toiling day and night for her golden goal. She takes intense training sessions under the guidance of Tunisian Boxing Federation coach Sami Lakhlifi.
Khouloud is an exceptional case. She is an exceptional woman. A hard-working individual striving to achieve her goals. She participated in the Tokyo 2020+1 Olympic Games and came close to victory.
Hlimi is defying the odds with a career of over 18 years in a sport that's traditionally dominated by men. Her journey is full of thorns. She faces criticism and doubts about her stature in the sport.
I heard it with my own ears. No one told me. People were saying, she's not a boxer. She won't achieve anything. She's short. I'm 1.60 meters tall. What can she do? For the second time when I was nominated, I heard, in training, she gave birth 2 months ago by cesarean section. She can't do anything. They'll eliminate her by knockout. And when you hear all this talk, you will have an incentive. I was the one who won by knockout. In Dakar, I won both the quarterfinals and semifinals by knockout. When I hear what people say, I built on it, as a fuel. I let them talk. It's entertaining for me.
Like most women's sports across continents, women's boxing in Tunisia does not receive much attention. Neither do the authorities back it, nor the fans or clubs. But this doesn't stop her from dreaming bigger.
In the 2024 Olympic Games, I will give everything I have. I will reflect on all my sacrifices to be crowned with God's power. You know that boxing in Tunisia hasn't had a medal since 1996. An Olympic medal, I hope that it will be by the hand of Khouloud El Halamis, God willing. Just to make Tunisia, all Tunisian people, and all Arabs happy. This medal is from the African Championship for the Olympic Games. It's the one I was qualified with by getting the gold, and I also won the African Championship with it. It's the same one I was qualified for Tokyo with.
Hlimi hopes to take Tunisia to the world stage. After a 28-year absence, she's now aiming for a podium finish for her country. The stakes are high and the hurdles many. But giving up is not an option for Khouloud Hlimi.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Our lead tonight is about the biggest startup in geopolitics, China's Belt and Road Initiative, and its hero product, the Gwadar port in Pakistan. It is dying a slow death. Gwadar is part of CPEC, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC. It's a classic cautionary tale. Also the story of many startups. It begins with a burst of enthusiasm and a large inflow of investments. But there's no sustainable revenue model and rampant mismanagement. So soon it starts bleeding and then goes bust. That's exactly what's happening with CPEC. The project is going bust and China is trying to cut its losses. Again, starting with the Gwadar port, it was launched almost a decade back. In all these years, it hasn't turned a profit. Forget profit. It's not being able to deliver on the basics, like receiving ships and moving cargo. Gwadar is failing to do any of this. It's the worst performing out of all of China's port investments. In fact, let me show you this list. These are all the major ports controlled by China. And the number of arrivals that they registered in 2023. Hambantota in Sri Lanka tops this list with more than 400 arrivals last year. Kribi in Cameroon is second with more than 200 arrivals. Lekki in Nigeria received 26 vessels. And finally, we have Pakistan's Gwadar port, where just 17 vessels docked in 2023. And this trend is not unique to last year. It's been like that for years. Since 2016, Gwadar has been at the bottom of this chart. It has received less than 30 ships every year. It is a flop show. It was launched with tall promises. Both Pakistan and China claimed that this port will transform Gwadar. They said Gwadar will become the next Dubai. Needless to say, it hasn't. But the Pakistani leadership continues peddling lies. Last year, Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif said they're expanding Chinese investments.
Now we are entering the second phase of CPEC, which is even more interesting and extremely helpful in promoting investments, progress and prosperity in Pakistan and also in the region.
Investments, progress and prosperity. Pakistan is yet to see any of this. You may ask why. Why did Gwadar fail? For starters, the execution was not right. The success of the project rested on the arrival of ships. But there's a practical problem with Gwadar. It lacks the requisite support infrastructure. China invested over $1 billion into the Gwadar port, but building a port is not enough. You need better connectivity around the port. You need roads, you need highways and railway lines. China was supposed to give additional funds for all of these, but that money never came. So the Gwadar port receives no traffic. There's no point sending a ship there. The second problem is poor management. Pakistan is one of the most unstable countries in the world, especially politically. No civilian has completed a full term as Pakistan's leader, ever. The military runs this country. It interferes in policy making in every field, but more so in defense and foreign policy. They effectively dictate the terms of engagement in these two domains, defense and foreign policy. And China trusted these leaders with a multi-billion-dollar project. No wonder it failed. Gwadar in particular and CPEC in general remains mired in chaos. Corruption is rampant. This is according to Chinese officials themselves. They say 80% of CPEC investments are lost. 80% are lost due to corruption and leakages. But the biggest reason why Gwadar failed is this. It has no viable business model. China struck a lopsided deal with Pakistan. China takes 90% of the port revenues, the Pakistan government gets the remaining 10%, and the local government in Gwadar gets nothing. So this deal is a big source of tension. There's a local uprising of sorts against the Chinese port. The people of Gwadar believe that China is looting their wealth, so they keep launching attacks on Chinese assets. They keep targeting Chinese investments and workers. The Gwadar port, in fact, was hit only 2 months back. 8 militants tried to storm the Port Authority complex. They crashed a car filled with explosives into the gate of the complex. 5 security personnel died in that attack. In the past, Chinese lives have been lost in similar attacks. So China has been pulling up Pakistan, demanding better security around Chinese investments and increased protection for Chinese nationals. But time and again, Islamabad has fallen short of Beijing's expectations. So there are problems across the board. The project is leaking cash. It remains incomplete and unsustainable. There is hostility from the locals and rising security concerns. A professional entrepreneur would have exited by now. They would have folded up the venture, but China cannot afford to do that. Shutting down the Gwadar project or CPEC won't be good optics. It would generate bad press for Xi Jinping's already failing flagship initiative. And Beijing wouldn't want to alienate a submissive ally like Islamabad. So Chinese investments in Pakistan will continue, even if Beijing scales back some of its commitments. Last year, Google celebrated its 25th birthday. CEO Sundar Pichai wrote a letter to his employees. The tone was optimistic. The tech giant was 25 years old. It could go on for another 25. And for the journey ahead, there's one idea or motive that came up repeatedly: artificial intelligence. Sundar Pichai mentioned AI more than 20 times in his letter, so the message was quite clear. Google won't lose the AI race. But will it win the AI war? We ask because it is a war now. Yesterday we told you about OpenAI. They've launched their new AI model. It's called GPT-4o. It can do a whole lot of things: solve maths equations, talk to your pets, and even flirt with you. It created a lot of buzz, and it set the bar high for its competitors. Now, barely 24 hours later, Google has shown its wares at its annual developer conference. Usually, it's one of those things that make you snooze, but this one was different. Imagine rainbow-colored robes and the mention of AI at least 121 times. It's what Silicon Valley calls a party. A lot of announcements were made there, almost too many to keep track of, but here's a quick rundown. The first was about Google Search. It's the big headliner. The search is how this company started. It's what made Google what it is, the Google Search. If you want to know something, you Google it. You need any answer, you hop onto Google. Google has become synonymous with search, but now they want to change it. They want to overhaul the search engine by using artificial intelligence. Last year, Google called AI the future of search. Now they're rolling out that future. It's called the AI Overview. And what does it do? Right now, when you search for something on Google, you get tons of results and you sift through them. You click on some links, you read through a few of them, you discard the irrelevant links. And this is how you put together the information that you need. This is how you search on Google. The new search engine will change all of it. It will make the process easier. You look for something and Google's AI model will go through the results. It will make a summary of the relevant stuff for you, and that summary will appear on top of the search results. Basically, it will give you a gist of the answer that you're looking for, plus links to more information in case you need it. And you don't even have to type what you're searching for. You can record a video, you can take a picture, or just speak. The AI model will figure out what you're asking for. Of course, there's a catch. Not every search needs AI. I'll give an example. Imagine looking for firstpost.com. It's a pretty straightforward search. You type firstpost.com and it takes you to the web page. You don't need AI for that. And that's where Google is trying to strike a balance. Not every answer will have a review. Regardless, your Google search is getting an AI twist. Will it change the way we search? Most certainly. But will it be better? Well, we don't know that. The second offering is Veo. It's Google's video generation tool. It can create videos based on prompts, much like OpenAI's Sora. The third is a new AI model. It's called Gemini 1.5 Flash. It's as powerful as the old one, but also faster. Fourth on the list is smarter Android devices. They'll be able to detect scam calls, offer you information, ingest PDFs, basically do the whole deal. And then they announced their new project called Astra. It's a multimodal AI assistant. If you think you've heard of this before, you're not wrong. OpenAI just released a similar model, a multimodal AI assistant. But the Google one is a bit different. You switch on your camera, you let it scan the room, and then you ask the AI model questions. It's like a virtual assistant. It can even tell you where you kept your glasses.
What does that part of the code do?
This code defines encryption and decryption functions. It seems to use AES-CBC encryption to encode and decode data based on a key and an initialization vector, IV.
That's right. What neighborhood do you think I'm in?
This appears to be the King's Cross area of London. It is known for its railway station and transportation connections.
Do you remember where you saw my glasses?
Yes, I do. Your glasses were on the desk near a red apple.
Sounds like quite a useful feature. I know people who could use it. But jokes aside, this is a very exciting phase. Technology is changing rapidly. It is transforming our lives, and it will be messy. 2 years ago, all of this sounded like science fiction. Today, it's a reality. In 2 days, we've had 2 major AI launches, personal assistants, video tools, an AI-powered search engine, all of it for free. And that should put us on our guard, because when big tech offers something for free, it is extracting a hidden price from us. And it's all happening so fast and in such an unregulated space that it will be a while before we fathom it. With every AI leap comes the same question: will it take over our jobs? This time, the chief of the International Monetary Fund has weighed in, and she says yes, AI will affect the job market. In fact, she painted a more worrying picture. The IMF chief said AI will hit the job market like a tsunami. Interesting choice of words. A tsunami destroys everything. It wipes out buildings and people. Is that what AI will do to the job market? Well, the IMF chief had some numbers. In the next 2 years, AI could affect 60% jobs in the developed world and overall 40% worldwide. Now, these numbers are worrying, not just because of how high they are, but also because of the time frame, 2 years. It's hardly any time in the job market. So we need to prepare fast. Listen to what the IMF chief has said. I'm quoting, "We have very little time to get people and businesses ready for it. AI can boost how much we produce and make things more efficient, but it also might increase false information and make income gaps wider." That's what she said. There are 3 points or takeaways from this. First of all, it's not all bad. The IMF says 60% jobs will be affected, but affected does not mean replaced. In half of these cases, AI will improve your productivity. It will make your job easier. And not to mention, create new jobs. The AI revolution will generate over 97 million new jobs, which brings us to the second takeaway. Yes, some jobs will be lost. Goldman Sachs made a prediction last year. They think that AI will replace 300 million full-time jobs. You can guess some of them, like coding. Top AI models can write complicated codes. They're also much faster than humans. Another example is customer service, like call centers or chat support. The new AI models can hold a conversation, so they can definitely troubleshoot your problems. Again, much faster than humans. The CEO of TCS has a dire warning. He says AI could kill Indian call centers in a year. Same with tutors. ChatGPT released a demo yesterday. It showed the AI model teaching mathematics. You can ask questions, you can draw diagrams and figures, even make question papers. A lot of teachers already use ChatGPT. A professor in Virginia actively encourages her students to do that. She says ChatGPT can be a persona, a debate partner for some, a job recruiter for others. So right now, AI is making teachers more productive, but how long before it takes over the job or diminishes it? And that's the third point. AI could increase inequality. Let me explain how. Consider the coding example. Before AI, you needed humans to write the whole thing. But now ChatGPT can do it. You just need the human to verify it. You see the problem here. Coding pays a lot of money, but verifying does not. So AI could drastically reduce wages in some jobs. It can eventually widen the wage gap. And this applies even to countries. Wealthier countries will adapt to AI more quickly. They will have more money. They do have more money, so they can invest a lot more in AI. But poorer countries cannot do that. And this may lead to a technology and wage gap. So to recap, there are 3 factors at play. Some new jobs being created, a lot of jobs being lost, and a new trigger for financial inequality. Broadly, this is how artificial intelligence will affect the job market. The question is, how can you prepare for it? Well, time is of the essence. AI is moving much faster than expected. So if you're already in the job market, your brief is quite simple. Start using AI tools. Find some way to integrate it. Use it to gain an edge over your peers. But what if you are not in the workforce yet? Then put your thinking cap on. We said that AI will create 97 million new jobs. Find out what they are. The World Economic Forum has listed a few examples like AI trainers, people who make and design these models, or data curators, people who gather data to train these models, or ethics officers, people who act as a moral compass for AI models, or even AI content creators, people who explain how everything works. These are all new and emerging jobs. The key is to find and prepare for them. And like I said, do it fast. ChatGPT came out in late 2022. We thought that was revolutionary. But in less than 2 years, it has gone further ahead. They can identify items in your surroundings, do your shopping for you, conduct interviews for you, even tutor your children. So imagine what the next generation will be like. I guess the IMF chief's assessment is quite accurate. AI is like a tsunami heading for the job market. We've got the warning. We can see the big waves. It's now time to prepare for it. I guess that's enough tech news for one show. Let's turn back to geopolitics, to what's happening in Gaza. Last week, Joe Biden drew a red line for Israel. He said, do not invade Rafah. For good measure, he also paused a military shipment. He withheld a few bombs. Many thought it signaled a change in attitude. Maybe Joe Biden would stop aiding Israel's ruthless war. Well, think again. Biden is pushing another military package for Israel. It's worth almost $1 billion. The US government has already notified the Congress. Pretty soon it will be approved. Now, this package has 3 main items. Tank munitions worth $700 million, tactical vehicles worth $500 million, and mortar rounds worth $60 million. American officials say it's not an immediate shipment, it's a long-term commitment, meaning that these items will be delivered over many years. But what about the timing? Last Wednesday, Biden announced that he was pausing one military shipment. Exactly 1 week later, he does this. So what should the world make of it? Is Biden supporting Israel's war or is he not? His national security advisor tried to explain the president's position. This is what he said.
We do not believe what is happening in Gaza is a genocide. We have been firmly on record rejecting that proposition. We have paused the shipment of 2,000-pound bombs because we do not believe they should be dropped in densely populated cities.
How about that? Dropping bombs on cities is not okay, but somehow firing from tanks is totally fine. Is that what Washington is saying? As we speak, Israeli tanks are pushing deeper into Rafah. They've reached the residential area, so the locals are fleeing. Around 450,000 Gazans have fled Rafah. Many more live in the city's north. So catastrophe is imminent. Yet what does Joe Biden do? Give more weapons to Israel. It shows you his double standards. Last week, the US government published an important report. It probed Israel's use of American weapons. And what did the report find? That the use was, quote-unquote, inconsistent with international law. And the wording is pretty interesting. You either follow the law or you don't. How can it be inconsistent? I presume that means Israel did not follow the law. Yet Biden is giving more weapons. What does that tell you? His attitude has not changed. Pausing that one shipment was not about holding Israel back. It was about appeasing his vote bank. We saw the college protests over the last few weeks that forced Biden to act. But now he's gone back to default. Because the protests are scaling down. It's graduation season in the US, in American colleges. Students are busy celebrating and packing up. We've seen some protests during the graduation events, but overall the tempo is down. In some colleges, the encampments have also been taken down. Plus, Joe Biden is under immense pressure from his rivals. Jewish groups have criticized his move. So have the Republicans. They're pushing a new law that would force Biden to unfreeze the arms shipment, to basically give Israel more bombs. Biden has said that he will veto such a bill. But it tells you how much pressure the president is under. The question is, how will his flip-flops affect the war in Gaza? Will they change Israel's strategy? Well, they haven't so far. Israel continues to pound Rafah with airstrikes. They claim around 80 Hamas targets were hit. The ground operations also continue. Both Israel and Hamas have released footage of the urban warfare. It's almost like a video game. Take a look at this. To make matters worse, aid is drying out. The Rafah crossing has been shut, so most of the aid is coming from the north, but the journey is dangerous. Let me show you pictures from the West Bank. Aid trucks were ready to head out, but Israeli protesters blocked them. They threw out food packets meant for Gazans. Elsewhere in the West Bank, food trucks were destroyed in a fire. It is still not clear what caused the fire. The US has an opinion on this too. They say the aid shipments were not enough. And honestly, it sums up their policy. The Americans keep drawing red lines for Israel. Do not attack Rafah. Do not stop the aid. Do not invade without a plan. Do not target civilians. But in the end, they keep sending weapons. I know Israel is pulling the trigger, but Joe Biden too is equally complicit. And staying with the war, let's take a look at the other side, at Hamas. It's apparently planning to expand and to build bases in another country. Which one? Turkey. A new report has come out. It quotes the Israeli military. That's the only source, the Israeli military. They're said to have found secret documents in a Hamas leader's house. The leader is Yahya Sinwar. The house belongs to his chief of staff. Yahya Sinwar is the alleged mastermind behind the October 7th attack on Israel. Now, the Israeli Defense Force says it went into this house and found secret documents, including plans for a Turkish base for Hamas. This has not been verified independently. The report does not claim to verify it either. It only says that the secret documents were seen. And what was in them? What did they say? Well, the documents paint a picture of Hamas under pressure from Gaza, that they were quote-unquote, on the defensive because of Israel's efforts over the past decade. This is why Hamas was planning to set up foreign bases. They were to be used for quote-unquote, special operations, like kidnapping, sabotage, and assassinations. Their targets were to be Mossad agents and influential Israelis. Mossad is Israel's intelligence service, like the American CIA. Apparently, Hamas wanted to target Mossad agents from a base in Turkey. And that's not all. The secret documents go into details about the potential base, about who would be stationed there and how would it be funded. The only thing that doesn't seem to be mentioned is if the plan succeeded. Did they end up building this base? We don't know. No dates are mentioned, in fact. So we don't know when this plan was hatched. If it was before or after October 7th, it's not clear. Or if Hamas went ahead with this Turkish expansion. As of now, we are just told that an expansion plan exists. Now, with this in mind, let's look at Turkey. Why that country of all places? Why Turkey? After all, there are closer options for Hamas, like Egypt or Lebanon or even Jordan. Why Turkey then? Well, it could be because of this.
I never see Hamas as a terrorist organization, and as of this moment, I follow Hamas step by step. And in my country right now, More than 1,000 Hamas members are in our hospitals, all of them undergoing treatment.
That was Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. He addressed a press conference on Monday, and it looks like he let the cat out of the bag. He said 1,000 Hamas members are being treated in Turkish hospitals. The statement was later retracted. A Turkish official said Erdogan, and I'm quoting, misspoke, that he was talking about Palestinians in general and not Hamas members, but the damage was already done. Now add to this the new report about Hamas bases in Turkey. What does it sound like? Everything seems to be pointing towards Turkish complicity. Ankara already works with Hamas, by the way. We know this for a fact. It has allowed the group's political wing to set up offices in Turkey, but that was supposed to have been it. Only offices, not bases. But the new report directly contradicts it. It is alluding to a scandalous situation where Hamas may be launching attacks from Turkey. Turkey, which is a NATO member. How will the rest of NATO react to this information? Will the West take the Israeli military seriously? It seems Erdogan thinks they might, because the Turkish president made a surprising statement today. He said Israel has, and I'm quoting again, Israel has set its sights on Turkish territory. And he said Hamas was his country's forward line defense. Both the statement and the timing seem suspicious. Why would he say this a day after the report? Is this just rhetoric to fire up his base? Or does Erdogan really have something to hide? Hopefully all this will be cleared soon. Our next story is about the United Kingdom, a permanent member of the UN Security Council, a so-called world power, though increasingly the UK is looking like a tug in the world of geopolitics. This country has a long history of colonial atrocities, which they refuse to apologize for. They have museums filled with colonial loot, which they refuse to return, and now they have a new feather in their cap. London has become the dirty money capital of the world. We are not the ones saying this. Britain's very own Deputy Foreign Secretary has made a rare admission. He says nearly 40% of the world's dirty money goes through London. Here's our report.
Belgravia, Knightsbridge and Mayfair. 3 of London's wealthiest districts in Westminster. Buying a home there means you have arrived in life. But you may also find yourself living next to a Russian neighbor. It is often called Westminster's dirty secret. Russia and the United Kingdom share an adversarial relationship, but wealthy Russians have a fondness for the City of London. They are among the biggest buyers of luxury properties there. Rich Russians have bought over $500 million worth of properties in Westminster alone. Why are Russians drawn to London? The reason goes beyond the city's appeal. For years now, Russians have used London as a washing machine to clean their dirty money. One of the easiest ways to do that is to buy a really expensive property. The purchase brings a host of benefits.
London, and the United Kingdom more generally, became an absolute pole of attraction for Russian businessmen who had made a great deal of money out of the disintegration of the old Soviet Union, often, one has to say, in some very dubious circumstances by Western standards, to come to this country because they found it a pleasant place to do business, a pleasant place to invest, and in many cases a very pleasant place to live and indeed educate their children.
The Russian oligarchs have been investing in London for decades now. In recent years, more people have followed this Russian model. Andrew Mitchell is UK's Deputy Foreign Secretary. He claims nearly 40% of the world's black money is being cleaned by London. Mitchell revealed this cash is often stolen from developing countries and regions like Africa, often by corrupt businessmen, politicians, and warlords. They funnel this cash into London from tax havens like British Virgin and Cayman Islands. So when it reaches a British bank account, the money appears squeaky clean. Till 2022, more than $125 billion worth of questionable money was coming to the UK every year. At one point, the government was even rewarding these questionable investors with golden visas. That scheme has been abolished now. The British government has tried to make changes and turn off the dirty money tap. But London has failed to make any substantial progress. The checks and balances in the current form lack teeth, and in some cases, the UK has given refuge to not just the black money, but also to the individuals who embezzle it. Case in point, Vijay Mallya and Nirav Modi, two prominent Indian businessmen accused of stealing money from India to the tune of millions of dollars. New Delhi has declared both Mallya and Modi fugitive economic offenders. India has been pursuing their extradition for years now. So far, there hasn't been much headway in either case. And if the British government keeps dragging its heels, the financial fugitives will keep exploiting the London loophole to their advantage.
Speaking of dirty money, here's another case. A few years back, a meme was going viral on social media. It was mostly a Dubai thing. People living there would show off their life. Great cars, great houses, and great clothes. In the end would come a signature sign-off. They would say, Habibi, come to Dubai. I guess it worked, because that's exactly what has happened. A data leak shows that a lot of people did go to Dubai. Politicians, businessmen, sanctioned oligarchs, celebrities, defense contractors, even terror financiers. All of them have bought property in Dubai. How do we know this? Thanks to a data leak from the UAE. It covers a time period between 2020 and 2022. The data was shared with a Norwegian media outlet. They in turn collaborated with 70 plus news agencies, and together they produced this, Dubai Unlocked. Let's meet some of the notorious residents. Obaid Khanani has a property in Palm Jumeirah. He's a Pakistani national sanctioned by the US in 2016 for laundering money for drug cartels and gangs. Another resident is Joseph Johannes Leideckers, aka Chubby Joes. Don't fall for the cute nickname though. Dutch authorities say he's a major player in the global cocaine trade. A third example is Salam Shebani. He once featured in Europe's most wanted list. Today he's in a Swedish prison. The charges range from murder to fraud. Amid all of this, you have Pakistani politicians. Former President Pervez Musharraf had property in Dubai. So does the current President Asif Ali Zardari. 3 of his children have houses in Dubai. Bilawal Bhutto, the former Foreign Minister of Pakistan, Bakhtawar Bhutto and Asifa Bhutto. 2 of them are members of Pakistan's parliament. So you can imagine the reaction. Questions are being asked of the Bhuttos. Did they buy this property to evade taxes? And if so, they're not alone. There are 17,000 Pakistani owners in Dubai. Put together, they own 23,000 properties. Pakistan is second on the list of foreign owners. And guess who's first? Indians. There are more than 29,000 Indian owners in Dubai. They own 35,000 properties. Put together, it's worth almost $17 billion. Among them is Nirav Modi, the fugitive Indian businessman. He owns 3 properties in Dubai. Now, all of this raises a couple of questions. 1, why Dubai? And 2, why criminals and drug lords? Both answers are linked to each other. Real estate is a key part of Dubai's economy. It makes up almost 9% of their economy. Dubai is expected to deliver more than 34,000 houses this year, so the supply is huge. Chances are foreigners will snap up most of it. And a big reason for that is taxes. The UAE doesn't have any. If you live in Dubai, you don't have to pay income tax. So a lot of people stash their money there, away from the tax man. Plus, the UAE does not impose Western sanctions. Say you're a Russian oligarch or a sanctioned African businessman, you can't invest in Europe. You can't invest in North America, but you can invest in the UAE. Until recently, they had very few extradition treaties. So it's the ideal place to lie low, far away from Western law enforcement. And finally, the buying process is quite simple. Paying in cryptocurrency, no problem. Paying in bags of cash, again, no problem. The Dubai property regulators are quite lenient. They don't bother with background checks, it seems. Also, once you buy, your records are safe. Only a leak like this one will reveal your purchase. So Dubai checks all the boxes. for a shady buyer: secrecy, lack of background checks, no taxes, no Western sanctions, and the warm West Asian sun. I know the idea of drug lords bathing in the Dubai sun is borderline funny, but it's also risky. We're talking about dangerous people. Shouldn't Dubai be cracking down on them? Well, they say they are. The UAE says they are cracking down. One official, in fact, has rubbished this leaked report. He said the UAE takes the integrity of the global economy very seriously. So questions must also be asked of the watchdogs. One of them is the FATF, the Financial Action Task Force. In February, they removed the UAE from their grey list. But months later, this report emerges. Not a good look, is it? Especially for a country like the UAE, they have big plans lined up. They want to be a financial and technological hub. But for that, you must also be transparent. The UAE will have to come clean about these leaks. Our next story is from Singapore. The country got a new prime minister today, just their fourth since their independence. Lawrence Wong. He succeeded Lee Hsien Loong as prime minister. Lee has stepped down after 20 years. It was a planned change of guard and long in the works. The succession date was fixed last month, but Wong was tapped back in 2022. He's been preparing to take over for years. So who is Lawrence Wong? The man chosen to lead Singapore, to take charge of one of Asia's financial hubs. How did he rise to power, and what does he plan to do next? Our next report has the details.
That guitar player is none other than Singapore's new Prime Minister, Lawrence Wong. When he's not busy jamming, he will be working to ensure that Singapore's success story strums along. He will be Singapore's first Prime Minister born after the island became independent. Wong is 51 years old. He grew up in a Singapore that was transforming from a British colony into a financial powerhouse. Wong grew up in public housing. He studied at a school where his mother was a teacher. His father was a salesperson. So you might say that Wong's rise is a tribute to Singapore, a boy from a humble background becoming Prime Minister. After school, Wong studied economics in the United States. He went there on a scholarship. Wong went on to get a master's degree in applied economics. In 2004, he got a second master's in public administration from Harvard University. But Wong had already begun working by then. He was in Singapore's civil service, working as an economist. So, an economist and former civil servant is now Singapore's new Prime Minister. He's around the same age his predecessor was when he took charge. That's Lee Hsien Loong, the outgoing Prime Minister of Singapore. He served as PM for 20 years since 2004, and now he's passing on the baton. Wong has had Lee's confidence for years, even before he officially joined politics. Between 2005 and 2008, Wong was Lee's principal private secretary. In 2011, Wong left Singapore's civil service and joined politics. He won his first election and was made Minister of State for Defence and Minister of State for Education. Wong also served on the board of the Monetary Authority of Singapore, which is Singapore's central bank. Over the years, Wong served as Culture Minister, Development Minister, and then Finance Minister. The wealth of experience has led to this moment, Wong taking oath as Singapore's Prime Minister.
I, Lawrence Wong, having been appointed to the office of Prime Minister, do solemnly swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Singapore, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Singapore. So help me God.
Wong will be both Prime Minister and Finance Minister. It all adds up considering his background and experience. Lee Hsien Loong also held both portfolios when he took charge, and this isn't the only tradition that's being followed. Former Prime Minister Lee is not stepping away entirely. He will remain in the cabinet as a senior minister of Singapore. All of Singapore's outgoing prime ministers have taken this post. It ensures continuity in policy. So don't expect too much to change in the island nation. Wong will retain Lee's cabinet at least until the next general election. That should take place by November 2025. The next election will be a litmus test. We know that the outgoing Prime Minister trusts Wong, but what about the people of Singapore? Today's choreographed transition gives Wong some time and political security. But to truly become a legitimate head of government, Wong has to win a general election on his own. Well, we'll find out next year if Wong can get Singapore humming to his tunes.
Our next story comes from the Indian state of Rajasthan, where a toddler's life has been saved thanks to his doctors and his family. But also an actor, a cricketer, vegetable vendors, shopkeepers and several other people. This is the story of Hridayan Sharma. He is 22 months old and he suffers from a rare genetic disorder called spinal muscular atrophy, where the patient cannot control their muscles. The child had lost nearly all bodily function below the waist. His life was under threat. The condition could be treated though. All he needed was an injection. But two problems stood in the way. First, there was a strict deadline to give this injection, and second, it was very expensive. This jab was worth 17.5 crore rupees. That's more than $2 million. The child's family could not afford it. So they started a crowdfunding campaign. In other words, a drive to raise money from a large group of people. The campaign garnered immense traction. It was widely shared on social media, and within 3 months, the family raised 9 crore rupees, which is about $1 million. Now, the boy has been given the injection. His life has been saved. The remaining amount, which is close to $1 million, needs to be deposited within a year. Many are hopeful that crowdfunding will bear fruit again. But this is a big win in itself, not just for the toddler, but also for millions who depend on crowdfunding the world over. This concept, the concept of crowdfunding, is not new. In its most basic form, it refers to gathering money or small gifts to help someone. And people have done it for generations. But online crowdfunding picked up just about a decade ago. It started with a handful of websites prompting pet projects or small causes. Promoting pet projects or small causes. Today, there are over 1,000 crowdfunding websites. The global crowdfunding market is worth more than $1 billion. In India, the number is estimated at $5 million. Crowdfunding platforms have raised tens of billions of dollars globally. Take GoFundMe, for example. It's one of the market leaders. It was launched in the year 2010, and since then it has generated $30 billion. 150 million people have reportedly sent or received money through this platform. Crowdfunding is an incredibly powerful tool. It can build communities, raise funds in desperate times, and help spread messages to a wider audience. So why do people use crowdfunding? Healthcare funding is one of the primary reasons. Take Milap, for example. Milap is an Indian crowdfunding platform. It has raised a total of $275 million, and 80% of that amount has funded medical treatment. But that's not all. From financial apps to fidget cubes, many products trace their roots back to crowdfunding. To put it simply, crowdfunding is used for all kinds of causes: to save museums, to survive wars, to rebuild cities, even to help Donald Trump, even to remove forehead tattoos. People pick a cause that they care about and donate money for it. So far, so good. But only if your campaign is successful. And there is no guarantee of it. The average success rate of crowdfunding is just about 20%. For starters, how you design your campaign matters. A single spelling error reduces chances of funding success by 13%. Secondly, research proves that crowdfunding usually benefits the wealthy rather than those who really need it. Because the wealthy have larger social networks and they know more people with money. What's more, crowdfunding does not bring overnight success.
When someone tells you that you've got no water and you're out there fundraising on the internet for a month or two, that takes a lot of time. So that is the biggest difficulty. And really, when you promise a village a well, there's a lot of hope and a lot of expectation on the part of the people who are waiting. So we have to be a little faster in the process and look for the means to make this well.
And worst of all, like most things internet, there are regulation problems here. There have been numerous cases of terror funding, also scams or frauds. Usually, most platforms run a background check. They ask for necessary documents before starting a funding campaign, but it is easy for people to slip through the cracks. Sometimes treatments conclude, but fundraising goes on, or a large sum of money is raised for smaller surgeries. Sometimes the roles are reversed as well. Crowdfunding platforms charge hidden fees. So there are major transparency issues. In most countries, crowdfunding platforms are governed by authorities, but they don't have a specific regulator. There is no set framework. There are few requirements to disclose procedures, fee structures, and safeguarding mechanisms. So there is a lack of accountability. That being said, crowdfunding is increasingly becoming a part of the mainstream. So if you choose to participate, be careful, do your research, because if all goes well, lives could indeed be saved. Can a company own a color? Ask Nivea, and they would say yes. The signature blue packaging is iconic. So much so, it has led to a legal battle. Pond's and Nivea are battling it out in court. These are two of India's most popular moisturizer brands. So what's the battle about? Well, a range of issues, from oil content to unfair market practices, and even the color blue. Who won this legal fight? Our next report tells you.
It began in 2021. Beiersdorf AG took Hindustan Unilever Limited to court. For those who don't know, Beiersdorf AG manufactures Nivea creams. Hindustan Unilever Limited manufactures Pond's. These are two of India's most popular moisturizer brands. Millions use them every day. So why are they battling it out in court? The answer is unfair market practices. Beiersdorf AG alleged that Pond's salespersons were engaged in unfair market practices. How? First, they would approach a customer. Then, they would apply Nivea cream on one hand and Pond's on the other. Then, they would show it to the customer through a magnifying glass. They showed that Nivea left a greater residue. Pond's responded to the claims. They said they weren't comparing themselves to Nivea. They were just using a blue tub. They asked whether Nivea had a monopoly over the color. Of course, the Pond's argument did not stick. The court said that people do associate Nivea to the color. But it's not about who owns the color blue, it's about using things that define a brand and unfair market practices. Look at some examples. In 2011, Apple sued Samsung. Why? Because Apple said they were copying their design in their Galaxy smartphones. In 2014, Nike sued Adidas. It was for patent infringement. The allegation was that Adidas's running shoes had copied Nike's patented design. Both of these lawsuits were settled out of court. But here's another one. In 2011, Christian Louboutin sued Yves Saint Laurent. Why? Because YSL used red soles. Red soles are a Louboutin staple. It's how the brand grew its identity. So it took YSL to court. But the court did not rule against YSL. They said Louboutin did have a valid trademark for red soles, but only when it contrasted with the whole shoe. So YSL wasn't wrong here, because its entire shoe was red. This tells you about brand rivalries. Brands can be identified by particular colors or looks. In fact, colors are quite a sensitive topic. Companies trademark colors. It gives them exclusive use in the industry. Like the Mattel Barbie pink, the Tiffany blue, the Cadbury purple. You can't use those if you're trying to avoid a lawsuit. People often associate these colors to a particular product. Guess Pond's learnt it the hard way. While they feel the blues, they surely can't use it.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In Georgia, thousands shut down roads to protest against the controversial foreign agent law. In Ukraine, Antony Blinken takes a break from diplomacy to perform at a Kiev bar. And celebrity dog Messi is the first star to walk the red carpet at the 77th Cannes Film Festival. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1948, the first Arab-Israel war broke out. It came just a day after Israel was founded. Troops from 5 Arab states attacked the country, but it was a poorly coordinated campaign. Israel proved to be the stronger force. The war ended in 1949, leaving Israel with control over more territory. We're leaving you on that note. Thanks for watching. We will see you tomorrow.
We begin right here in the United States. Just days after halting deliveries of almost 3,500 bombs to Israel, President Joe Biden is now considering a separate weapon shipment to the embattled nation. The Biden administration is planning on sending Israel a new package worth over $1 billion in arms and ammunition. The package is likely to include ammunition for tanks worth $700 million, tactical vehicles costing $500 million, and mortar rounds valued at $60 million. However, the White House has not confirmed the shipment. Now, should the delivery actually take place, this would be the first arms shipment for Israel by the Biden administration after it put an arms transfer on hold just last week. Precision-guided bombs have been held back after Washington expressed its displeasure with Israel's operation in Rafah. Now, President Biden has come under heavy criticism from both sides of the political spectrum over Washington's military support for Israel. While Democrats demand a permanent halt of all weapons deliveries to Israel, the Republicans are accusing the Biden administration of not sending enough weapons. In fact, Republican lawmakers in the House of Representatives are planning to advance a bill this week that would make it mandatory for the Biden administration to deliver offensive weaponry to Israel. However, reports say that President Biden is likely to veto the bill if Congress were in fact to pass it. Now, despite the one-time suspension, the Biden administration has made clear it will continue to support Israel with weapons even as the war drags on with no end in sight. And now moving to West Africa, Niger's Prime Minister Ali Mohamed Lamine Zein has blamed the United States for rupturing the crucial military pact between the two nations. The agreement had allowed American troops to stay and carry out counterterrorism operations in the Sahel country. However, Niger's prime minister says that U.S. officials tried to dictate how the African nation should conduct its affairs. He also claimed that Washington failed to justify the presence of its troops in Niger while, quote, doing nothing to end the jihadist insurgency in the region. Zein said, quote, the Americans stayed on our soil doing nothing while the terrorists killed people and burned towns. It is not a sign of friendship to come on our soil, but let the terrorists attack us. We have seen what the United States will do to defend its allies because we have seen Ukraine and Israel, end quote. Now, last year, a military coup ousted Niger's democratically elected president in a move that prompted the United States to freeze security support to the nation. Washington, in fact, paused its counterterrorism activities against jihadist outfits like the Islamic State and Al-Qaeda affiliated groups. These operations were normally carried out using a major air base in Niger, which was at the time completely under American control. In March, Niamey announced the termination of a 12-year-old military pact with Washington, forcing 1,000 U.S. troops to leave the country. Now, Niger's prime minister says that the United States even threatened his country with sanctions if it signed an agreement to sell uranium it produces to Iran. However, the United States State Department said it presented Niger's junta with a choice that was rooted in its national security interests. Washington asked that it decided to withdraw forces from Niger after realizing that the two sides could not come to an understanding. Now, the cancellation of the U.S.-Niger Security Pact has stirred fears of fading American influence in West Africa as Russia makes inroads. In fact, Moscow has already dispatched troops to Niamey, with Niger even housing the incoming Russian soldiers and the outgoing U.S. troops on the same air base, stirring an entirely different controversy. And with Russia increasing its presence in Niger, the options for the United States to revive its relations with the country's ruling junta remain limited. And now shifting focus to Latin America, where there's a growing concern of military escalation. Reports backed by satellite imagery show that Venezuela is carrying out a major troop buildup on the border of Guyana. This comes as Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro scales up threats to annex the oil-rich Essequibo region, which has been part of Guyana for centuries. Venezuela's expansion of military operations has been reported in two areas. The first is on the western border of Guyana on an island called Anacoco, and the second is on a small naval station called Punta Barima, just 40 miles away from Guyana's northernmost point. On the Anacoco Island, Venezuela has expanded the airfield and deployed almost a battalion of several hundred soldiers. Venezuela's operational command has ordered increased activity on the island, which is being undertaken by troops and tanks right on the border with Guyana. And to the north, Caracas has expanded the naval station, which at one time only housed just 2 patrol boats. Additionally, Venezuela has deployed several warships in the region that's now within reach of Guyana's Essequibo. The recent troop buildup has become a major concern for Guyana as tensions rise in Georgetown over the Essequibo region's security. Now, it's estimated that Essequibo has oil equivalent to 11 billion barrels, making Guyana the world's highest oil producer per capita. However, Guyana has a very small army of only about 5,000 troops compared to Maduro's army of 115,000 troops. Now, Guyana remains a key ally of the United States, with some of America's biggest oil firms operating in Essequibo. And amid Venezuela's military buildup, Washington kicked off military drills with Guyana. In fact, over the weekend, 2 F-18 fighter jets of the U.S. Navy flew over Georgetown in a major show of solidarity, a move that has reportedly infuriated Maduro. Now, it may not be in Maduro's best interest to launch a full-scale invasion of Essequibo. However, with elections just 2 months away and Venezuela's opposition being disqualified from contesting, Maduro appears willing to risk it all. And staying in Latin America, El Salvador has mined bitcoins worth some $29 million since 2021, all thanks to a volcano. Hundreds of processors have been installed at a power plant near the Tecapa volcano that harnesses the geothermal energy which is used to mine the Bitcoin. With this milestone, El Salvador has set a prime example of mining cryptocurrencies in an environment-friendly way. Our next report explains how El Salvador is now leading the way on mining cryptocurrency.
When it comes to Bitcoin, the Latin American nation of El Salvador appears to be on top of its game. Official data shows that it has mined Bitcoins worth some $29 million in the last 3 years, all thanks to a volcano. El Salvador's Bitcoin office reports that it has mined nearly 474 Bitcoins since 2021, which means that the government coffers now hold a total of 5,750 bitcoins, which is estimated to be worth over $350 million. This has made El Salvador one of the top countries in pioneering this cryptocurrency. But what's more impressive is how the nation is using a volcano to fill its Bitcoin reserves. El Salvador's President Nayib Bukele, who's a well-known Bitcoin maximalist, has set a prime example of mining the cryptocurrency in an eco-friendly way. His government has installed 300 processors at a state-owned power plant near the Tacapa volcano that harnesses geothermal energy for Bitcoin mining. And out of the 102 megawatts of electricity produced by the power plant, 1.5 megawatts are solely devoted to cryptocurrency mining. Elsewhere in the world, cryptocurrency miners are often criticized for their electricity sapping operations. Cryptocurrency mining requires large amounts of energy for computing and cooling data processing centers, which raises concerns of weakening power grids and carbon emissions. Now, the passion for cryptocurrency mining is not new to President Bukele. In 2021, Bitcoin became a legal tender in El Salvador alongside the US dollar under his first term. At the time, Bukele also sketched his plans for a Bitcoin city and pushed to improve the economy of Bitcoin Beach, a small beach town that was among the first to adopt Bitcoin as a payment method. However, Bukele received backlash for embracing the volatile cryptocurrency, both from the citizens of his country and the International Monetary Fund. But this didn't stop him from maintaining his stance on the issue and winning his second term earlier this year.
Not only do we support and ratify Bitcoin, but it also enjoys the highest credibility worldwide following the announcement by the US Security and Exchange Commission, which recognized cryptocurrencies as an ETF, that is, as a trading and exchange fund.
Now, as Bukele's government looks to achieve its Bitcoin dream, reports say that most people in El Salvador ignore the virtual currency and instead prefer to transact in US dollars. A survey showed that about 88% of the residents did not use Bitcoin in 2023, and just 1% of remittances were sent in the cryptocurrency. With Salvadorans still not trusting Bitcoin, Bukele now needs a broader strategy to make it work as a successful legal tender.
Our final story is from Hollywood, where a new movement is afoot. Blockout 2024 is shaking up the celebrity world. In this digital rebellion, celebrities from Taylor Swift to Kim Kardashian have lost thousands of followers for not voicing their concerns over the war in Gaza. Our next report tells you why staying silent on the conflict is no longer an option for the rich and famous.
For long, the lives of celebrities were hidden behind glitz and glamour. Now their real-life actions and opinions are in the spotlight just as much as their on-screen roles. Celebrities need to resonate with their followers on pressing issues. And right now, everyone's talking about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. The ongoing war between Israel and Hamas has shattered the lives of innocent people. And celebrities who've stayed silent are feeling the heat on social media. Enter the Blockout 2024 movement. This digital uprising targets celebs who haven't taken a stand on the Israel-Hamas war.
It all kicked off at this year's Met Gala when influencer Hailey Khalil sparked outrage with a video saying, "Let them eat cake."
Let them eat cake. She likely borrowed it from France's last queen, Marie Antoinette. It symbolizes the callous disregard of 18th century French aristocrats towards the poor.
Hailey Khalil's
comment highlighted the disconnect between glamorous stars and the dire situation in Gaza, where people face hunger and hardship. Social media users who started the Blockout 2024 movement say it's time for people to conduct a digital guillotine, a digitine, People are saying that the social media platforms gave celebrities their fame, and it's now time to take everything back. This en masse social media block is to compel celebrities to take notice and feel compelled to address the situation in Palestine. Here are celebrities who are under the radar. Popular personality Kim Kardashian has allegedly lost hundreds of thousands of followers. Taylor Swift also reportedly saw a decline of more than 200,000 followers. Social media users say if Swift can rally all of them to vote, then she also has the power to speak up about injustice. Other popular blocking options are Gal Gadot, Harry Styles, Beyoncé, and also Selena Gomez, Zendaya, and Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Celebrities are hoping to ride out the storm, but given the sensitive nature of the war in Gaza, they might not get their wishes just yet. For example, Susan Sarandon lost her talent agency after speaking at a pro-Palestine rally. Jerry Seinfeld faced a walkout by student protesters while being the guest speaker at a graduation. Melissa Barrera was one of the first to face backlash when she was dropped from Scream 7 for her pro-Palestine posts last year. But is blocking more effective than unfollowing? Experts say yes. Unfollowing might be a gentle nudge, but blocking completely cuts off interaction. It makes social media algorithms hide the celebrity's content. The Blockout 2024 movement shows how fans are demanding more from their idols. They are pushing them to engage with pressing global issues. As fans flex their digital muscles, celebrities are learning that silence isn't always golden.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching. That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. South Africa goes to the polls on the 29th of May. I will track the election and bring you ground reports. Is it the end of the road for the African National Congress? And will former President Jacob Zuma stage a dramatic comeback? From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global South. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. We will bring you all the election updates.
Hello and welcome. We begin with South Africa today, where a political storm is brewing over President Cyril Ramaphosa's National Health Insurance Bill, which has been signed into law today. The law, which President Ramaphosa says is the biggest health policy overhaul, comes as general elections in the country are less than a fortnight away. President Cyril Ramaphosa says the law will end the healthcare apartheid in South Africa. First, let me tell you about the law. In South Africa, a publicly funded health sector serves most of the population. Over years, it has become overcrowded and run down. Only a few can access better treatment through private insurance. So the National Health Insurance Law aims to provide health care to millions of poor citizens in a major overhaul of a two-tier system. The current healthcare system still reflects deep racial and social inequalities, even 3 decades after the end of white minority rule. Now, the new law will set up a public fund to provide medical access for everyone, limit the role of private insurance, and set the fee that private doctors can charge. Effectively, the law makes private medical insurance moot. Now, South Africa's main opposition party, the Democratic Alliance, along with some labor and business groups, are challenging the law in court. They are calling it devastating, irrational, and unaffordable. They say the plans are inadequately funded, limit patient choice, harm the quality of care, and will drive talented doctors out of the country. The opposition also accuses Ramaphosa of timing the signing of the bill to elections. It also comes at a time when President Ramaphosa is feeling the heat of a campaign that has been difficult for the African National Congress. The 29th of May election is putting to test the African National Congress's 30-year rule. Reports say Ramaphosa is under pressure, even within the party. And now for more on this story, we are being joined live by Michelle Clark, who is the Shadow Minister for Health in South Africa. Michelle, thank you for being with us on Firstpost Africa.
Thank you very much. And I represent the Democratic Alliance, of course.
Absolutely. Now let's jump right in. The NHI bill has been signed by President Cyril Ramaphosa at the Union Buildings in Pretoria. Now there are many who will legally challenge this bill, such as the DA, Solidarity, Health Funders Association, the Board of Healthcare Funders, among others. What are the next steps for those who wish to challenge this legally?
Well, we are busy getting our court papers ready to submit to court. And of course, that is what I suggest to everybody that's going to do a legal challenge against this bill, submit their applications. I mean, I am aware of there's many medical aids that are seeking senior legal counsel, because I've received a lot of information yesterday in terms of that as well. And I mean, you just have to see how the share prices of medical aids dropped yesterday. It was very interesting to note that as well, which is also a huge problem, particularly in the economy that we operate in this country. So, we are not surprised at all that the president has signed this bill today, because we knew that this would happen 2 weeks before an election, because this is really the last straw that's been grasped at in order to campaign with, in terms of the ANC campaign.
Right. Yes, on that, Michelle, this bill, of course, has been a work in progress for many years. Some say that it has not been ironed out correctly yet, and that there is still a lot more work that needed to be put into it to give it a solid foundation and to make it workable. Why then has the president decided to sign this bill now? You have said that this is possibly a tactical move to get more votes. What are your thoughts?
Yes, so it's definitely a tactical move to get more votes. And I can assure you that I was part and parcel of the last year where we sat with this bill, debating this bill clause by clause. Lots of recommendations were made around this bill because of the funding to start off with and the feasibility of this bill. Not one recommendation was taken into account from any opposition party. We had many stakeholders appear at the committee from all medical aids and medical companies to give their input. Not one of those recommendations were taken into account at all. Even the Parliamentary Legal Department and their process had said that there were very glaring issues within this bill that would have to be taken into account. And absolutely, there is definitely a constitutional matter to be taken up in court in terms of this bill, because many constitutional issues in terms of the right of choice, in terms of fair trade, and many others that need to be challenged in court. So that's the one aspect. The second aspect is we asked at every meeting for National Treasury and Finance to come and give us a presentation at the committee to tell us how this would be financed. When we started with the bill, Professor Nicholas Crisp said to us, "Oh no, we're not going to raise taxes." But that is exactly what they're going to be doing, because that's now what's been touted. And in an economy that we are in currently, and many people just battling to put a plate of food onto their tables, I don't know how they're going to be affording more taxes in order to fund this bill. And that is a huge problem. And over and above that, we don't even know what kind of services they're going to be offering in this bill, because we've never been told, even after asking countlessly at the committee to say we need to know what kind of services the NHI would be providing. They just have never given us that information. So, I mean, at this stage, no one knows what they're actually going to provide through the NHI and what you should then pay additional for your private medical aid until they phase out the medical aid schemes.
Absolutely. Michelle, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa and for your valued insights.
Thank you very much for having me.
To move forward to our next story, we'd have to go back in time a little to the Cold War, after the Second World War between 1945 and 1991. Now, the world witnessed perhaps the most notorious proxy wars in history. A standoff between the US and the Soviet Union saw no direct bloodshed between the two sides, but plenty between the two lands spanning from Cuba to Korea. Africa wasn't spared either. Now, this brings us to Mozambique. The African nation was one among many grounds for the proxy war between the US and the USSR. During the 15-year conflict between 1977 and 1992, the Soviet Union backed the Mozambican government, and the US backed the insurgents. The end to fighting came with the fall of the Soviet Union. Now, over 3 decades later, another world power is perhaps fueling insurgency in Mozambique. We are talking about China. Now, Mozambique's army is fighting armed groups in the north. Last week, the insurgents launched a major attack on the northern town on Macomia in the gas-rich province of Cabo Delgado. Hundreds of fighters were reportedly involved in the attack. Despite a large security response, there have been an increase in attacks since January of this year. According to reports, illicit trade with China is fueling Mozambique's insurgency. At the center of this illicit trade is timber smuggling. The trade, estimated to be worth $23 million a year from Mozambique's forests to China, is helping fund a brutal Islamist insurgency and a large criminal network in Cabo Delgado. Mozambique's rosewood is protected under an international treaty, but there is a huge demand for it in China, where it is highly prized for luxury furniture. while the Chinese government has made it illegal to log rosewood in their own country, huge quantities continue to be imported. Insurgent-controlled areas of Mozambique have been a breeding ground for illicit trade. Now, this is due to poor management, illegal logging, and corruption. According to reports, the insurgents generate around $1.9 million a month as revenue from smuggling of flora and fauna products. According to Trade Data Monitor, Mozambique was China's top African supplier of rosewood in 2023, providing over 20,000 tons worth $11.7 million. Now, deforestation in Mozambique is continuing at a rapid pace. According to a report by NGO Global Forest Watch, the country is losing the equivalent of around 1,000 football pitches of forest every day. And while the illicit trade network grows, Mozambique's army struggles to fight insurgents in Cabo Delgado, the main conflict zone. The insurgents target civilians, carry out massacres, beheadings, rapes, and kidnappings. And while houses and villages have been bombed and burned, the violence has destabilized Cabo Delgado for almost a decade. It has also triggered one of Africa's most significant displacement crises in the province, with more than 1 million people forced to leave home. This has prompted the Mozambique government to rely on foreign troops to police the province. So, is Mozambique on the brink of another proxy war? On the 13th of May, the legendary American singer Stevie Wonder celebrated his 74th birthday. This year, Wonder received a much-awaited birthday gift, the citizenship of Ghana. Now, at the presidential palace in Ghana's capital city, Accra, President Nana Akufo-Addo has conferred the Grammy winner with a certificate of citizenship, along with a birthday cake that had a Ghanaian flag iced on top. Ghana's president also took to social media to congratulate Stevie Wonder. The singer was accompanied by his family for the event, where he looked visibly delighted to finally become a Ghanaian. Wonder now says he wants to work to create employment opportunities for the country's youth, who make up roughly 38% of Ghana's population. Wonder's affinity for Ghana has never been a secret. Despite being born and bred in the United States state of Michigan, the music sensation has always been open about his love for the West African country. In 1975, after a series of hit albums, Wonder expressed his desire to quit music and move to Ghana. He believed his ancestral lineage could be traced there. The singer then continued his musical career in the US. But years later, he again expressed his desire to set up a home in Ghana. Now, after headlining a Ghanaian music festival in the 1990s, and during a subsequent trip to the country, Wonder penned his entire album, Conversation Piece. There is much evidence of Wonder's love affair with Ghana. But the most recent one is his 2021 interview. The musician reportedly said he would move to Ghana to escape the racial injustice in the US. Wonder is not the only African American who is attracted to the country's charm. American writer W.E.B. Du Bois also moved to Ghana and was buried there in 1963. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and Muhammad Ali also paid high-profile visits to the country to reconnect with their African roots. Ghana has long prided itself as a bastion of Pan-Africanism. The country's founding leader, Kwame Nkrumah, called the West African state the Black Mecca. In 2001, Ghana became the first African nation to give African descendants the right to stay. The decision allowed the African diaspora to live and work in Ghana without having to renew their visas or work permits. Ghana then pushed its Pan-Africanism bid further and launched the Year of Return initiative in 2019. The initiative aimed at encouraging Africans in the diaspora to relocate to the country. Over 300 Africans of diaspora have been granted citizenship of Ghana since then. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Today, we are getting you a story from Tanzania. The country has become the lion paradise of the world. It is now home to nearly 17,000 lions. Despite several challenges, Tanzania tops the African continent when it comes to wildlife conservation. Not just lions, but thousands of elephants, leopards, and buffaloes are also thriving in the country. How did Tanzania achieve this feat? Our final report explains.
The wild plains of Tanzania echo with the roars of wildlife. Tanzania isn't just a tourist hotspot, it's known for its iconic landscapes and abundant wildlife. And it also leads the charge in wildlife conservation. In a groundbreaking study released by the Tanzania Wildlife Research Institute, it has been revealed that Tanzania is home to over 70% of Africa's lion population. This is information that has often gone unnoticed. With a whopping 17,000 lions, Tanzania is proudly wearing the crown as the lion paradise of the world. It's 5 times more than South Africa, which has 3,284 lions. Botswana is in third place with 3,064 lions, and Kenya stands fourth with 2,515 lions. And it doesn't stop there. There's also the presence of 24,000 leopards. Tanzania's wild wonders extend to its buffalo population as well, with a staggering 225,000 buffaloes roaming free across its plains. And let's not forget about the gentle giants of the savannah. Tanzania's elephant population is also trumpeting with joy. There's a head count of 60,000 majestic elephants roaming the wilderness. But the question is, how has Tanzania achieved this feat? Experts say its conservation success is because of its policies and laws. They have also established robust conservation institutions. Lands have been earmarked specifically for conservation. The authorities have also structured its conservation planning. While the numbers look impressive, there's always the threat of human impact on wildlife. Despite Tanzania's conservation efforts, activities like agriculture and construction are encroaching on wildlife habitats. It's putting the well-being of our furry and feathery friends in danger. There has been a significant decline in giraffes, greater kudus and puku. But the Tanzanian government is setting up a plan to minimize human impact on wildlife. It plans to invest $1.5 million from the Tourism Development Fund into conservation plans. The government is also gearing up for the next wildlife census. It says it aims to protect not just lions and elephants, but also hippos and crocodiles. Over 1.8 million tourists flocked to Tanzania last year. They contributed a whopping $3.4 million to the economy. The government's goal is to host 5 million tourists annually by 2025, which seems well within reach. So, whether you're a nature enthusiast or a wildlife wanderer, Tanzania is the place to be. It has become the heart of Africa's conservation efforts. So, stay wild and stay tuned.
That's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma.
天的中俄关系。
This month, Vladimir Putin began his 5th term in office. And today he began his first foreign tour of this term. Destination? China. It's his second visit in over 6 months, and Putin must be feeling reassured today because China's support for Russia has not wavered. In fact, it has only gotten stronger. The Russian president got a red carpet welcome in Beijing, complete with Red Army songs. Xi Jinping was there to welcome him personally. They even addressed the press together, and finally Putin and Xi wrapped up day 1 of their engagements with a concert. Putin said he feels at home in Beijing.
Excuse me please for speaking too long and not letting the translator to translate. I feel very much at home, therefore decided that everyone speaks Russian here.
Great optics. Now let's talk about the business. Putin and Xi held bilateral talks in the morning, their third sit-down in just over a year. And what was the outcome? 3 important takeaways. The first and perhaps the most important one is about Ukraine and Russia's ongoing offensive. China and Russia appear to be on the same page here. Reports say Putin briefed Xi Jinping about the war. He's on strong footing in Ukraine right now. Russian forces have made gains, especially in Kharkiv. Recently, Ukraine had to pull back troops from there. So Russia has the upper hand and China wants Putin to capitalize.
Both sides agreed that a political solution to the Ukraine crisis is the right direction. China hopes for the early return of Europe to peace and stability and will continue to play a constructive role toward this.
Xi Jinping thinks it's a good time for truce, a political solution to end the war and a solution that China wants to help negotiate. They have Putin's support in this. The Russian president says he's ready for a political solution and he thanked Xi Jinping for his support.
We are grateful to the Chinese friends and colleagues for the initiatives they put forward to solve this problem.
Russia has the momentum on the battlefield, so in theory they can extract better terms. But will Kiev agree? It's unlikely. Ukraine will push back against making any concessions to Russia. Plus, they're expecting fresh military aid from the West soon, so a political solution may have to wait. Perhaps Putin and Xi realize that too. So China is extending more material support to Russia. They signed new bilateral pacts today. China will expand its investments in Russia significantly. They'll form a portfolio of 80 large investment projects. It will cover a wide range of areas. They will also expand nuclear cooperation and bilateral trade.
Timely and coordinated measures to switch over the financial settlements between our countries to the national currencies enhance the deepening of the trade and investment ties. The share of ruble and yuan in Russian and Chinese commercial operations has exceeded 90% already and continues to grow.
China is spreading its roots within the Russian economy and Xi Jinping wants to keep at it, which is the third big takeaway. Putin and Xi signed a joint declaration today. It takes a direct aim at their common enemy, the West. It calls for a reform of the international system and a multipolar global order, one where Moscow and Beijing can play a quote-unquote balancing role. That's what they call it. The declaration also calls the US destructive and hostile. Xi Jinping said that Russia and China will deepen ties as good neighbors, good friends, and good partners.
I am willing to work together with Mr. President to jointly steer the direction of bilateral relations and make new plans and arrangements for the development of cooperation in various fields between the two countries.
So China's relationship with Russia remains rock solid. But their union will be tested in the days ahead because the US has been building pressure on China. It says Beijing is enabling Moscow's war. How? By sharing dual-use technology. These are parts and equipment that can be used by both civilians and the military, hence the name dual use. As of today, China has rejected American claims and demands.
We do not accept the United States shifting the blame to the Chinese side. It is a typical double standard, extremely hypocritical and irresponsible for the U.S. side to provide unprecedented military assistance to Ukraine while making groundless accusations against normal economic and trade exchanges between China and Russia.
Strong words there, but remember, the Chinese economy depends on exports and the US has threatened to sanction them. Can China afford that? Especially when they're in a bad shape financially. Xi Jinping will be forced to choose between supporting Moscow and sustaining China's economy. So which way will he go? As of now, he seems to be leaning towards Putin's Russia. Seeing all of this from India is pretty weird. Russia is a close partner and China is a strategic rival. A bit like in high school, where your best friend is talking to your sworn enemy. How do you react? That is the challenge before India. But first, some basics. The China-Russia partnership has changed a lot. The relationship has evolved over time. During the Cold War, Russia or the Soviet Union was a senior partner. Both were communist nations, so the Soviets gave the Chinese ideological and financial support. But now it's the opposite. China's GDP is around $17 trillion. Russia's GDP is just $2.2 trillion. So the Chinese economy is almost 8 times bigger. Same with population. China has 10 times more people than Russia. So the roles have changed. Beijing is now the senior partner in this equation. And the war in Ukraine has only deepened this. Russia cannot buy strategic items from the West. So they're buying them from China. Around 90% of their microelectronics come from Beijing. We're talking about your chips and circuit boards, 90% of them supplied by China. Also 70% of their machine tools. So Russia is more dependent than ever on China, and Vladimir Putin knows this. He's met Xi Jinping 40 times over the last decade, 40 times in the last 10 years, and this visit comes just 1 week after his inauguration. So his political messaging is clear. China is very important, if not the most important partner. Which brings us to India. New Delhi has long-standing relations with Russia, and a big part of that is weapons. Russia remains India's top defense supplier. Around 36% of our weapons imports come from Russia, 36%. Plus, there is diplomatic support. Russia has shielded India at the United Nations Security Council. They have vetoed many anti-India resolutions. The question now is, will and can Russia keep doing this? Or will their attitude towards India change? It depends on 3 variables. Number 1, Russia's own interests. Even in the past, that has defined Moscow's approach. Just think back to the 1962 war. India and China were fighting at the border in 1962, but Moscow tilted closer to Beijing. They provided political support to China. They even delayed sending fighter jets to India. Why did Moscow do it? Because they needed China's help. Remember, 1962 also had the Cuban Missile Crisis, so the Russians needed China's help against the West. Now cut to 1971. India was at war with Pakistan, but this time the Soviets supported India. Why? Because Pakistan was a US ally. And the point of this history lesson is quite simple. Russia has been a reliable partner for many decades, but that does not assure support against China. Putin, like all leaders, will put his interest first. Which brings us to the second variable, the money involved. Trade between China and Russia is almost $240 billion. Trade between India and Russia is far less, about $65 billion. And it's not just about the volume, it's also how this trade is conducted. Around 92% of the China-Russia trade is settled in local currencies, in yuan and rubles. That system has not kicked off with India. Russia says it is stuck with billions of unusable Indian rupees. Same with investments. India may be buying a lot of Russian energy, but China is investing in Russian energy. Let me show you some numbers. They cover a period from 2005 to 2021. Chinese state firms invested $95 billion in Russian energy infrastructure. They spent another $48 billion buying up stakes in Russian firms. So Beijing is not just a customer here, it is a stakeholder in Russia. Which brings us to the final variable, the geopolitical vision. What does each side want? India has always called for a multipolar world. On paper, so does Putin. He keeps talking about a multipolar world, but these two worlds are not similar. Putin's multipolar vision is anti-West, and that's something that India is wary of. New Delhi is expanding its trade with Western countries. It is also buying more weapons from the West. So India is not comfortable being branded anti-West. And Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar has explained it best. He said India is non-West, not anti-West, which is very different from China and Russia. These countries are anti-West. So these three variables will influence Russia's thinking. And India must be mindful of it. Just think back to the 2020 Galwan clashes between India and China. What did Russia do then? They were neutral. They even tried to diffuse tensions by hosting a trilateral meeting with China and India. But will they do it again? If another clash breaks out, will Putin do the same thing? I ask because 2020 was before Putin's invasion of Ukraine. It was also before Western sanctions. Today, he's under a lot more pressure. Plus, neutrality may work for China, but it won't be enough for India. In case of a conflict, New Delhi will want active support from Russia. Your weapons will need repairs. Your equipment will need upgrades. Will Vladimir Putin agree to all of that? These are questions that India must actively consider and dwell on. I know this is a hypothetical situation at the moment, but sometimes geopolitics is all about that. Strategy is all about that, preparing for the worst. But guess who's not preparing for the worst? Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Forget the worst, it's like he's not prepared at all. Netanyahu is yet to spell out his plan for Gaza, his post-war plan. So his cabinet members are unhappy, especially his defense minister, Yoav Gallant. He says Israel must not avoid this issue. Apparently, Gallant had proposed a plan back in October. First, Hamas would be defeated, then a local civilian administration would be set up, a bit like in the West Bank. But Gallant says his proposal is being ignored. He also rejected the idea that Israel's military could rule Gaza. Now, these are all big statements. It's a direct attack on Netanyahu's leadership by his own defense minister. So naturally, the prime minister has responded. He says, we'll deal with Hamas first. We'll discuss the day after later.
Since October, I have been raising this issue consistently in the cabinet and have received no response. The end of the military campaign must come together with political action. The day after Hamas will only be achieved with Palestinian entities taking control of Gaza, accompanied by international actors, establishing a governing alternative to Hamas rule.
Until it is clear that Hamas does not control Gaza militarily, nobody will be prepared to take upon himself the civil management of Gaza out of fear for their lives. Therefore, all the talk about the day after, while Hamas remains intact, will remain mere words devoid of content.
It's a clear rift in Israel's cabinet. But what has caused this rift? Is it Gallant's sudden desire for peace? Highly unlikely. This is a man who called Palestinians human animals. I don't think he's feeling moral urges now. Chances are it's something else. One reason could be strategy. Israel is pushing deeper into Rafah, but without a plan, their military could get stuck. They may defeat the Hamas, but they could face an insurgency after that. Even the U.S. National Security Advisor has warned of this.
They reflect his commitment to getting an outcome in Gaza and across the broader Middle East that protects Israel's future security and paves the way for a future of dignity and security for the Palestinian people as well, rather than Israel getting mired in a counterinsurgency campaign that never ends and ultimately saps Israel's strength and vitality.
It's common military strategy. Always have an exit plan. If you don't, you could get bogged down. Just look at what happened to the Americans in Afghanistan. Victory followed by insurgency. Israel's army could be headed the same way. Reports say the military top brass is worried about this, so that's one reason for Gallant's rebellion. Another reason is politics. Gallant may belong to Netanyahu's Likud party, but they do not see eye to eye. In 2011, Gallant was a general in Israel's army. He was poised to become the army chief, but Netanyahu cancelled the appointment. Gallant was accused of using public land for personal use, so his dream of leading the Israeli army was quashed. Later, he turned to politics. He became the defense minister in 2022, and soon he clashed with Netanyahu again. Gallant opposed the prime minister's judicial reforms. So Netanyahu fired him. He came back though. Hundreds of Israelis protested his removal, so Netanyahu had to bring him back, which brings us to present day. This is Gallant's chance to return the favor. He knows that Prime Minister Netanyahu is using the war to stay in office. So what does he do? He openly challenges his policy. And he's got support too. Fellow Minister Benny Gantz agrees with Gallant. He said the statement was true. And where does all of this leave Netanyahu? In a bit of a spot. His far-right allies say fire the defense minister, but that's easier said than done. A, because Israel is fighting a war, so firing a defense minister at this point could be tricky. And B, because it would be Gallant's second sacking. It could rally Israeli protesters again, so Netanyahu may be better off listening to his defense minister. He can either make his own plan or implement a plan that is forced upon him. And right now, that too seems possible. A very important meeting is being held in Bahrain, a summit of the Arab League. The grouping has 22 member states. The Arab League, 22 member states. Most of their leaders are attending this summit. Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman is there. Egypt's President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, Jordan's King Abdullah, Qatar's Emir, and even Syria's Bashar al-Assad. They're all present. While opening the summit, they made an important demand, a peace conference for Gaza, one that would lead to the two-state solution.
We call for an international conference for peace in the Middle East and the support for a full recognition of the Palestinian state and the acceptance of its membership in the United Nations.
How would this work? These talks will be overseen by the United Nations, but the plan is to hold them in Bahrain. It's a country that recognizes Israel, so even Israeli leaders should be able to attend. But will they? That depends on the pressure. The United Nations General Assembly passed a resolution last week. It demanded UN membership for Palestine. More than 140 nations backed that resolution. Only 9 voted against. So the Arab League is hoping to cash in on that sentiment. They know that global opinion is pro-Palestine, so now is the time to push on, hence this conference. Western nations will also be invited. They're hoping that the likes of the US can pressure Israel to attend, and honestly, it's a good idea. Chaos often does lead to progress. But a lot will depend on Netanyahu. He keeps rejecting Palestinian statehood. Even this week, he said it would be like rewarding terrorists. Unless Israel budges, no conference can make a difference. Our next story is from Europe, from the Central European nation of Slovakia. There was an assassination attempt in Slovakia yesterday. The target was their Prime Minister, Robert Fico. Fico was shot 5 times at close range. The following images might be disturbing for some of you. Fico managed to survive the brutal attack, but he's not out of the woods yet. So who is Fico? How did the attack occur and what is happening in Slovakia now? We'll tackle these questions one by one, starting with who is Fico? Robert Fico is a 4-time Prime Minister of Slovakia. This is a country in Central Europe, home to less than 6 million people. It borders the Czech Republic, Austria, Hungary, Poland and Ukraine. The Ukraine part will be important later, but back to Fico for the moment. This is his 4th stint at the helm. His 4th term as Prime Minister. He's not even 60 years old. Fico is a career politician. He joined the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia as a student. Then its successor, the Party of the Democratic Left. After that, he went on to found his own party, the Smer SD. It translates to Direction Social Democracy, SD. That's Slovakia's ruling party. It came back to power last year after spending a few years in the opposition benches. Fico came back to power after a combative campaign. His country, Slovakia, is a NATO member. It is part of the Western Bloc. But Fico campaigned as pro-Russia and anti-Ukraine. He initially stopped arms shipments to Ukraine after he took charge. He also wanted to oppose further Western sanctions on Russia. He has slowly been reversing course, but he's still seen as an ally of Vladimir Putin. And this has obviously been a divisive issue. And Robert Fico is not just controversial externally. There have been domestic issues as well. He wanted to abolish a special prosecutor's office an anti-corruption prosecutor. This led to outrage and accusations of graft. Fico also wanted to rein in the media, expand his control over Slovakia's national broadcaster, and this was considered a threat to the free press. So tensions have been on the boil, both external and internal, and it seems the polarization has finally erupted into yesterday's assassination attempt. Here's how it happened. Fico was in a small mining town. He was there for a meeting. After it was done, he went to greet some supporters. His would-be assassin was among this crowd. When Fico was shaking hands, the attacker took out a gun. He fired multiple shots. Reports say the bullets hit the Prime Minister's stomach and arm. His bodyguards were taken by surprise. They could not stop the attack, but they managed to capture the assailant. The attacker has been described as a 71-year-old poet. He's currently in detention. The police say his motive was political, but they have not revealed what it was. Meanwhile, Fico was rushed out of town after this attack. Obviously, he was in bad shape. They could not take him to Bratislava, which is Slovakia's capital. Instead, he was flown to a hospital at a regional hub. He was reportedly in surgery for more than 5 hours. Here's the update from this morning. Fico is in recovery.
As of this time, his condition is stable, but it is very serious. Therefore, he will actually be secured in an intensive unit in the hospital, where he will be cared for by the entire team of doctors that he will need.
So Fico is in recovery. The world has reacted. Leaders from all over have wished for his swift recovery, and they've all condemned the brutal attack. Now, we don't know how long Fico will take to heal. We don't know if he can continue serving as Slovakia's Prime Minister either. There will be a succession plan in place. Slovakia has multiple deputy Prime Ministers, but all of that is secondary at the moment. It does not fix the bigger problem, the divisions in the country. That is what led to the attack, and Slovakia's politicians know this. Two of them have come together to address it. Slovakia's outgoing president, who is a critic of Fico, and the country's president-elect, who is his ally.
What happened yesterday was an individual act, but the tense atmosphere of hatred was our collective work. Today, the newly elected president and I agreed to jointly invite the leaders of all parliamentary political parties to the presidential palace with the sole aim of calming the situation and rejecting violence.
As the future president, I am horrified by how far hatred towards a different political opinion can go. And as a person, I am horrified that at the end of this hatred is the chairman of a democratically elected governing party fighting for his life after an assassination attempt.
Both politicians agree that everyone is to blame. All parties stoked the flames for political gain, and now they're reaping the rewards of the hatred that they have sown. It's a lesson about the end result of divisiveness and something to think about as the world keeps becoming a more polarized place. And speaking of growing tensions, China is building pressure on Taiwan again. Next week, Taiwan's new president will take oath. That's Lai Ching-te. He won the election in January. He's pro-independence, which translates to anti-China for Beijing. The West supports him. The US is sending a delegation to Taipei for the oath-taking ceremony. And China is making its presence felt in other ways. They've escalated their military campaign. Chinese jets are buzzing the skies again. And in recent days, more Chinese warships have been spotted near Taiwan. Our next report tells you more.
Taiwan's new president will take oath on Monday. Lai Ching-te is not a political outsider. For the last 4 years, as Taiwan's vice president, he has witnessed firsthand how China has intensified its pressure campaign against Taiwan. Lai's job isn't getting easier anytime soon. Ahead of his inauguration, China is ramping up the pressure. In recent days, dozens of Chinese vessels and jets have made their presence known near Taiwan. Yesterday alone, Taipei detected some 45 Chinese aircraft flying over its skies. There were Chinese ships in the waters too. At least 6 Chinese vessels from the Chinese Navy were in the island's vicinity.
Taipei was expecting a surge in Chinese activity ahead of the inauguration. When Lai's victory was announced to the world in January, Beijing didn't waste any time in letting its displeasure be known. China labeled the president-elect a dangerous separatist. Lai has made offers to engage with Beijing, but the Chinese government has rejected them. Instead, it has resorted to building pressure militarily. Experts believe this is likely to continue.
Beijing generally dislike Lai Ching-te, and so there's reason to think that Beijing will be more likely to use pressure tactics, be it military brinkmanship, be it more gray zone security maneuvers, or other censures in general towards Lai Ching-te.
So Lai is set to face a more angry China. How will he counter this? Like his predecessor, Lai can still bank on support from the United States. The White House will be sending an unofficial delegation for the inauguration. It won't have any serving members from the government. Washington is likely to stick to the same long-standing practice and send a delegation of 2 former senior officials and a scholar. There is an assurance of military support as well. Ahead of the inauguration, American lawmakers managed to clear a new military aid package worth $8 billion. Lai had welcomed the announcement and used the opportunity to send a signal to China.
This act will not only strengthen the deterrence against authoritarianism in the West Pacific ally chain, it will also help ensure peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait.
But Lai's position still remains precarious, especially at home. His party, the DPP, has lost its majority in parliament. The president-elect has promised to rapidly modernize Taiwan's military by spending more on big-ticket items like submarines. But these plans could get derailed in Parliament if Lai fails to secure the numbers he needs. China is probably aware of Lai's vulnerabilities too. Given its aggressive tactics, expect Beijing to continue challenging Lai.
There's trouble in French paradise. I'm talking about New Caledonia. It's an island in the South Pacific, but it's ruled by France. And right now, the whole place is a battlefield. Major riots have broken out. Buildings have been destroyed, vehicles have been torched, and at least 5 people have died. It's the worst violence since the 1980s. Take a look at this. So what led to this? A new voting law. Around 40% of this island's population is Kanak. They are indigenous to New Caledonia. Europeans make up around 27% of the population. But this new law would have empowered the Europeans. Say you're a French resident on this island, you have lived there for 10 years. The new law allows you to vote in the provincial elections. But the locals do not like it. They say it will dilute the Kanak vote, which is why they are protesting, or in this case, rioting. And what is Paris doing to control the situation? President Emmanuel Macron chaired a Defense Council meeting. He also imposed a state of emergency. More manpower is also heading there. Around 1,700 security personnel are already stationed in New Caledonia. 1,000 more have been deployed. So Macron has made his intention quite clear. He will crack down hard. But one of his policies has raised eyebrows. A ban on TikTok. And no, I do not mean a social media ban. I mean only a TikTok ban. This app has been blocked across New Caledonia. Why? Because Paris says rioters are using TikTok to plan gatherings, to share slogans, and to amplify the chaos. Has this ever happened before? French media says it hasn't. They say it's the first social media ban in Europe, but Macron has talked about it in the past. Last year, protests had broken out across France. The trigger was a police killing. A young boy of Algerian descent was shot by a cop, and that too during a traffic check. So thousands of protesters flooded France. Back then, Macron hinted at a social media ban. He said, when things get out of hand, social media must be cut off. And he's done exactly that. But is it legal? Well, brace for a surprise. European Union laws do allow for social media bans. Just one condition though. It can only be done during a riot. And this raises two important questions. One, why just TikTok? Can violence not spread via X or via Facebook? And two, why isn't anyone criticizing this? The first question does not really have an answer. Paris won't say why only TikTok has been banned, but their interior minister did drop a hint. He says there is quote-unquote foreign interference in New Caledonia. By whom? Apparently Azerbaijan and Russia. They've given no proof or reasoning for this allegation. But now to the second question. Where is the outrage? And we are not saying there should be outrage. After all, riots and protests are volatile situations. The last thing you need is social media rhetoric. But that's not the issue here. The issue here is the double standard. When other countries ban social media, there is outrage. And the EU is among the first to criticize. Just consider what happened in India's Manipur. Ethnic violence had gripped the state, so internet was shut down for a while. And what did the EU Parliament do? Pass a resolution against it. They asked India to end the internet shutdown. Will they do the same for France? Not from the looks of it. And this is not a one-off case. This is consistent Western behavior. We saw what happened in American colleges, a brutal crackdown on protesting students. Did anyone in the West criticize it? No, they did not. In fact, some governments in Europe copied American techniques and they too started cracking down. But if the same had happened in Asia or Africa, the story would have been very different. And do not get us wrong, we are not criticizing the TikTok ban per se. Sometimes governments do not have an option. They must put security first. We are criticizing the hypocrisy of it. A French minister blames Azerbaijan for the riots in New Caledonia and no one bats an eyelid. But if India accused foreign-based separatists, all hell breaks loose. It's all fairy tales and speculation. So I guess the mask is coming down. The events of the last few weeks have made one thing clear. The West is no one to lecture. Do you know Siri? Apple's language-powered assistant. It may not always understand who you want to call, but Siri was the beginning of an AI revolution. It set the trend. Now, 13 years later, it has lost its sheen because new AI-powered personal assistants have taken over. They're faster, they're better, and they're more powerful because of artificial intelligence. So what's Apple doing about it? Not much so far. Apple's AI ambitions have long been under scrutiny, and with the recent launches by its competitors, it looks like Apple is falling behind. Our next report tells you more.
In 2010, Apple acquired a mobile virtual personal assistant app. It was called Siri.
What is the weather like today?
Here's the forecast for today.
Soon, the deal became the talk of the town. Apple kept it under the wraps. It did not say much about the acquisition. It did not even mention the price it paid for it. But the driver behind it was Steve Jobs. He believed assistants like Siri could be the next big thing. In 2011, Siri was integrated in the iPhone 4S. It gave the iPhone star power. Imagine having a personal assistant to talk to. It was revolutionary back then. It was called a potential game changer. But 13 years later, Siri is no longer the it thing. Why? Because of AI-powered assistants. This is the world Steve Jobs had imagined, and now it's here. This week brought with it a flurry of AI-powered assistants. OpenAI debuted one this week. It's called GPT-4o. It can talk to your pets, solve math equations, do real-time translations, even flirt with you. In just 24 hours, Google followed suit. It released Project Astra, an AI assistant that does similar tasks. In fact, It can even help you find your spectacles.
Do you remember where you saw my glasses?
Yes, I do. Your glasses were on the desk near a red apple.
So Steve Jobs was right. AI-powered assistants may be the future, but what is his company doing about it? Nothing until now. Its AI future has a big question mark over it. Just look at the last 2 months. OpenAI debuted new AI models. Google had a flurry of AI-powered launches. Anthropic, backed by Amazon, launched its chat rival app in Europe. Meta added its AI chatbot to WhatsApp. OpenAI French rival Mistral released its frontier model Mistral 8X22B. And what did Apple do? It launched new iPads. Doesn't sound very revolutionary, right? And the company knows that. A month ago, Tim Cook had a message for Wall Street. Apple would unveil AI features this year. But right now, no one knows what that will look like. Other companies have debuted their models. They have brought in updates. They have talked about the future. But Apple has been eerily silent about its AI ambitions. Is it because they have something so earth-shattering that it will take the world by storm? Or is it because they are playing catch-up? It's likely the latter, because Apple seems to have gone back to a tried and tested strategy. If you can't beat them, buy them, or at least collaborate with them. They are in talks with both OpenAI and Google. This is to integrate their AI models with the iPhone. Reports suggest Apple has picked OpenAI. Apparently, a deal is in the works and could be announced soon. That could give Apple a much-needed boost. But it also builds pressure on the company. What are they doing in the AI sphere? That's the big question. Apple will have to answer that next month. In June, the company will host Worldwide Developers Conference, and all eyes will be on them because while Siri was the beginning of the AI revolution, right now, Apple looks to be lagging way behind its competition.
Now let's look at Pakistan. As usual, there are sounds coming from India's noisy neighbor. But this time, it's not what you might expect. You would normally expect jibes or outright insults. That is not the case today. Instead, it is praise from a Pakistani member of parliament. His name is Syed Mustafa Kamal. Listen to what he said.
एक ही स्क्रीन पर एक खबर है कि इंडिया चांद पर चला गया और उसके 2 सेकंड के बाद खबर है कि कराची में किसी गटर का ढक्कन ना होने की वजह से बच्चा गिर गया मर गया.
Yes, a Pakistani MP has praised India. He highlighted the contrast between the two countries and used India's example to chastise Pakistan, to criticize his country's lack of progress. And while this situation is relatively rare, it's not really unheard of. It happens from time to time. Pakistani politicians praising India. It does happen. A few weeks ago, it was another MP, Fazlur Rahman.
आज वो दुनिया की सुपर ताकत बनने के ख्वाब देख रहा है और हम दिवालियापन से बचने के लिए भीख मांग रहे हैं.
Again, India was cited as a country doing things correctly, while Pakistan was rebuked as having got it all wrong. And it's Pakistani MPs who are saying this. Now, perhaps some of you are not convinced. Perhaps these are opposition politicians who are only saying all of this to corner the government. Well, even the people at the top acknowledge that India is miles ahead of Pakistan.
हमारे इर्द गिर्द के ममालिक चांद पे पहुंच गए हैं और अभी हम जमीन से नहीं उठ रहे.
That was Nawaz Sharif, former Prime Minister of Pakistan, brother of the current Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and the leader of Pakistan's ruling party. Nawaz Sharif isn't just saying this to criticize the government, he is the government. Well, a part of it anyway. So what does he have to gain by praising India at Pakistan's expense? And it's not just Nawaz Sharif who has done this. Listen to another former Pakistani Prime Minister.
किसी सुपर पावर की जुर्रत नहीं है कि वहाँ ये भी तस्वर कर दें कि जनाब वो यही कह दें कि जनाब अपने फॉरेन रिलेशन में वो कहें जो हम कह रहे हैं. अब देख रहे हैं वो रूसियों से हालांकि सारी सैंक्शंस लगी हुई हैं वो कह रहे हैं जी हम तेल इंपोर्ट करते हैं हमारे लोगों की बेहतरी है.
As you can see, there is admiration. All of these politicians want their country to follow India's example, perhaps begrudgingly so, but Pakistanis do accept that India is miles ahead. But do they understand how it happened? Both got independence at the same time, within hours of each other, but one has gone to the moon, the other is struggling to get off the ground. Their words. Well, there are multiple studies that have looked into this, and they all say pretty much the same thing. The military began to dominate the political space. Military always looming in the background. Support of military dictators. Every report you look at, there's a camouflaged elephant in the room, an establishment which has been siphoning off money for years, taking it from the people of Pakistan, over 20% of the entire government budget in some years, going to the military. The people of Pakistan know this, but they are stuck with an established pipeline to poverty. But once in a while, because they cannot question the powers that be, Pakistanis will accidentally do the next best thing. Very rarely, they will open their eyes and look across the border and lament the life that could have been. Two months ago, we told you about billionaires building doomsday bunkers. What are they preparing for? We don't know. But New Yorkers are now hopping onto the trend. They're building panic rooms. Imagine heavily fortified spaces where you can survive a zombie apocalypse. These rooms are custom built, invisible to outsiders. And they come equipped with all sorts of features like ballistic doors. So does New York know something that we don't? Our next report tells you what this is all about.
New Yorkers are on a spending spree. But forget the latest iPhone or a Stanley Cup. The Big Apple's hottest accessory right now is this: panic rooms. They are heavily fortified safe spaces, and currently they are all the rage in New York. The starting price is around $50,000. These rooms are custom built. They come with electrified doorknobs, ballistic doors, facial recognition, food and water supplies, medical kits, and more. Basically, you can survive a zombie apocalypse in there. While the starting price for a custom panic room is around $50,000, it can go up to $1 million. But the key is secrecy. They are built in a way that they blend in seamlessly. Whether it's a Manhattan penthouse or brownstones, these panic rooms are invisible to most. They are usually hidden behind bookshelves, fireplaces, mirrors, or even blank walls. There are cheaper versions too, like $1,000 for a hidden door behind a book cabinet. So what are New Yorkers preparing for? Did the Avengers give them a heads up about some doomsday event? Well, not really. All this fortification is actually for a simple reason: rising crime rate. Most New Yorkers believe it has spiked since 2020. They are scared of political unrest, rising number of migrants, and national turmoil. And it's not just New York. It's the same across most of America. 3/4 of all Americans believe crime has gone up in the country. But do the numbers say the same? Let's look at New York. Crime actually fell in the city last year. Overall crime is down by 4.1%. So contrary to popular belief, it's not rising. New York has fewer gun homicides per capita than the national average. Murder, shootings, rape, robbery, and grand larceny, these crime rates are all down. But there are some exceptions, like crime rate in subways. It is up 13% since the start of this year. Hate crimes, too, are on the rise. Regardless, New Yorkers are spooked, and it's not new. Doomsday prepping has long been a favorite hobby for many. It was once a conspiracy theory, but now Americans are embracing it like nothing else. From 2022 to 2023, US citizens spent $11 billion on survival items. So if you thought it was just billionaires building doomsday bunkers, then think again. This could be the nightmare that's keeping the city that never sleeps awake.
Now let's talk about India, the world's most populous nation, also the most youthful. 66% of India's population is below the age of 35. This comes with the promise of a huge economic payoff, and the world talks about it all the time. But what about India's elderly? They rarely get a mention, which is surprising because India is also home to more than 150 million elderly people, and they're quietly fueling a so-called silver economy. Tonight we'll discuss an aspect of that: senior living or housing for the elderly. Traditionally, aging members in India stay with their families. Children look after parents in their twilight years. But times are slowly changing. As families are getting smaller and incomes are getting bigger, community living is becoming more appealing to the elderly, to some of them at least. They're increasingly moving to living centers, which come in all shapes and sizes, from apartments to villas. They offer day-to-day facilities, medical care and social bonding opportunities. Also important additions like anti-skid flooring and elderly-friendly bathrooms. For residents who want more independence, there are retirement homes. For those who want a greater level of support, there are nursing homes or assisted living centers. Senior living is like a housing buffet, and it is slowly gaining acceptance and popularity. With that, it is also boosting the economy. Today, the senior living market is worth about $3 billion. And remember, India's older population is only rising. By the year 2050, every fifth Indian will be above the age of 60. That's more than 2 billion people above the age of 60, 17% of the world's share. So India's senior living market is expected to soar. By 2030, it is expected to reach $12 billion. But so far, living centers are a growing trend among wealthier Indians, and they're expected to remain a luxury in the near future, meant for seniors who want independence or medical care and can afford it. Plus, choosing to live away from family at an old age requires a change of mindset here. After all, senior living is a relatively new concept for India. So far, only 1% older Indians live in senior centers. But that is not the case for all countries. This is a stark contrast compared to countries like the UK or Australia and the US. In fact, retirement homes are a hit in most European countries where it is common for aging parents and other elderly members to live independently.
It's good that aged care homes exist. If there were no aged care homes, I don't know how we could welcome the elderly, house them, and take care of them.
Many Western nations have retirement villages. They boast of private living spaces, on-site theatres, golf courses, restaurants, planned social activities, and TikTok trends. Meanwhile, other countries are catching up, especially in Asia, like Japan and Singapore. They're heavily investing in apartments for the elderly. These complexes come with social and health facilities. Most societies are buying into the need for this change, but some are discovering that it's easier said than done, like the Ivory Coast. This African nation opened its first retirement home in 2023. For months, it remained devoid of residents because the elderly there traditionally rely on their family members to look after them.
When you've had children, they have to look after you until the day you go.
It makes sense, but sometimes requiring special care is not just about the residents. It is also about their caregivers.
What I can do at home, I can't do at a retirement house. I want to see my daughter, who looks after me. She makes my coffee, gives me food, washes my clothes. Why am I going to tire myself out by going to a retirement home?
Sometimes I have to travel, but I can't. I'm always forced to stay because of her medication, so I miss out on a lot of things because of her. It's tiring. Sometimes everything gets on your nerves. I leave her, I go out, and then after a while I return to look after her. My conscience tells me she's my mum after all.
It's a tough one. Many seniors need hands-on care. It can take a physical and mental toll on families, and research proves this. Taking care of a loved one full-time or even part-time comes with a lot of stress, also higher levels of depression and anxiety, physical problems, and worse immune function. This compromises their ability to provide care. So sometimes senior living is the right decision for families. It is not about wellness, but well-being. That said, at the end of the day, it is a personal choice. If it works for you, it's an option. If not, it can sound like a life sentence. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In Switzerland, an artist draws a giant eco-friendly fresco of a child to highlight the plight of migrants. In Hong Kong, the Bun Festival returns as participants scramble up a 46-feet-high tower covered in plastic buns. And German archaeologists discover a 6,800-year-old skeleton during evacuation. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1929, the first Academy Awards took place. Around 10 years later, it became the Oscars. Apparently, the new name came from an Academy executive director. She said the award looked like her uncle Oscar. And since then, it's been called the Oscars. Leaving you on that note, thanks for watching. We will see you tomorrow.
We begin with the latest news in the Middle East. The Israeli army suffered multiple casualties as fighting with Hamas escalated in Jabalia in North Gaza. Israel also suffered another blow after 5 of its soldiers were killed and another 7 wounded in friendly fire. Meanwhile, fierce fighting continues in southern Gaza, particularly in the city of Rafah. Now, as Israeli troops fight on the ground, a major political battle has erupted in Israel's war cabinet. In a nationally televised address, Israel's defense minister Yoav Gallant has openly called out Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, questioning his plans in Gaza. The defense minister says that he's been raising the issue of post-war Gaza since October, but Prime Minister Netanyahu has failed to provide an answer.
Military rule in Gaza would become the main security and military effort of the State of Israel over the coming years, at the expense of other arenas. The price paid would be bloodshed and lots of victims, without purpose as well as a heavy economic price. I must reiterate, I will not agree to the establishment of Israeli military rule in Gaza. Israel cannot establish civilian rule in Gaza.
The defense minister has asked for assurances from Netanyahu that Israel will not use its military to oversee operations in Gaza during a post-war transition.
I call on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to make a decision and declare that Israel will not rule over civilian affairs in Gaza. There won't be Israeli military rule in Gaza, and an alternative leadership to Hamas in the Gaza Strip will be advanced immediately. It is our duty and responsibility to lead our country to a better place, here, right now. It's on our watch.
Prime Minister Netanyahu has responded by saying that he was not ready to hand Gaza back to Hamas. The Israeli Prime Minister also said that Hamas has to be eliminated, as the Palestinian group will not allow any other civilian administration to oversee the management in Gaza.
Until it is clear that Hamas does not control Gaza militarily, nobody will be prepared to take upon himself the civil management of Gaza out of fear for their lives. Therefore, All the talk about the day after, while Hamas remains intact, will remain mere words devoid of content. Contrary to what is being claimed, for months we have been engaged in various efforts to resolve this complex problem. Some of the efforts are covert, and it is good that this is so. This is one of the objectives of the war that we have defined, and we are determined to achieve it as well.
Defense Minister Gallant has flagged concerns about indecision in the war cabinet, adding that any further delay on Gaza would only cause more Israeli casualties as the war drags on, despite Hamas being reduced to an insignificant size. And it's not just the defense minister that's pushing back. War Cabinet Minister Benny Gantz has also come out in support of the defense minister, calling Gallant truthful. And in a major move to sidestep Prime Minister Netanyahu, Benny Gantz spoke to U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham and President Joe Biden's National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan in a bid to reset Israel-U.S. ties. Prime Minister Netanyahu finds himself in an unenviable position, fighting Hamas on the ground and facing stiff opposition from global allies and domestic leaders. Netanyahu remains defiant, but cracks are beginning to show, and his cabinet is in fact splintering. With each passing day, support for the Israeli offensive wanes. Clearly, time is not on the side of Netanyahu. And staying in the Middle East, Hamas isn't the only group that Israel is fighting. Lebanon-based Hezbollah says it launched more than 60 rockets targeting military positions in Israel. The attack was carried out in retaliation to an Israeli airstrike that killed one of Hezbollah's senior commanders. On Tuesday, Israeli Defense Forces eliminated Hezbollah's field commander Hussein Maki in an airstrike. Now, Maki was a seasoned fighter who managed Hezbollah's operations in southern Lebanon. The Israeli military said that the Hezbollah commander was responsible for attacks against Israeli civilians since the start of the war in Gaza last year. Israel says its strike was in response to an anti-tank guided missile attack which killed 5 Israeli soldiers and a civilian on Tuesday morning. Hezbollah says it retaliated by attacking Israel's Meron military base with rockets and artillery shells. This comes days after the group's leader warned Israel that the fighting would not stop until Israel halted its assault on Gaza.
The number one real goal of the Lebanon front is to contribute to pressuring the enemy to stop the war in Gaza. This is why the link is still there between the two fronts. No one will be able to delink them. All of the internal pressure that happened here within Lebanon did not yield a result. All of the external pressures did not yield a result. All of the intimidation did not yield a result. All of the deadlines for a total war on Lebanon that the Zionists and some Lebanese were advertising did not bear fruit and will not bear fruit.
Hezbollah's leaders have warned that residents of northern Israel would not be able to return home if Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't resolve the Gaza crisis. Already about 80,000 Israelis have been evacuated from the country's north since Hezbollah began firing rockets at the region. Israel has been engaged in a two-front war with Hezbollah and Hamas since October 7th, and the Iran-backed group says it will continue to fight in solidarity with its Palestine-based ally until a ceasefire is reached. Moving to China, Russian President Vladimir Putin arrived in Beijing today for a 2-day visit. Putin's visit comes at the invitation of Chinese President Xi Jinping and is the Russian leader's first foreign trip since his re-election in March. It's also Putin's second visit to Beijing in just over 6 months. Both Beijing and Moscow have touted their no-limits friendship, which has grown exponentially since Russia invaded Ukraine in February of 2022. In fact, Xi Jinping often refers to Putin as his old friend. Rolling out the red carpet, Xi Jinping greeted Putin as Moscow and Beijing celebrate 75 years of diplomatic relations. Both leaders aim to deepen cooperation in technology, outer space, nuclear energy, and trade. In fact, Xi Jinping agreed to strengthen bilateral ties and work with Russia to resolve regional and global conflicts, including the ongoing war in Ukraine.
Today's China-Russia relationship is hard-won and deserves to be cherished and cared for by both sides. The stable development of China-Russia relations is not only in line with the fundamental interests of both countries and their peoples, but also conducive to regional and even global peace, stability, and prosperity.
Putin says that despite attempts by other nations to drive a wedge between Russia and China, bilateral relations have thrived in recent years.
Russia and China are truly united by the common goals of national development and ensuring joint prosperity on the principles of mutual respect, good neighborliness, and mutual benefit. It has already been said that over the past 5 years, despite the consequences of the pandemic and despite some actions aimed at restraining our development, some actions on the part of third countries, trade turnover between Russia and China is increasing at a good pace.
Now, Putin's visit to China comes after Moscow launched a major offensive in Ukraine in the northeastern region of Kharkiv. Russian troops have captured at least 7 towns as Ukrainian troops retreat, facing a shortage in manpower and ammunition. Over the last 2 years, Russia has managed to keep its economy afloat despite Western sanctions, all thanks to China. Beijing has increasingly become Moscow's lifeline to support Putin's war chest as bilateral trade reaches almost $230 billion, an increasingly thorny issue for the United States. In fact, President Joe Biden and his team have taken several measures against China, including the recent trade tariffs and economic sanctions for aiding Russia's military. China's tight embrace of Russia poses a major challenge, not just in Ukraine, but even in Europe and throughout Asia. This friendship will certainly be put to the test in the weeks and months ahead. And here in the United States, President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump have agreed to hold 2 presidential debates. The face-offs will take place on June 27th and September 10th. President Biden has also laid out specific criteria for the debates, including silencing the microphone when one candidate speaks, hinting at Donald Trump's disruptive tactics. So how will the showdown between the two play out? Our next report tells you what to expect when the two rivals meet face to face.
U.S. President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump have agreed to participate in 2 televised debates, with the first being on 27th of June and second on 10th of September. The quick agreement came hours after Biden called on Trump to join him in a presidential face-off. The president also took a jibe at his opponent, saying he was free on Wednesdays, a reference to Trump's hush money criminal trial in New York.
Donald Trump lost 2 debates to me in 2020. And since then, he hadn't shown up for debate. Now he's acting like he wants to debate me again. Well, make my day, pal. I'll even do it twice. So let's pick the dates, Donald. I hear you're free on Wednesdays.
Trump swiftly accepted the proposal and said Biden was the worst debater he ever faced. The former president also proposed a 3rd debate in October, which the Biden campaign declined. This comes as the presumptive Democrat nominee laid out his terms for debating Donald Trump ahead of the November election. So what are Biden's terms and conditions for these debates? First, he has ditched the Presidential Debate Commission, which has been organizing the verbal duels for more than 3 decades. Instead, major news networks will be hosting the face-offs in their studios. Biden's team also wants just 2 debates. There will be no live audience, though Trump believes it is more exciting with a crowd. Biden's team says candidates would take turns answering questions and the non-speaking candidate's microphone would be muted. Because the previous debate between the 2 rivals back in 2020 was marred by frequent interruptions, mostly from Trump's corner. And lastly, the 81-year-old president also wants the debates to last 2 hours, with both rivals being required to stand for the entire duration. Now, Trump and Biden's eagerness to meet head-to-head has also hinted at another dynamic, that both candidates do not want to further legitimize independent candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who appears unlikely to qualify for the next month's debate. Kennedy has accused his opponents of trying to freeze him out, saying that they're afraid he could emerge victorious in the presidential election. The debate in June would take place before both the Republican and Democratic national conventions, which means neither Biden nor Trump would have formally accepted their presidential nominations. Surveys have shown that many Americans do not pay attention to the presidential campaign until September. But this time, the debates in June could influence voters early, setting a new trend in the race for the White House.
And finally, in Argentina, where a horrific hate crime against 4 lesbian women has shocked the capital city of Buenos Aires. A man in his 60s set the hotel room of the women on fire using a Molotov cocktail. The brutal act left 3 women dead and 1 woman fighting for her life. Activists are blaming the far-right government for not cracking down on hate crimes against the LGBTQ community. Our final report takes you inside this brutal crime and how the city is responding.
In the early hours of May 6th, the peaceful quiet of a neighborhood in Argentina's capital, Buenos Aires, was shattered. The heart-wrenching screams of 4 women pierced the night. They woke everyone up in an instant, and what the people saw were raging flames consuming a hotel. A scene of unimaginable horror. A man in his 60s allegedly threw burning rags into the bedroom being shared by the women. He didn't stop there. He did not let them escape the room. When he saw that his mission neared completion, he fled to the building's rooftop. Then he tried to die by suicide, but was arrested by the police. This is what happened to 4 women in Buenos Aires city. But why were they set on fire by an abhorrent man? Because they identified as lesbians. This wasn't just a hate crime against the queer community. It was an assault on humanity itself. The man allegedly threw a Molotov cocktail in the room, a crude incendiary weapon. Pamela Fabiana Cobas died instantly from severe burns. Her partner, Mercedes Roxana Figuero, succumbed to organ failure with burns on over 90% of her body. Andrea Amarante passed away days later. Sofia Castro-Riglos is clinging to life. Reports reveal that this man regularly insulted, hit, and threatened the women. He was unable to accept their sexual identities. Despite his arrest, he has not yet been charged. Amnesty International demands a thorough investigation into the atrocity. Activists blame Argentina's far-right government for fostering a culture of hate and intolerance. A protest erupted, accusing Javier Milei's government of inciting violence through hate speech. Prominent politicians in Argentina have fueled the flames of violence against the LGBTQ+ community. A 2023 Human Rights Watch report highlighted the global dangers faced by lesbian, bisexual, and queer couples. They are murdered, sexually assaulted, dismembered, and even physically attacked alongside their partners. In 26 countries, including Argentina, same-sex couples fear public displays of affection due to the extreme danger. Lesbian couples struggle even more to find secure housing and safety. This further limits their ability to use the privacy of a home to protect themselves. Argentina has witnessed one of the cruelest hate crimes in recent memory. This tragedy underscores the urgent need for change and justice. The LGBTQ+ community's fight is far from over. They continue to battle for identity, for safe spaces, for acceptance, and for peace.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. South Africa goes to the polls on the 29th of May. I will track the election and bring you ground reports. Is it the end of the road for the African National Congress? And will former President Jacob Zuma stage a dramatic comeback? From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. We will bring you all the election updates. Hello and welcome. We begin with South Africa, a country that is counting down to a milestone election touted as the toughest since the end of apartheid. Now, the May 29th vote is a major test for the ruling African National Congress and President Cyril Ramaphosa. The ruling ANC, which is already under immense pressure, has even more reasons to be worried now. South Africa's unemployment rate has risen for the second quarter in a row. Now, these numbers come just days ahead of election. Data shows the unemployment rate at 32.9% in the first 3 months of the year. The unemployment rate was at 32.1% in the last fourth quarter of last year, and this brings the official unemployment rate closer to the record high of 35.3% in 2021 during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Unemployment in this country historically has been a problem. One of the huge problems that we have in this country is that South Africa, being a third world country, our labor laws are first world. In order for small businesses to bring in new people into their businesses, it's almost impossible. And that is one of the big issues that needs to be sorted out in this country. Our middle class is dropping all the time. The rich are getting richer and the middle class are getting poorer. The government does absolutely nothing to encourage the middle class. Small businesses are shutting down on a regular basis, and it's actually very, very sad.
We need to go out into more rural communities, gather the lessons and skills, take it out to the rural communities, get them building on their skills so that we can create more jobs for them in the non-rural communities.
I've seen a lot of youngsters coming in and out, dropping their CVs, looking for something, which is unfortunate. I wish the community can come together, do something about the young ones, even the older ones, maybe try to create some job opportunities like open businesses and everything. Things that can make them busy and earn money at the same time, because it's tough out there. It's very tough.
Joblessness has risen about 10 percentage points in 3 decades since the ANC came to power under Nelson Mandela. 30 years on, unemployment is a key concern among voters. The total number of unemployed people stands at more than 8.2 million. Unemployment rates are especially high among the South African youth and women. In fact, earlier today I spoke with some women in Durban on the current situation of joblessness in the country. Take a look.
The unemployment affects us a lot, especially the females. So we as a single parent, we are suffering. We can't take our kids to school very well because we don't have the school transport. Some ladies got the job maybe 2 days a week, you see, or the construction just for only 3 months. Yeah. So nothing permanent.
A lot of job, but we don't get because we are females. We have that problem yet, Blackburn. We are living with a child support grant only. And me, I'm not working at all. I don't get any wages, only child support grant I'm getting every month. The government must give us job because we don't want to depend on someone else. We want to work for ourselves because we got kids and we are single parent.
As South Africa approaches a pivotal election, the nation grapples with an unemployment crisis that has now reached a staggering 32.9%. Just 2 weeks before voters head to the polls, the latest figures reveal a sharp increase in joblessness, with over 8.2 million South Africans out of work. Now, this alarming trend poses significant challenges for the incumbent government, where high unemployment is a key political issue ahead of the polls and fuels the debate on economic policies among political contenders. The question on every South African's mind is clear: which party will not only promise but also deliver a robust strategy to combat unemployment? As we count down to Election Day, the nation's future hangs in the balance, with the hope that the next government will pave the way for prosperity and inclusive growth. Like we mentioned earlier, the support for the ANC has been waning over the last 30 years. This is largely because of its failure to deliver jobs, housing, services to millions of poor, and of course, corruption. Now, several polls predict the African National Congress may dip below 50% of the vote this election. This would be a landmark moment in South African politics. If the ANC loses its majority, it would need support to form a coalition government and keep President Cyril Ramaphosa in office for a second and final 5-year term. Now, for more on this, we are being joined by Solly Malay, the Acting Deputy Director General for Population and Social Statistics. Welcome to Firstpost Africa.
Thank you and welcome to the viewers.
Right now, the unemployment rate has risen to 32.9% in the first quarter. Now, this rampant unemployment is a hot topic in the upcoming May 29th vote. Will this discouraging information have any effect on the upcoming elections?
Thank you. I think from our side as a National Statistical Office in South Africa, our responsibility is to manage and also publish statistics. And as you have already mentioned in your introduction, our responsibility is to track to administrate official statistics. And according to our data, we are sitting now at 32.9% unemployment rate. And I think from our side, we are at the point where we are sharing with the current government that is finishing its term and in preparation for the new government to give them a baseline in terms of these indicators.
Now, Solly, the youth unemployment especially is very high, with 59.7% of young people between the ages of 15 and 24 being unemployed. This is a national crisis, but none of the political parties currently contesting have made youth employment the core of their plans. What are your thoughts here?
Thank you. I think from our side, what we do is that we, as I said, we publish data and we break it down even by age. And to your point, what we have picked up, especially in this quarter, which is quarter one of 2024, is that we are seeing more of the new entrants into the labor market. So meaning that there are South Africans who have just graduated from the universities who are looking for a job. And also we have South Africans who just went through the school curriculum and they do have their matric certificate and they are also looking for a job. So what we are seeing from the numbers, we're seeing that the graduate unemployment have increased by 2.3%, although it's still the lowest when compared to other category of education. but it shows that there's more of graduates. And also, as you have pointed out, we are seeing that the youth, it's vulnerable to unemployment.
And looking at the numbers, what is causing this continuous decline in employment levels? And in your view, what needs to be done?
Okay, so we do have what you call it a national development plan. So it's quite clear in terms of the indicators. If you look at and you read it, it talks to how the economy needs to grow. We were supposed to target around more than 5% in terms of growth. For us to have about 20 million or so South Africans in employment, and the current figures are showing us that the economy is growing by less by 1%. And as you pointed out, we only have 16.7 million who are employed. Although this 16.7 million, maybe let me put it in context, is that if you compare with the pre-COVID numbers, we managed to even bypass the pre-COVID numbers. But I think the manner on the rate in which we are creating jobs and the absorption rate, if you look at the indicator of absorption rate, we're still not doing well. We're still only absorbing few in the labor in the market, in the employment market. So for us, I think to move to a point where we can achieve the indicators like your absorption rate has to increase, the number of unemployment has to increase, and then also different industries, they has also to absorb more South Africans into the labor market.
Absolutely. Sali, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa.
All right, thank you.
Moving on to Nigeria now, the African country's former central bank chief is embroiled in a new controversy. Now, Godwin Emefiele has been charged for illegally printing new banknotes. He has also been accused of withdrawing billions of naira without the approval of the president. According to the charges posed by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Nigeria's former central bank chief illegally printed nearly 685 million naira. Authorities say this between October of 2022 and March of 2023. He ordered the printing of new 1,500 and 200 naira banknotes. All of this without the approval of the president and the Central Bank of Nigeria board. In addition, the anti-graft agency said that Emefiele had approved the withdrawal of nearly 125 billion naira from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation. The printing of new notes was meant to reduce the use of cash in the economy, but instead it has further made life difficult for Nigerians. Businesses have been disrupted and hardships of the residents have only multiplied. Nigeria is already struggling with economic headwinds amidst a sticky inflation and declining currency. Citizens are facing the worst cost of living crisis in decades. As of April 2024, Nigeria's inflation stood at 33.69%, the highest in 28 years.
Like me, I be farmer. I cannot afford to buy petrol to power my generator to water the farm because of the high cost of petrol. Things are difficult in the country, food is expensive as well as several other items. The price of gari and rice are high. With this high cost of goods, we cannot train our children in school or manage to buy food.
Now, the former head of the Central Bank of Nigeria has denied any wrongdoing. He has pled not guilty to all charges in the latest case, and now he is out on bail. But this is not the first time Emefiele has been charged. In fact, he faces a plethora of corruption accusations. He is also under investigation for illegally possessing a firearm and ammunition, charges that he denies.
3 courts have said release him on bail. He's not running away, for God's sake. He has served this nation for 9 years. Where is he going to go to? All his life is in Nigeria here. And you can imagine a situation where two federal government military apparatus are fighting themselves, manhandling the commander of the prison commission. It is a disgrace to this nation.
In 2023, Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu suspended Emefiele after coming to power. This was following the ongoing investigations of his office and planned reforms. The former central banker is the highest profile official to face corruption charges under Tinubu's administration. With two major wars, one in Ukraine and the other in Gaza, dozens of proxy wars and a few others are at a tipping point. The world is definitely witnessing uncertain times. Countries across the world are ramping up defenses and are increasing their spending on defense equipment. New technologies are reshaping the way wars are fought and are opening up new opportunities for the future. And existing weapon systems are also proving their worth, adapting to counter new challenges on the battlefield. Now, some African countries are also making giant strides in modernizing their defense forces. They are now extending beyond traditional reliance on tanks, fighter jets, and surface ships. One of the most notable advancements in African countries' defense in recent times has been the acquisition and deployment of submarines. Submarines represent a significant leap in military technology due to their stealth and endurance and versatility. The global maritime security realities in today's time further necessitate the need for undersea defense. As oceans across the world become more complex and contested, submarines will provide unrivaled conventional superiority to navies which can operate them. Unlike surface ships, submarines can operate undetected for extended periods, providing a strategic advantage in defensive and offensive maritime operations. For Africa in particular, the adoption of submarine technology marks a new era in naval warfare. It is enabling countries to enhance their maritime security, protect territorial waters, and to deter potential aggressors. Africa has an unbroken coastline of nearly 30,000 kilometers. Out of the 54 countries on the continent, 39 have access to the sea. But according to Global Firepower list, only 3 have a submarine fleet. Now, the first is Egypt. Egypt has invested massively in its naval capabilities. It has 8 submarines, 4 of which are Type 209 German submarines. These are armed with 8 torpedo tubes and 14 torpedoes. The remaining 4 are ex-Chinese Romeo-class submarines. These were built in China, but were based on the Soviet design. Now, the former Chinese submarines have been modified to use Western periscopes, trailing GPS, passive sonars, a fire control system, and the ability to fire US-made Harpoon missiles. So what Egypt is using is a Soviet-era, Chinese-made, American-upgraded submarine. The Egyptian Navy is only one of the 2 remaining operators of the type in the world, the other being North Korea. Now, the second is Algeria. The Algerian Navy has at least 6 submarines. They operate a few Russian-made Kilo-class submarines. Now, they are diesel-electric attack submarines that were designed in the Soviet Union in the 1970s. These are one of the most successful naval programs in modern history. These Russian submarines are mainly intended for anti-shipping and anti-submarine operations in shallow waters. They are equipped with sonar system, which includes mine detection. Algeria also has units of the Project 636 class, which is also known as the improved Kilo class. These submarines have also been upgraded to enhance their capabilities.
They can launch torpedoes or naval mines and carry up to 18 torpedoes or 24 naval mines. Many have also been outfitted to launch the Caliber family of missiles. The third country is South Africa. South Africa has a small but capable submarine fleet as a part of its naval defense strategy. The Navy possesses 3 Type 209 Heroine-class diesel-electric submarines acquired from Germany. They are 8-bow torpedo tubes, and the submarine can carry up to 14 torpedoes. Now, the Heroine-class submarines are equipped with advanced sonar systems and anti-ship missiles. So clearly, only a handful of countries in Africa own or operate submarines. According to reports, Russia exported 60% of the total submarines in Africa. But as Russia expands its defense partnership with African nations, will it see further submarine export successes in the continent? And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Our story today is from Uganda, where a tourist hotspot near the capital city of Kampala is trying to preserve the practices of the Buganda community amid the onslaught of modernization. The Buganda community is one of the largest ethnic groups in East Africa. Our next report tells you how tourism is helping Uganda embrace the future without severing its ties with tradition.
Away from the hustle and bustle of a city, in the calm and soothing surroundings of Mukono, there's a village that awaits to give you the taste of real Uganda. This is the Ivafe Cultural Village. Here visitors get to witness the traditions and cultural norms of the Buganda people, which is one of the largest ethnic groups in East Africa. The village's 30-year-old founder, Aisha Nabwanika, believes the visitors crave an authentic Ugandan experience. And with a tourist spot, she aims to fill that gap in Uganda's cultural tourism.
Statistics have shown us that the tourist who comes to Uganda always wants to first, to also, as they're having game park drives, safaris and all that, they would also want to have a feel of the culture, of the culture of the country, to know the people, to eat the local food, to learn a few, words in a local language, to show that I'm actually in that particular culture of that particular country. So I really thought so hard that around here in the central, we were missing, a place like that you would take a tourist to experience a traditional life of a Ugandan. So that is why I came up with this place.
Here, the tourists are greeted by traditional dancers and musicians. They are then welcomed with freshly squeezed banana juice served in traditional cups. During this stay, the tourists also get to relish conventional delicacies made of banana leaves. The visitors are asked to eat food in mud-floored huts, sitting on mats with their loved ones. The practice marks Buganda's age-old tradition of communal eating.
People associate our cultural norms as ancient, backward, or these guys maybe weren't understanding. But trust me, they really put in a lot of knowledge, in some of these things. I mean, it wasn't just done out of the blue. For example, sitting with your children on the same, the same mat and have lunch. It was a way of knowing your children. What are their habits?
The visitors are even encouraged to try their hand in cooking the food using traditional methods.
These days, children do not know how to prepare food. Secondly, they do not know how to dress. Thirdly, they do not know how to behave. A lot of culture and norms are disappearing because of not knowing them. Like us who grew up in the era of strict culture and training, we want to bring these things back amongst the people, and you never know, maybe the world will be a better place.
And it doesn't stop here. The village offers more than a vacation experience to its visitors. The village guide offers counseling to women on marriage and family issues. The employees teach tourists about traditional medicines and fishing, among other skills. To many visitors, the village has become a channel to connect with their Ugandan roots.
Because we have largely grown up in the city personally, and you've over-concentrated on the books, there's been a hiccup somewhere. I feel like coming here to Iwafe Cultural Village has now reconnected me kind of to my roots.
In today's fast-moving world, Iwafe Cultural Village provides a warm touch of tradition and culture while preserving the traditions of Ugandan people from vanishing in this modern era.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. We begin tonight with China's latest crisis, the housing crisis. This is what it looks like. They have more than 7 million empty homes or more than 7 billion square feet of built-up space. Do you know how many people can live there? According to a Chinese official, these empty homes can accommodate 3 billion people, which is twice the population of India, nearly 10 times the population of America, 15 times the population of Western Europe, and 140 times the population of Beijing itself. That is how big China's problem is. The Communist Party ignored it for the longest time, but now they have no option but to address it because their economy depends on the property sector. It accounts for 20% of China's GDP. 5 million people depend on this sector for jobs. Without a revival, they're staring at salary cuts or worse. They could be laid off. So saving this sector, the property sector, is vital for the world's second largest economy. And how do they plan to do that? With the help of a rescue package, Beijing wants to revive China's collapsing property market. More than 24 developers have already defaulted and home sales have hit rock bottom. People do not want to buy apartments anymore.
The complexity, severity, and uncertainty of the current external environment are significantly increasing. There is insufficient effective domestic demand, high business pressure, and many risks and hidden dangers. The domestic circulation is not smooth enough, and the foundation for recovery needs to be strengthened.
In simple words, the market is bad. There are too many empty homes and no takers. Beijing is trying to fix this. They will buy the unsold apartments from developers. Chinese local governments will do this, and then they will turn these properties into affordable housing. It's not clear how. They'll probably sell or allocate homes at cheaper rates.
City governments should insist on ordering based on demand and can organize local state-owned enterprises to purchase some of the existing commercial housing at reasonable prices for use as affordable housing.
And who will pay for these purchases? Chinese banks. They will give loans to China's state-owned companies. These companies will then buy the unsold apartments. Beijing has pledged some $42 billion for this scheme. And remember, this is not a bailout, this is financing, a loan which will have to be repaid.
The size of the guaranteed housing refinancing is 300 billion yuan, with an interest rate of 1.75% and a one-year maturity that can be rolled over 4 times.
China's central bank is setting up a fund of sorts to support this move. That's the People's Bank of China. It is making another intervention. It has slashed interest rates on mortgages. It has also cut the down payment requirements, both for first-time buyers and those looking to get a second property. In both cases, the down payment will be cut by 5%. So this is what the new rates look like. 15% for first-time buyers. They'll have to pay 15% of the apartment cost up front. That's down payment. For a second home, the down payment is 25%. Earlier, these rates were 20 and 30%. So a 5% cut. Basically, China is undertaking a flash sale of homes and apartments. But will this be enough to save the sector? Chinese markets are certainly cheering the move. Stocks of property developers shot up today. Some of them reported double-digit gains, like Vantage, a property developer which defaulted on its debts. Its stock price jumped by 63% in today's trade. The KWG Group reported a 40% jump. Shares of Sino-Ocean Group surged by 46%. But this optimism could be short-lived. Last month, Chinese authorities launched a new program, a swap old for new scheme. It's aimed at existing homeowners for them to swap their old homes for new apartments. Interest rates and down payments were low. Local authorities in multiple cities changed the rules to make these purchases easier, but the scheme did not take off because there weren't enough buyers. And this shows the fundamental challenge with China's property market: high supply, low demand, which is why the state is buying now. Again, will it solve the problem? Will it help the developers who have billions of dollars of debt? Experts are skeptical.
Personally, I'm not strongly convinced about the effectiveness of this measure. So we are now seeing an extended crisis, which primarily revolves around the balance sheet of property developers.
State intervention may help only so much because even the state does not have unlimited resources. Beijing cannot buy every empty apartment in China. So while some developers will get support, others may be left to fail. Let me show you a statement. It's from Dong Jiangguo, the deputy head of China's Ministry of Housing and Urban Rural Development. This is what he said, and I'm quoting: "Developers that must go bankrupt should go bankrupt, while those that need to be restructured should be restructured." So China's rescue plan is actually a restructuring plan, and the property sector is in for more pain, at least in the short term. Staying with China, they're facing a new trade war too. Once again with the United States. It all started with Joe Biden's announcement this week. He increased tariffs on Chinese imports. And some of those tariffs stood out, some of those announcements, like 100% tariff on Chinese EVs, 50% on solar panels, and 25% on steel and aluminium. Now, Biden's logic here is quite simple. He wants to help America's domestic industry. But let's be clear, what Joe Biden calls help is actually protectionism. And the International Monetary Fund, or IMF, agrees. They have criticized Biden's tariffs. They say such restrictions can fragment the global economy.
With respect to the tariffs, our view is that the U.S. Would be better served by maintaining open trade policies that have been vital to its economic performance. We also encourage the U.S. and China to work together toward a solution that addresses the underlying concerns that have exacerbated trade tensions between the two countries. And more broadly, we urge all countries to work within the multilateral framework to resolve their differences.
So what will these tariffs do? Let's consider Chinese EVs. A cheap one sells for $10,000 in China, but to sell it in the US, you must pay the tariff. 100% tariff means 100% on the car's value. So the price jumps from $10,000 to $20,000, and suddenly your cheap EV is not cheap anymore. It cannot compete in the US market. So what will Chinese producers do? They will not ship to the US. Instead, they will look for other lucrative markets. Now the question is, was Biden justified in doing this? China obviously doesn't think so. They're fuming at Washington. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi says the American tariffs are doomed to fail.
I would like to stress that such unilateral and protectionist actions are contrary to the trend of the times and are bound to be crushed by the wheels of history. At this critical time of global economic recovery, the international community should warn the United States not to cause new troubles for the world.
既损人。
A few things to note here. One, there is politics at play. Biden's foreign policy is looking increasingly weak, so tariffs on China is a muscular move. Even Donald Trump had promised the same. Plus, the US auto industry is very influential, especially in the state of Michigan. It employs around 180,000 workers. And why is Michigan important? Because it's a swing state. Donald Trump is leading there by 7 points, so Joe Biden is trying to woo the auto industry by slapping tariffs on Chinese cars. That's the first point, the politics. Secondly, China does dabble in illegal subsidies, and that is a fact. Their fishery industry gets subsidies, their EV makers get subsidies, so do their steel producers. It's pretty well documented. Now, subsidies are not illegal per se, but if they distort the market, then they are. Again, let's look at an example. At the same $10,000 car, the US says these cars actually cost a lot more, but because of the subsidies, they're sold for cheap. And yes, this is unfair. It is against the rules of free trade. But here's the fun part. The US also does something similar. Let's say you buy an EV that is made in the US or Canada, you get tax cuts. How much? Up to $7,500. You get that cut. But if you buy an EV that is made in Europe or Asia, you will not get that tax cut. How is this different from a subsidy? Honestly, it's not. And China complained about this in the month of March. They filed a case at the World Trade Organization. So my point here is quite simple. Both China and America are playing a game. They're both propping up their domestic industries. They're both giving subsidies, and they're both gaming the system. And who suffers for this? Other players. Take India, for example. Indian exporters are wary of these tariffs, especially on steel and batteries. China is already sitting on excess supply. They cannot sell in the US. So what if they just dump their goods in India? It's a real possibility. China's steel exports to India doubled in the last financial year. So Indian producers do need cheap steel. But the local steel makers are wary. Like SAIL. That is the Steel Authority of India, SAIL. It's a state-owned company. Its chairman says he's keenly watching Chinese imports. In January, many steel makers had lobbied with the government of India. They wanted to raise the tariff on steel, which is around 7.5% at the moment. But the government did not budge. Mainly because India's steel consumption keeps increasing. With EVs, India has a different strategy though. The import tariff is actually quite low. In India, it's just about 15%. But there's one condition. You must set up a local factory within 3 years. Only then will you get the low tariff. So it's more of a hybrid approach. Tesla has had a start and stop project in India. China's BYD is also having a tough time. They have launched cars in India, but their factory proposal was shot down. Elsewhere, Chinese EVs are making headway, like in Mexico and Brazil. So what we really need is a more calibrated global policy. Because EVs are crucial to our planet's future. We need cheap and reliable EVs, but we also need fair competition. So China's subsidies and dumping must be investigated, but Joe Biden's unilateral tariffs must also be questioned. We are talking about self-proclaimed champions of free trade. They lecture the world on the free market, but at the end of the day, they're acting like protectionist bullies. And speaking of global rules, guess who desperately needs them? Artificial intelligence. We keep hearing about how good AI is. Bots are acing exams. They're teaching students. They're even doing your office and school work. But how are they able to do it? Because of data. AI bots are like a vending machine. Instead of food and drinks, they have data inside them. A user can select what data they want. The AI bot will then release it. But here's the difference. We know where the food in our vending machine comes from, but we do not know where AI bots are getting their data from. Not completely. And that's a big problem. Every AI bot has to be fed information, so it's important to know the source. Let me show you this study from last year. It analyzed Google's C4 data set. It's basically a compilation of 15 million websites. This data set was used to train multiple AI models, even for Google and Facebook. And what did the analysis find? The second biggest source of data was Wikipedia. I'm sure you've used it too. Basically, anyone can edit a Wikipedia article, so it's not always reliable or accurate. But that's what AI bots are trained on, Wikipedia. Another name on the list was bok.org. It's an illegal online market for pirated books. In fact, this was a common trend. These AI bots used 27 websites accused of piracy by the US government. They also used personal blogs like Medium, WordPress, and Blogpost. Now, the problem here is obvious. Facts on Wikipedia are not scrutinized. Facts on blogs are also not verified. They may represent fake news or opinion, which is not fact. So, training AI bots on such data is dangerous. That is the first concern. The second concern is copyright items, like a song on Spotify, or an article on a news website, or a video on YouTube. These are intellectual properties. You need legal permission to use them. But do AI companies take this permission? Not all the time. Reports say OpenAI transcribed millions of YouTube videos. Why? To create its own video bot. It's called Sora. It can convert text commands to video. Same with news articles. The New York Times is suing OpenAI. They say their articles, NYT articles, were used to train ChatGPT. No permission, no payments. Of course, New York Times has the resources to sue, but think of smaller content creators. They spend time and money creating something valuable, whether it's news or music or art, and AI developers just steal it for their bots. What is the solution here? Some companies are striking deals with AI companies. The latest is Reddit. They've signed a deal with OpenAI. Under this deal, Reddit posts will be used to train AI models. They've struck a similar deal with Google that was valued at $60 million. And Reddit is not alone. Some news organizations have also done this. The Financial Times has allowed OpenAI to use its articles. So has the Associated Press. Maybe that's the way forward. Most news companies are desperate for money, so AI could be a new revenue stream. Having said that, problems remain. For starters, who will pay for the past stealing? AI companies got rich off third-party data. Their valuation shot up. They got investments worth billions, so now they can afford these licensing deals. That is not accountability. That's called hijacking the system. So we need governments to do a couple of things. First of all, ask AI companies to reveal their training data. The likes of OpenAI still won't do it. They keep their training data hidden. But revealing it is very important, because you're asking people to use and trust your AI bots. Well, tell us where the data is coming from. Imagine you're reading a news article online. It randomly throws facts and numbers at you. No reference, no information source. Would you trust it? Chances are you wouldn't, and you shouldn't. And that's AI bots right now. Secondly, we need accountability for fake information. Sometimes AI bots can hallucinate. They tell you things that never happened. But who is held accountable for that? No one. Apparently, it's part and parcel of the journey. But you see, fake news has serious repercussions. It's bad enough when humans spread it. If AI joins it, it could be unstoppable. The only way to prevent this is accountability. You cannot let companies get away by saying it's an emerging technology. It is your product. So you take responsibility. Will it discourage and slow innovation? Maybe it will. But we say the world needs accuracy more than speed. Our next story is from Turkey. The Turkish president, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, is at it again. He's back to attacking democratic freedoms. How? By imprisoning his political rivals. His victims today are Kurdish politicians. The Kurdish people are an ethnic minority in Turkey. They mostly vote for politicians from their own community, and the Kurdish politicians have always challenged Erdogan. Now, 24 of them have been imprisoned, with sentences ranging between 9 and 42 years. You heard that right, 42 years of jail. Who received this jail term? A former presidential candidate who dared to defy Erdogan, even challenging him from inside prison.
My abilities here are very limited. I am being held in a maximum security prison, but I know that you are carrying out the electoral campaign for me with faith and enthusiasm.
His name is Selahattin Demirtas. He contested against Erdogan twice, in 2014 and 2018. The 2018 challenge was from behind bars. He was in jail then, and after today's verdict, he may stay in prison for a long time. Now, Demirtas was the leader of a pro-Kurdish political party, the People's Democratic Party, or the HDP. This party performed well under his leadership. They did so well that they managed to weaken Erdogan's grip on parliament. That was in 2015. So Erdogan decided to get Demirtas and others out of the way. The Kurdish leader and his deputy were arrested in November 2016, and he's been in prison ever since, awaiting trial for murder, terrorism, and I'm quoting, trying to destroy the unity of Turkey. Those are the charges against him. Erdogan's officials say Demirtas incited violent protests in 2014. Protests that left at least 37 people dead. So let's tell you what happened. Back in 2014, the terror group ISIS was on the rise. It was making gains in Iraq and Syria. Both countries are also home to Kurdish people. They were at the forefront of ISIS attacks. Things came to a head when ISIS reached the town of Kobani. This town is in Syria, but right at the border with Turkey. Now, the Kurdish people in Turkey wanted to help their fellow Kurds in Kobani, so they made an appeal to Erdogan's government. They wanted Turkey to send aid to fight ISIS. But Ankara wouldn't budge. That's when the Kurdish people took to the streets. Politicians like Demirtas encouraged this. They wanted to put pressure on the government. But this is Erdogan. The protests ended in clashes with the police and 37 people dead. Demirtas is being blamed for the 2014 riots. That is why he has been in detention. And the verdict came out today, almost 8 years after his arrest. It sentences him to 42 years in prison.
Kurds, revolutionaries, as well as their Kurdish and revolutionary politics, have been punished today. We do not recognize this sentencing. We do not accept these decisions.
There is nothing left in Turkey to call judiciary process anymore. This decision taken by the court in Turkey today is a decision that will make people pray to the courts of the military junta. This decision is another legal and political coup that has occurred today.
Those two are present-day Kurdish leaders. They plan to challenge the verdict. They're calling it a political coup. They say Erdogan is punishing rivals like Demirtas. Human Rights Watch agrees with this. The rights group says these are bogus charges. They say it was a politically motivated trial. Demirtas was sentenced to 42 years in prison. His deputy received 30. Another Kurdish politician, a sitting mayor, was given 10 years. The man, Ahmet Turk, is 81 years old. It seems Erdogan is not taking any chances. Perhaps he thinks the crackdown will help him politically, or maybe he seeks to break the spirit of Kurdish resistance. But look at these scenes. From both outside and inside the court, people are dancing and chanting resistance slogans. They show no signs of bowing down. Erdogan may have miscalculated because it looks like the spirit of Kurdish resistance remains unbroken. Now let's shift our attention to Taiwan. On Monday, a new president will be inaugurated there. The Chinese are breathing down their neck with fighter jets and warships. Amid this tension, a brawl broke out inside Taiwan's parliament. Lawmakers from both sides traded blows. The scenes are quite dramatic and shameful. So what triggered this fight? Parliamentary reform. The opposition is pushing a set of contentious new rules. They will empower the parliament to scrutinize the government more closely. The government obviously does not like the idea, and this clash highlights the challenges for Lai Ching-te, the president-elect, the man who will take over on Monday. He will have to deal with a fragmented parliament on an island where lawmakers do not hesitate to use their fists to make a point. Here's a report.
Step aside WrestleMania. These Taiwanese politicians are ready to outdo the pros. They push, shove, and tackle. Some can even leap across the table and pull their colleagues to the floor. When that's not enough, they can always rely on their fists. Looks like this lawmaker came ready for a rumble. She's wearing a helmet and gloves and carrying a camera to record every hit. There was plenty for her to capture this morning. When Taiwan's lawmakers stuck to some old traditions and turned the parliament into a boxing ring. Taiwan has a long history of such brawls. Previous fights have featured water balloons, chairs and banners, even the organs of pigs. So what were the lawmakers fighting about this time? A controversial proposal. The opposition wants Parliament to have greater authority, including the ability to criminalize officials who they believe make false statements in Parliament. In usual circumstances, the lawmakers would discuss, debate, and argue. But in Taiwan, they are using their hands and legs to make themselves heard.
We also have to tell the people why we oppose them, and we need to discuss them as well. We can't let the country have just one voice and let do whatever they want.
Even before he takes oath, this fight has reached the doorstep of Lai Ching-te, the man who will be sworn in as Taiwan's next president on Monday. He has a challenge on his hands. His Democratic Progressive Party is against the proposal, but they don't have a majority in Parliament to block it. Opposition lawmakers from the Kuomintang have issued an ultimatum.
If the DPP continues to try and block the voting process, I believe this will happen again and again. So we call on President Lai Ching-te to tell the DPP caucus not to use violence at every turn.
When Lai Ching-te takes the reins next week, he'll need to figure out how to transform the parliament from a battlefield into a place of debate. But with their history, he might need a referee rather than a gavel.
To the United States now, which is proposing a historic law to reclassify marijuana as a low-risk drug. What does that mean? It won't make the drug legal, but fewer people will be arrested for possessing it. It's complicated. Just like the age-old debate on marijuana, should it be legalized? Is it good or bad for you? What does science say? Why are some countries legalizing this drug? Are they genuinely following scientific advice, or are they just riding the high of making money off it? Our next report tells you.
The US has unveiled a historic proposal. It wants to reclassify marijuana. Right now, it's a Schedule 1 drug, the same level as heroin, ecstasy, and LSD. But the Biden administration wants to change this. It wants it to be classified as a low-risk drug. If passed, it won't make marijuana legal, but there will be fewer arrests related to it.
This is monumental. Today, my administration took a major step to reclassify marijuana from a Schedule 1 drug to a Schedule 3 drug. It's an important move toward reversing long-standing inequities. Today's announcement builds on the work we've already done to pardon a record number of federal offenses for simple possession of marijuana. And it adds to the action we've taken to lift barriers to housing, employment, small business loans, and so much more for tens of thousands of Americans. Look, folks, no one should be in jail merely for using or possessing marijuana, period. Far too many lives have been upended because of failed approach to marijuana, and I'm committed to righting those wrongs. You have my word on it.
But why is Washington doing this? Well, it's because of popular sentiment. Marijuana was first outlawed in 1937. Then, in the 1970s, there was the war on drugs. And until now, it's not legal in America. You can be arrested for possessing it. And these arrests affect minorities, especially the black community. But while the government cracks down on marijuana, the popular sentiment is different. 88% of Americans believe it should be allowed for recreational or medicinal use. It's already legal in a few states. Meanwhile, only 11% say it should be illegal. So the Biden administration is going with the popular opinion. But the US isn't the only country doing this. Across the world, opinions on marijuana are changing. So what exactly is marijuana? It starts with the cannabis plant. It contains tetrahydrocannabinol, commonly known as THC. THC affects the mind and mood. Marijuana is the dried leaves and flowering parts of the female cannabis plant. Usually, cannabis and marijuana are used interchangeably, but technically, cannabis includes more products than marijuana. Which brings us to the next question. Is marijuana good or bad? Honestly, it's a mixed bag. Marijuana does have some potential benefits. There's evidence that it's good for treating chronic pain. It's seen as a solid treatment for chemotherapy-induced nausea, multiple sclerosis, social anxiety disorders, Parkinson's symptoms, and post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD. It's often described as one of the safest drugs out there, but that's partly because it's never linked to an overdose death. But that doesn't make it all good. Marijuana has been linked to depression. It's been linked to psychosis. In the short term, it impairs memory and cognitive ability. Cannabis smokers are more likely to develop bronchitis, that's the inflammation of the lining of the lungs. While it's portrayed as a non-addictive drug, 10% of regular users are estimated to have a dependence, so they do get addicted. So why are countries approving the use of marijuana? In 2012, Uruguay was the first country to do so. The aim was simple: replace the cannabis trade by crime gangs with state regulation. Soon other countries followed. The United States did it, Mexico and Canada joined in. In Spain, it's legal to use cannabis in private. Germany has legalized recreational use. Thailand made it legal. The idea was simple. Legalizing it will curb the black market. It will protect users against contaminated marijuana. Governments can regulate and earn money off it, and drug-related crimes would reduce. While it's worked in favor of most, not all countries have had the same arc. Take Thailand, for example. It decriminalized marijuana after the pandemic, but now it's made a U-turn. Marijuana will be classified a narcotic once again. Why? It's because of the social and health impact on young people. Young people in Thailand are smoking marijuana 10 times more than they were in 2019. So they're reversing it. Which brings us to the question, ban or no ban? While marijuana has long been a polarizing issue, the approach to it needs to be measured. Legalizing it completely or banning it outright won't help.
Our next story is from Africa, from Senegal in the west. Senegal is a country that is transforming. In March, they chose Africa's youngest elected president, Bassirou Diomaye Faye. The 44-year-old won Senegal's presidential election. Faye then brought in his mentor as the prime minister, which is this man, Ousmane Sonko. Both Faye and Sonko won by campaigning for change. And that change may worry France, Senegal's old colonial overlord. Yesterday, Senegal's Prime Minister Sonko gave a fiery speech, a speech that took shots at France.
We're past the time when Africans could be manipulated by any people under any regime. And this feeling, which is evident today, has always been present from independence to the present day.
Sonko seems to have had enough of France and their quote-unquote undue benefits. He took aim at French military bases in particular. Listen to what he said, I'm quoting. More than 60 years after our independence, we must question the reasons why the French army, for example, still benefits from several military bases in our country and the impact of this presence on our national sovereignty and our strategic autonomy. Paris must be nervous. They've seen this scenario play out before in Senegal's neighborhood. The country is located in West Africa, right next to the coup-hit nations of the Sahel, Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger. Like Senegal, they were all former French colonies. Like Senegal, they also hosted French bases and troops. But then the coups took place, and the juntas in Mali, Niger and Burkina Faso ousted the French. Now it seems this anti-France sentiment has spread to democratic Senegal as well. That could mean that a quick departure is imminent for the 350 to 400 French soldiers in Senegal, because Sonko's word carries weight. Even if he is not president, Sonko is a powerful figure. He is a firebrand politician with a mass following in Senegal and beyond. And he is President Faye's mentor. That's why Sonko's outlook may shape Senegal's foreign policy. And his outlook is clearly anti-imperial. Take their currency, for example. The country uses the CFA franc. It's a symbol of French colonialization. It is shared among 7 former colonies. The CFA franc is pegged to the euro, meaning it is at risk from the economic shocks that take place in Europe. Now, Sonko wants to diversify this risk.
Almost no African country can afford to go into debt in local currency. And this has to stop, because we suffer the consequences. And what we also want is a flexible currency, pegged to at least 2 currencies, to help cushion exogenous shocks and support our export competitiveness.
So no French bases and a reduction in French influence on the currency. You can see why France may not like Sonko, at least the current president of France, Emmanuel Macron. Macron has ambitions of becoming a global statesman. That is hard to do when countries already under your influence try to push you away. So Macron and Sonko do not see eye to eye, but that does not necessarily mean the end of the Senegal-French relationship. Because when Sonko spoke yesterday, he was accompanied by a different French leader, Jean-Luc Mélenchon.
This is a historic moment because Senegal, through the actions of its people, has opened up a particular path, that of a citizens' revolution, ending in electoral victory after a popular resistance paid for with death and martyrdom.
Mélenchon contested against Macron in the last French presidential election. He could stand again in 2027, so he may be trying to mend ties and keep Senegal in the French ambit. But by the looks of it, he might be too late. It seems Senegal is preparing to sever ties with France for good. Our next story is about a 4,000-year-old mystery. How were pyramids built? It's a question many have asked. Did they use elephants or carts to carry the stones? Or did aliens help them? We've seen all sorts of theories, but it looks like scientists finally have the answer. And it's a simple one. The Egyptians used the Nile, the river. But here's the catch. The modern-day river lies 8 kilometers away from the Giza pyramid. So how did it work? Our next report solves the mystery for you.
Imagine a time 4,500 years ago. No cars, no machines, no cranes, no modern technology. In the vast span of the Sahara Desert rose the pyramids of Egypt. They are monumental tombs, relics of Egypt's Old Kingdom era. The pyramids were built to stand for eternity, and they have. But how did Egyptians build them? How did they carry such heavy structures? It's been an age-old mystery, and scientists may have finally found the answer to it. The answer is far from mundane, yet it is marvelously human. It turns out the ancient Egyptians used water. But the question is how? Right now, the Nile is located about 8 kilometers from the pyramids of Giza. So how did the ancient Egyptians use it? Well, they did use the Nile, but not the modern river that we know today. They used a now buried branch of the Nile that was then flowing right by the pyramids. It's called the Aramat branch. Data suggests it was around 64 kilometers long, around 700 meters wide. It is said to have bordered 31 pyramids. This was used by ancient Egyptians as a waterway. Workmen traveled through it. Materials were sent via this river. So how did researchers find this hidden branch? They used a combination of radar satellite data, geophysical surveys, and soil coring.
And history supports this. Ancient papyri from archaeological sites across Egypt show the same. It shows boatmen using the Nile and other waterways to bring materials to the Giza Plateau. So clearly, they used water to transport materials. However, scientists aren't sure of its exact location. Which brings us to the question, what happened to this river branch? Scientists don't know yet. It either dried up and disappeared, and that could be because of many causes, like a period of drought or even rampant desertification. All of this could have led to the waterway being buried under desert and farmland. So it looks like the great mystery is finally solved. The world has long speculated how ancient Egyptians transported the heavy blocks. No, it wasn't aliens, or elephants, or even cattle carts. Ancient Egyptians used water to transport materials. It's genius, but it's also very human.
Now let's talk about India. If you went to school here, I have a question for you. What did you enjoy doing in school? What did you enjoy the most? It could be playing during recess, going on class picnics, or taking tests. No judgments here. It doesn't matter what you choose. But if you were to repeat the same experiences today, chances are they would be marred. Thanks to the heat, temperatures are soaring in India. Several parts recorded their hottest April ever. And schools were affected. Students were exhausted. Some were coming home with nausea and headache. Some fainted. Many were unable to focus on exams. No wonder by the third week of April, people went into panic mode. Several schools shut down. Several states rather shut schools. It was a first for some. Many states revised school timings, but only for a few days. It was a band-aid solution, but the heat has only persisted. The month of May has brought no relief. Temperatures have reached 45 degrees Celsius in many places. Today, India's Weather Bureau issued a warning. It said the country is facing the second heat wave in 3 weeks. So schools are looking for band-aids again. Some states have advanced summer holidays. Others have changed timings yet again. In Jharkhand, for instance, schools will begin at 7 a.m. In Bihar at 6 a.m. It's a vicious loop and it's not ideal. But these are the solutions for now, revised timings and school closures. And India is hardly alone here. Climate change is a global reality. Temperatures are rising across the world. Heat waves are becoming more common, so uninterrupted school year is becoming uncommon. This is true across Europe and America, but especially so in Asia and North Africa. 40 million students were shut out of classrooms in recent weeks. It started with South Sudan in the month of March. More than 2 million students were affected there. The Philippines and India followed suit in April, and Bangladesh is going back and forth between opening and closing schools, affecting 33 million students. And they don't really have a choice because heat impairs the brain. It lowers a child's ability to focus and to process information. So education suffers. Students tend to perform worse in tests. They face the risk of health problems. And why just students? Teachers and parents suffer too.
When the weather is so hot, it gives me a headache and I have difficulty staying to finish the class.
I don't feel well and get lost on what to do first when the weather gets very hot.
My home is far. My younger daughter's class breaks early, but the elder one is still in the school. Both of our two-way journeys by buses are tiresome due to the unbearable heat wave.
Safe to say schools are unprepared to deal with extreme heat, but playing ping pong with school timings is hardly the best decision. It is short-sighted. Let's take the example of Bihar. If school starts at 6 a.m., students will have to be up before 5 a.m. and parents even earlier. It would mean punishment for working parents. Plus, despite early timings, most schools go on till 1:30 p.m. How's that for avoiding the heat? And these timings rarely stick. They change constantly and take a physical toll on children. Add to that school closures, which is widening learning gaps. Not just between schools that can shift to a digital mode and those that can't, but also between nations. 17% of the world's school-aged children are already out of school. Most of them live in Asia and Africa. Repeated school closures will only make this worse for them. It's a complex and urgent problem. And climate-proof education is a big ask. So maybe we can start small and face the facts. Extreme heat is only getting worse, so it is time to rethink, well, time and our daily schedules. For instance, Cambodia has cut school hours by 2. Students now get an afternoon break there. Then we have companies like L'Oreal and Nike. They allow employees to leave work in the afternoon. Also countries like the UAE and Saudi Arabia, they have a midday work ban. Researchers say that in the face of climate change, shifting work hours is the need of the hour. What if we apply this to schools as well? Tell us what you think. They say it's the thing we love the most that destroys us. Super cheesy, I know, but no one relates to this more than the Japanese at this point. In the 1970s, the country fell in love with an anime. It featured a raccoon. So people decided to keep raccoons as pets. The animals are not native to Japan, so people imported them in the thousands for decades. But as they say, too much of anything is bad because now Japan is overrun with raccoons. The animals are destroying crops, infrastructure, and pushing fish to extinction. So Tokyo has declared war on raccoons, but it won't be an easy battle. Here's a report.
This is Rascal. We aren't bad-mouthing this adorable character. That's the name of the anime, Rascal the Raccoon. It gained huge popularity in the 1970s Japan. So much so that it triggered a craze for raccoons. You see, these omnivores are not native to Japan. They belong to North America. After the anime was a hit, Japanese people began importing the animals. About 1,500 raccoons were imported every year, until the early 2000s. Why? People wanted to keep them as pets. Over the years, some of these pets escaped. Some were abandoned. So many flowerized in the wild. Now, Japan has a new name for the raccoons. Invasive alien creatures because these animals have gone from pets to pests. Parts of Japan, including Tokyo, are overrun with raccoons. They are doing what they do best, sifting through garbage. But their other targets include fruit and vegetable crops.
Alright, there goes one. There goes two.
They are also feasting on salamanders, which are at the risk of extinction in the country. The more adventurous raccoons are harming livestock, even public infrastructure and private homes. In 2022, raccoons caused damage worth about $3 million. Which is why Japan is saying no more. Over the past few years, the government has tried to rein in these animals, but now they have launched an even tougher campaign. They are setting up traps and launching hotlines for residents, but a challenge awaits the authorities. Raccoons are wreaking havoc in 44 out of 47 Japanese prefectures. Last year, close to 1,300 raccoons were caught in Tokyo, but many claim this hardly made a dent. After all, raccoons multiply quickly. They can adapt to different environments as well, and they have often broken traps set up by authorities. Plus, many of them live in hilly regions, where they are tough to find. So Japan faces an uphill battle, and they are most likely questioning their pet choices right now. But Japan is hardly the only one with an alien invasive species. Look at these orange-toothed rodents. They are called nutria. They are native to South America, but they were brought to North America in the 1890s for fur trade, and now the US is overrun by them. Or look at these giant African snails. They are native to East Africa, but now they are everywhere in Hawaii. Most countries are battling all kinds of invasive species. Sometimes, humans and animals learn to peacefully coexist. Other times, humans find that their appended trash cans will unleash a battle on the species. So Japan's case may be bizarre, but at least they are slowly learning why the anime called the raccoon a rascal.
Now it's time for Vantage shots, images that tell the story. In China, parts of the submerged Great Wall have emerged from underwater. In Texas, a powerful storm shatters hundreds of windows in downtown Houston and looks like flying cars could become a reality as a personal electric aircraft takes to the skies in Tokyo. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1990, the WHO removed homosexuality from its list of mental disorders. Homosexuality was classified as a mental disease in the early 90s. Psychiatrists offered a horde of therapies to treat it, including shocking patients. It was only in the late 90s that people began to rally against this definition. Even today, homosexuality is seen as a disease in some countries. We're leaving you on that note. Thanks for watching. Have a great weekend.
We begin with the latest in the Middle East. Israel continues to face international backlash as it pushes through with the offensive in southern Gaza. The military operation has forced over 700,000 Palestinians to flee Rafah, a city that served as their last bastion of refuge. Palestinians are now being forced to leave Rafah as Israel begins its final push to eliminate Hamas.
Several tunnels have been destroyed by our troops and additional tunnels will be destroyed soon. This activity will intensify. Hamas is not an organization that can reorganize at the moment. It does not have reserve troops. It does not have the ability to produce munitions. It has no supplies. It cannot rearm. It cannot treat the terrorists that have been hit. The result is that we are cutting it off. We are wearing it down.
Now fearing an influx of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, Egypt has decided to completely close down its side of the border crossing. However, the closure of the border has led to a complete halt in ground-based deliveries of much-needed humanitarian aid for Gazans. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has pressed Egypt to reopen the Rafah border crossing while accusing Cairo of holding Gaza hostage. Netanyahu even took a potshot at Egyptian President Sisi, saying that the Rafah crossing would have been open if it were up to Israel. Now, these comments have only inflamed the situation as Cairo has attempted to be a balancing act amid the unfolding crisis in Gaza. And President Sisi has accused Prime Minister Netanyahu of wanting to drag the war out, deliberately evading a ceasefire deal.
We found Israel continuing to escape its responsibilities and evade efforts exerted to reach a ceasefire, but instead it is moving forward in its military operation that is rejected in Rafah, as well as attempting to use the Rafah crossing from its Palestinian side to tighten the siege on the enclave.
And now Egypt's foreign minister has weighed in as well, accusing Israel of being solely responsible for the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. Egypt has also warned Israel of dire consequences and a degradation of diplomatic relations over Netanyahu's actions. The Rafah crossing, which borders Egypt, has been the main gateway for passage of aid, including food and medicine, into the war-torn region. And up until now, Cairo had been overseeing the entry and exit of aid trucks into Rafah. And now Egypt's refusal to coordinate with Israel comes amid disagreements with Prime Minister Netanyahu over his military actions. Egypt, which has been a key mediator for the ceasefire talks, appears to have joined a growing list of nations that have run out of patience with Netanyahu. And here in the United States, there's trouble brewing for Columbia University's president. Some faculty members of the Ivy League university have passed a vote of no confidence against the school's leader. Now, this comes amid growing dissent over her controversial handling of pro-Palestinian demonstrations on campus. Now, the latest resolution is largely symbolic, but it sends an important message to the university's Board of Trustees. Our next report offers details on the no confidence vote and what it means for the president and for the university.
As pro-Palestinian protests continue to spread in the United States, some faculty members of Columbia University have passed a resolution of no confidence against the university's president, Minu Shafiq. The vote is in response to Shafiq's handling of the anti-Israel demonstrations on campus. On April 18th, Shafiq called the police onto campus to clear a pro-Palestinian student encampment, even after the executive committee of the University Senate told her not to. Her move led to mass arrests of student protesters who wanted the Ivy League school to divest investments in firms linked to Israel. Now, the no-confidence resolution says Shafiq had violated the fundamental requirements of academic freedom and shared governance and engaged in an unprecedented assault on the rights of students. It also says that Shafiq falsely claimed that the arrested students posed a clear and present danger to the university. The resolution was introduced by the Columbia chapter of the American Association of University Professors. Out of 709 professors who voted for the resolution, 65% expressed no confidence in Shafiq, 29% voted against it, and 6% abstained. This is the second such resolution against the university president. Earlier, the University Senate passed a resolution to investigate Shafiq's handling of the protests. The latest move underscores the anger that Shafiq faces on campus as she tries to recover from her handling of pro-Palestinian demonstrations and her congressional testimony on the subject. Last month, Shafiq told a congressional committee that she would discipline several faculty members who supported views against Israel. The resolution is largely symbolic and is designed to send a message to the university's Board of Trustees, who have the right to hire and sack the president. And even though calls for Shafiq's resignation grow louder and louder every day, the board continues to support her firmly. In recent weeks, Shafiq has avoided appearing publicly before students. Additionally, Columbia University recently moved to cancel its university-wide commencement and instead opted for smaller graduation ceremonies. Now, as pressure mounts, will Shafiq decide to step down, or will she try to regain the confidence of students and faculty?
Moving to Europe and the ongoing war in Ukraine, Russian troops continue to advance towards Kharkiv and Ukraine's northeastern region. Based on reports, Moscow has seized more than 100 square miles of Ukrainian territory in just the last 5 days. To date, this is Russia's largest on-ground expansion in a single operation since December of 2022. Now, Kyiv has accused Moscow of killing civilians near Kharkiv and even using some captured civilians as human shields. Meanwhile, Ukrainian armed forces evacuated almost 10,000 civilians from the area as Russian forces began indiscriminate artillery shelling. And in a move to boost morale on the ground, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky canceled all foreign trips and rushed to the front lines of Kharkiv. The Ukrainian leader held emergency meetings with his generals and senior commanders who've been tasked with defending the area.
I would like to ask you to thank the 92nd Unit from me. You didn't let the enemy break through. You are strong warriors, as well as other Kharkiv warriors who fight in other brigades defending their homes, and all of Ukraine. Take care of yourselves. I wish you only fortitude, victory, health to your relatives and friends. Glory to Ukraine.
Now, after being briefed about the on-ground fighting, President Zelensky called the situation in Kharkiv extremely difficult. In fact, he's ordered the mobilization of more troops along with the relocation of soldiers from the east towards the north. And President Zelensky was seen interacting with wounded soldiers and presented them with medals for their bravery. Now, upon returning to Kyiv, Zelensky immediately dialed his Western allies requesting more aid and weapons.
Upon my return to Kyiv, I spoke with Polish Prime Minister Tusk. We talked about our needs, about Patriot systems that could significantly change the situation in the Kharkiv direction. We also discussed the Russian terrorist attacks on our regions in the western part of Ukraine, the threat that attacks on gas infrastructure pose to everyone in Europe, not only to us, but also to our neighbors. We must work together to counter this.
But as Ukraine feverishly awaits key Western military aid, its troops continue to face heavy losses on the battlefield. Now, amid these debilitating losses, NATO generals have surprisingly stated that Vladimir Putin does not have the numbers or the skilled troops to successfully capture Kharkiv.
No, the Russians don't have the numbers necessary to do a strategic breakthrough. We don't believe, more to the point, they don't have the skill and the capability to do it, to operate at the scale necessary to exploit any breakthrough to strategic advantage. They do have the ability to make local advances, and they have done some of that. They've also made some local losses. So, I'm in very close contact with our Ukrainian colleagues, and I'm confident that they will hold the line.
Now, perhaps the NATO generals know something Zelensky and his commanders don't, but based on reports from the ground, President Zelensky and his fighting units most certainly see the situation quite differently. After all, it's the Ukrainians themselves, not NATO forces, that's facing down a Russian onslaught of 30,000 fighters. And now, speaking of war and Europe, former U.S. President Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, is facing flack over a new business deal. He secured a massive contract to build a luxury hotel on the site of a former army headquarters in Serbia that was bombed by NATO forces in 1999 during the Serbia-Kosovo War. Serbians say their government is gifting the army base to Americans who were responsible for the bombing. Recently, Kushner, who is a property developer, also made headlines when he spoke about the development potential of Gaza's waterfront property. Our next report takes you inside the moves being made by the former White House senior advisor.
It seems like controversies don't just follow Donald Trump, but also people close to the former US president. In the latest, his son-in-law Jared Kushner is facing the heat over a foreign investment deal. Kushner has secured a massive contract to build a luxury hotel in Serbia, and the deal is reportedly worth $500 million. The hotel will be constructed on the memorialized ruins of a former army headquarters in the country's capital, Belgrade. The site holds a painful history for the people of Serbia. Back in 1999, the US-backed NATO forces bombed the military base during the Serbia-Kosovo War. The NATO attacks had put an end to the war but killed thousands of Serbians at the time. The bombed-out site is now considered a prime underdeveloped real estate site, which is in the middle of a much-changed city. Donald Trump himself considered building a hotel on it back in 2013. Now, the Serbian government says that the deal with the Kushner's company, Affinity Partners, is not a sale but a 99-year lease. The long vacant site will be redeveloped to have a luxury hotel, retail space, and more than 1,500 residential units. The approved deal also includes a museum and a memorial complex dedicated to the victims of the bombing. However, this plan isn't sitting well with the residents and opposition leaders in Serbia. They say the Serbian government is giving the former army headquarters as a multi-million-dollar gift to the Americans, who were behind NATO's bombing campaign 25 years ago. This week, Serbians blocked traffic and held signs in front of the ruined site to protest against the controversial deal. Meanwhile, Kushner's deal in Serbia is also receiving criticism back home in the United States. Democrats have demanded an investigation into his foreign dealings, alleging corruption. They said Kushner's business deal comes at a time when his father-in-law is campaigning for a second term in the White House. However, Kushner has defended himself, saying that as a private citizen, he has the right to pursue international business deals, even if it involves foreign governments. Now, this isn't the first time Kushner has found business opportunities in the ruins of war. In March, he came under scrutiny for describing waterfront property in the Gaza Strip as valuable in the face of the Israel-Hamas war. He also faced criticism for a separate deal with Albania, where he's planning 2 luxury hotels in the coastal region. And his $2 billion deal with Saudi Arabia faced flack as well, as critics said the kingdom has been accused of clamping down on dissent. But Kushner is part of the Trump family, so he will pick up a trick or two from the former president, which is always business as usual.
And finally, from the Caribbean, the Dominican Republic goes to the polls on Sunday, May 19th. President Luis Abinader remains the clear frontrunner as he seeks re-election. The current president has pledged to strengthen the nation's economy and security as gang violence and turmoil in neighboring Haiti remains the core campaign issue. Abinader received massive support when he closed the border with Haiti and ordered the deportation of Haitians when armed gangs took over Port-au-Prince. The president's popularity also spiked when he announced the construction of a wall on the border with Haiti, crediting Donald Trump with the idea. Donald Trump, as a presidential candidate in 2016, ran partly on building a wall on the southern border with Mexico if elected president. And now the DR president is using the same playbook. President Abinader says if he is re-elected, he will ensure that the wall along the border with Haiti is completed. The Dominican leader has already deported nearly 175,000 Haitians back to their country. Seeing the president's popularity rise over his hardline border policy, rival candidates have begun taking similar stances. Abinader's closest competitor is former President Leonel Fernandez, who is seeking a 4th term, and he too is proposing to build a wall along Haiti's border. Now, 70-year-old Fernandez is a seasoned veteran and has served 3 terms as the Dominican Republic president before leaving office in 2012. And among the 2 political giants emerges Abel Martinez, a young mayor who also has his eyes on the presidency.
Representamos la esperanza.
We represent hope. We represent commitment. I have a solemn commitment to you, to the Dominicans.
According to opinion polls, President Abinader holds a clear lead with almost 50% of voters backing him and his Donald Trump-style wall on the border with Haiti. Now, one thing is certain, Donald Trump has certainly spawned his own unique brand of hardline politics, and it appears to be catching on across the globe. That's our show for today. We certainly thank you for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here next week. Thanks so much for watching.
Firstpost reports from the world's 2nd largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. South Africa goes to the polls on the 29th of May. I will track the election and bring you ground reports. Is it the end of the road for the African National Congress? And will former President Jacob Zuma stage a dramatic comeback? From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest from The Hague, where South Africa is confronting Israel at the International Court of Justice over Israel's war in Gaza. South Africa has asked Israel to stop the carnage in Gaza, accusing the country of stepping up what Pretoria called a genocide in the Palestinian enclave.
When we last appeared before this court to halt this genocidal process, to preserve Palestine and its people. Instead, Israel's genocide has continued apace and has just reached a new and horrific stage. Israel has sought to hide its crimes through the weaponization of international humanitarian law. It pretends that the civilians it ruthlessly kills through its 2,000-pound bombs, through its targeted airstrikes, through its artificial intelligence systems, through its executions, are human shields. This whitewashing of Israel's genocide misses the key and fundamental element, that of the massive and still mounting evidence of Israel's genocidal intent.
South Africa urged judges at the top UN court to order a halt on Israel's assault on Rafah, adding that Israel must immediately, totally and unconditionally stop from the war in the Strip. Now, South Africa told the World Court that a destructive campaign in Rafah would destroy the foundation of Palestinian life in the territory.
The key point today is that Israel's declared aim of wiping Gaza from the map is about to be realized. Further, evidence of appalling crimes and atrocities is literally being destroyed and bulldozed, in effect wiping the slate clean for those who've committed these crimes and making a mockery of justice.
Responding to the allegations, Israel has said that South Africa was presenting biased and false claims. It also accused South Africa of presenting a case based on unreliable Hamas sources. Israel called on the ICJ to reject South Africa's appeal, which it said was completely divorced from the facts and circumstances. Israel accused South Africa of making a mockery of the heinous charge of genocide. Justifying its operation in Rafah, Israel said the city is a focal point for ongoing terrorist activity and is a Hamas stronghold. A heckler also interrupted proceedings at the World Court as Israeli officials asked judges to dismiss South Africa's request.
South Africa presents the court yet again, for the fourth time within the scope of less than 5 months, with a picture that is completely divorced from the facts and circumstances. Israel is engaged in a difficult and tragic armed conflict. South Africa ignores this factual context, which is essential in order to comprehend the situation, and also ignores the applicable legal framework of international humanitarian law. It makes a mockery of the heinous charge of genocide.
The
hearings at the World Court are a part of a case brought by South Africa accusing Israel of genocide. South Africa wants the ICJ to issue 3 emergency orders, while it rules on the wider accusation that Israel is breaking the 1948 UN Genocide Convention. 1, it wants the court to order Israel to immediately withdraw and cease the military operations in Rafah, where over 1 million displaced Palestinians have been sheltering. 2, Israel should take all effective measures to allow unimpeded access to Gaza for humanitarian aid workers, journalists and investigators. And lastly, Pretoria asked the court to ensure Israel reports back on its measures taken. Now, in January, the ICJ ordered Israel to do everything to prevent genocidal acts and enable humanitarian aid to Gaza. But the court stopped short of ordering a ceasefire. And South Africa's argument is that the situation now requires fresh action by the ICJ, especially on Israel's operation in Rafah. The United States, Israel's top ally, has strongly opposed the South African case. Washington has maintained that it does not believe what is happening in Gaza is genocide and that such claims are unwarranted and false. Now, for more on this, a fight at the top UN court, we are being joined by Dr. Andre Thomas Hosen, who is a Professor Emeritus of International Law at the University of South Africa, who is joining us live from Pretoria. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Now, Israel has said that South Africa's case is totally divorced from reality. How do you see Israel's response at the World Court?
Well, I think you've already sketched what happened yesterday and today very well in your summaries. There is a bit of a tit for tat. He said, I said, she said, and it is very difficult for the court now to make sense of it all, because South Africa presented essentially what is called hearsay evidence, things that South Africa's legal counsel have read on the internet or heard on the news, and Israel criticized them exactly for that they took unverified reports, biased reports. They lifted information from Hamas propaganda sites, and they did not furnish any evidence. In particular, for instance, they argued that essential border posts in the south to Egypt had been closed in anticipation of the military activities there. But Israel was able to show the court that this is simply not true. They're open, and hourly there are trucks crossing those border posts. So this makes the South African case a bit weak, because if in front of a very high court you are caught out once to have been misleading or to have overstated your case, then of course your credibility generally will be affected. So the Israeli argument today was essentially South Africa has dramatized and has exaggerated its accusations.
Right. And Doctor, though South Africa has received some support from countries including Turkey, Jordan, Egypt, and the Arab League and the OIC, Israel's biggest ally, the United States, has strongly opposed the South African case. Other countries in the West have also refrained from backing South Africa's case. Do you think that it exposes the West's duplicity on Gaza?
Well, surely Hamas and their friends, and also maybe South Africa, would make this accusation. But I don't see a case for duplicity, because Europe, by and large, and the United States and Canada and Australia, and I believe also India, do recognize the right to self-defense, and they also recognize the reality, the undeniable reality, that there are daily further military aggressions from Hamas units out of Gaza against civilian targets in Israel. Even today, a barrage of missiles were fired. Most of these missiles, fortunately, are intercepted by Israel's very advanced air defense systems, but some of them do get through and cause damage and kill children and kill civilians, just like there was a terrible slaughter of civilians at the onset of this terrible war on the 7th of October last year. So the right of self-defense of Israel needs to be taken into account. It needs to be acknowledged whilst there is a continuing act of aggression by Hamas. And that actually continues also for as long as there are hostages. The taking of hostages is a severe war crime under the relevant Geneva Conventions that are also binding on Hamas. So these great powers, and probably there is acquiescence by China as well, and definitely by other new BRICS members, such as Saudi Arabia and Egypt, they make it difficult to move forward on this issue. And maybe all parties involved, but especially South Africa, should understand that the court, the International Court of Justice, wasn't established, it wasn't designed to intervene in a situation of an active and escalating war.
Now, Doctor, the orders of the International Court of Justice are legally binding, but it has little means to enforce them. It has ordered Russia to halt its invasion of Ukraine, but to no avail. Do you think an order asking Israel to stop its offensive in Rafah would make any significant difference to the ongoing situation?
Well, I call it South Africa's judicial activism. And so far, it has not saved a single life in Gaza. And unfortunately, I believe that also in future it will not save a single life, because these proceedings before the court, they were originally designed to adjudicate differences and conflicting interests between states, but not wars. For the war situation, we have Chapter 7 of the United Nations Charter, where the United Nations can adopt peacekeeping measures. It can, for instance, establish a United Nations military command, as they did in the Korean War, the war between North and South Korea. At that time, in 1950, 22 nations participated and offered the United Nations their military support and established a corridor, a peacekeeping corridor. This is a very normal human reaction to conflict. If there are aggressive schoolboys in a break that are throwing stones at each other, obviously the teachers will have to separate them and will have to intervene and stop the stone throwing. And this is exactly what the United Nations Security Council should do and could do under Chapter 7. And that is, I think, what the big nations in this world should begin to consider and probably try to come on an understanding about this. It will be the only way to save lives in Gaza.
Yeah. Doctor, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa and for your valued insights on this story.
Thank you. Good afternoon, listeners.
We will bring you all the election updates. Staying with South Africa, the political race in the country is intensifying as it heads to provincial and general elections on the 29th of May. The upcoming election is a major test for President Cyril Ramaphosa and the African National Congress. Now, waning support for the African National Congress could force the party to form a coalition government for the first time since the end of apartheid. Now, earlier today, I spoke to Zwakele Mswango, the KwaZulu-Natal provincial chairperson for Action SA. Now, the party says it will stand as opposition, but will not back the African National Congress. Action SA is also urging other opposition parties to not join hands with the ANC. Taking a jibe at the ANC over corruption, the Action SA leader also says it is time to elect ethical leaders who will save South Africa. Take a look at this exclusive conversation.
Anyone, when you go to a fight, you go for a win. But as say, we are realistic in saying, look, there is high possibility of having a multi-party government formed in South Africa and other provinces, in the main Gauteng, KZN, nationally. So as say, we started to embark on a process of engaging other parties, and that's how a multi-party charter was formed. And that is why say have been part of that charter from the beginning. It's now public knowledge that we are working or engaging with other parties. We've got an agreement anyway now. So it's a given that we've acknowledged the reality of a coalition arrangements. That is why we've got an agreement. But what we've done to say, how do we change a scenario where we don't end up having conflict when we discuss coalition? We agreed to say, look, we come from different parties, we have different ideologies, got different values, but they can be common principles. Can we check what is common? What exactly are we fighting for together that we believe we can do together? We are clear in saying we need to start by electing ethical leaders, because you need people who are going to get to power not for their own self-interest, but to save this country. You must prioritize the health care system, being provided quality healthcare system, and education. It must be quality education. That is why, for example, we reject NHI, because NHI is a shortcut. Basically, it's going to make our country live in real poverty. Because, for example, it's not addressing this problem that I'm talking about. Government should be investing resources in those rural clinics where poor people are residing. Because bottom line is, what you are saying, you are fooling people, because someone in Wahlabisa or Nongoma to attend to a private hospital, as government claim that now you can go there, it's 300 kilometers to come here. Now, I have a hospital which is 2 kilometers away from me. You are telling me I must leave this hospital because you can't provide me or us in our area with doctors, nurses, and providers with quality healthcare system where we are. Because there are hospitals, there are clinics. Why can't you provide people with quality healthcare system that is provided by private sector? Yeah. Do the same thing for our people. All of the legislation says we can't accept this shortcut by government trying to deviate from a responsibility. None of us will entertain a coalition with the ANC, because we are saying to the people, vote for this block of parties to unseat the ANC. So it will be unethical for any party to move around back doors and engage the ANC to bring them back to power. So that is why you'll find that we keep arguing with the DA, because there's this tone of the DA saying, no, we are prepared to work with the ANC if the charter don't get 51/50+1 to block the EFF. We are saying, no. But this is not what we agreed on, But we're still engaging with the DA. So look, you can't backtrack now and say you are prepared to save the ANC to block the EFF. We are saying, as Action SA, we remain in opposition. If we can't get to power, we rather be opposition. But we can't sell voters by giving ANC back to power.
From South Africa, let's shift focus now to Mozambique, where the northern province of Cabo Delgado continues to remain on edge due to Islamist insurgency. A latest report by advocacy group Human Rights Watch tells horrifying tales from the insurgency-hit region. Last week, Macomia, a town in Cabo Delgado, was attacked by Islamist insurgents. Hundreds of fighters are believed to have been part of this attack. Now, according to the report, these fighters included children as young as 13. Al-Shabaab, an Islamic State affiliate, used young boys in its attack last week, who were seen by witnesses carrying AK-style assault rifles and ammunition belts. Residents who were forced to flee the fighting recognized some of the child soldiers as their missing relatives. The attack lasted for 24 hours, and Al-Shabaab fighters looted shops and warehouses for food. There was a major exchange of fire between the Islamist fighters and Mozambican and South African soldiers. At least 10 people were killed in the latest fighting. and 700 were forced to flee their homes into a nearby forest to escape the attacks. Al-Shabaab has been accused by the United Nations agencies of kidnapping children and using them as soldiers in fighting, which began in 2017. In March, at least 70 children were reported missing in a surge of attacks by insurgents. But the issue of child soldiers is not unique to Mozambique. Now, many other African countries such as Uganda, Mali, Burkina Faso, Sudan, Sierra Leone, Congo, and Algeria have used young combatants during wars as child soldiers, young boys and girls suffer extensive and unbearable forms of exploitation and violence. How do these children become a part of an armed force? Well, many of them are abducted. They're taken away from school, their homes, and from the streets. They are then threatened, coerced, and manipulated, and then forced into training. Others are driven by poverty, compelled to generate money for their families. The Sahel, West Africa, and Central Africa are identified as the epicenter of child soldier recruitment. According to a UN report, the children of West and Central Africa who are trapped in conflicts are the most recruited by armed groups. They also have the highest number of victims of sexual violence. Recruiting children under the age of 15 is a war crime under international law. Children in conflict states face the serious threat of recruitment, not just by non-state actors, but also the state. Despite local and international efforts to combat the practice, it remains a frequent occurrence, especially in Africa. It is the world's youngest continent with roughly 40% of the population aged 15 or under. So children in Africa are extremely vulnerable to recruitment into armed groups, which coincides with increasing levels of violence in several countries in the continent. Moving to Tunisia, facing growing dissent and violent protests across the country, Tunisian President Kais Saied has made claims of foreign interference. The Tunisian leader has been facing severe international backlash over a wave of arrests targeting journalists, lawyers, and activists. Hundreds gathered in the country's capital, Tunis, in protests against the president. For the second time in a week, lawyers have launched a one-day nationwide strike. The protests are against recent arrests and alleged abuse of two lawyers, Mahdi Zagrouba and Sonia Damani. Now, on the 13th of May, Zagrouba was arrested after police stormed the Bar Association's headquarters. A second such arrest within the week. The Bar Association and human rights groups have said that Zagrouba was likely tortured during his detention. Some said that obvious traces of violence and torture were visible on Zagrouba's body.
Today, we are supporting Professor Mahdi Zagrouba, who was tortured in Elowina Police Detention Center and at his detention center in Buchucha. Despite this, the public prosecution has not taken any action to open an investigation against the perpetrators. We will track them down and file the necessary complaints because this is our right, the right of Mahdi Zagrouba, the right of Tunisian lawyers, and the right of Tunisian men and women.
The Tunisian government has rubbished these allegations. In fact, President Saied defended the arrests, saying that they were well within Tunisia's law. Reports say many of these arrests came under Decree 54, which was ratified by Saied in 2022. While the government says the law is meant to fight fake news, critics say it is used to crack down on dissent.
Today, we have had enough of the intimidation and judicial repercussions. The number of files opened and published for the sake of a statement, a word, or an opinion is unacceptable in our country, which we dreamed would be a country of freedom and democracy.
The United Nations has denounced the arrest and intimidation of lawyers, saying that the government's action undermines the rule of law in the North African nation. The European Union also asked for clarifications from the government. Meanwhile, the United States said that the detentions breach the constitutional rights of the citizens. Tunisian President Kais Saied rejected the West's criticism. He called these comments an interference by Western nations. The Tunisian Foreign Ministry said, and I quote, "We strongly object to them. What they are doing is a blatant interference in our internal affairs." The Tunisian president has asked the foreign ministry to summon the ambassadors of the countries. Tunisia's government has rebuffed Western criticism, retorting that Tunisia is an independent state. President Saied, who came to power in 2019, ends his term this year. But ever since assuming power, he has made some very controversial rulings. This includes shutting down the parliament in 2021, and now, as Tunisia spirals into political crisis, citizens are demanding a new date for the country's presidential elections, fearing the return of an authoritarian rule. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Now, our final story is from South Africa, wherein African penguins are facing the threat of extinction. Humans have become their biggest enemies as climate change threatens their colonies. However, conservationists have decided to fight for these penguins, and they are taking the right to life for these birds to court. Our next report gets you all the details.
Look at these adorable creatures rolling on the rocky shores of South Africa. These penguins hop around the water and call one another in short, raspy barks. African penguins live in 7 colonies along the southwestern coastline of Africa. These gorgeous birds attract numerous spectators from across the globe. However, they seem unfazed by the people taking their pictures as they preen in the sunlight or watch over their eggs. But these species are at the risk of facing extinction. And experts say that this risk could turn into a reality in close to a decade's time. There are only 8,750 breeding pairs of African penguins left. If nothing is done to save them, their entire species could vanish by 2035. Penguins are vulnerable to natural predators like seals and certain types of gull. But their real enemies continue to be human beings as climate change threatens their existence. Storms and flooding endanger their colonies. And with the shifting ocean currents and temperatures, it becomes hard for the birds to access food. Penguins depend on sardines and anchovies. Both of these fishes are also a valuable commodity for the commercial fishing industry. The South African government has tried to restrict fishing activities. The noise and pollution from the shipping routes also add to the penguins' woes. But restricting fishing is a volatile issue. Over the last 15 years, there have been experimental closures of fishing grounds. The restrictions have cost the industry millions of dollars and hundreds of jobs. But that hasn't done much to save the birds. So conservationists have launched campaigns to save the African penguins. BirdLife South Africa and the South African Foundation for the Conservation of Coastal Birds have come together to protect these birds. The organizations are taking legal action against the South African government. The case is a first of its kind in South Africa. They claim that the lawmakers have failed to adequately protect the endangered species. The organizations argue that the government's fishing restrictions are neither extensive nor enough to protect the penguins. They are now demanding meaningful and immediate implementation of restrictions. The journey ahead could be long and painful, but conservationists in South Africa are not ready to give up. The clock is ticking, so they are pushing hard to ensure that these birds are a part of our future and don't become history.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again on Monday at the same time. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend and goodbye.